How about this? I'll teach you the chi gathering technique. You can find another place to cultivate and not join the Jade Pure sect. No, I have to join this sect. Are you not a member of the Jade Pure sect? I heard that the sect is holding a millennium ceremony and is inviting all sects in the cultivation world. Su Chi looked at him warily. Hanju was puzzled. How did this mortal know so many things? Are you really not leaving? No. All right. Hanju grabbed Su Chi and brought him back to the Khanate cave abode. Su Chi was thrown to the ground on his butt, hurting it. Hanju sat on the bed again and said, "From today onwards, you can only stay here. You can forget about going out for the rest of your life." Since he was immune to Su Chi's bad luck, he was not afraid. As for why he did not kill him, he couldn't stand the overwhelming bad luck himself. Hanju was still worried that after killing Su Chi, this fellow would immediately regain his identity as an immortal of the heavenly court and find trouble with him. It was better to be cautious. Hearing Hanju's words, Su Chi was stunned. Then, fear and despair filled him. He asked while shivering, "Who are you?" "This is the Jade Pure sect." From what he knew, the Jade Pure sect was a righteous sect and would not do such a thing. Su Chi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. Hanju said calmly. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You have no choice now. Stay here from now on. Su Chi was terrified. He thought about it. Something was wrong. If Hanju was a bad person, he should have killed him directly. He was only an ordinary mortal and not a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. What was the point of capturing him? Wait, could it be that the expert of the sect was testing him? When Su Chi thought of this, he immediately calmed down. He immediately walked to the corner of the cave abode and imitated Hanju. He began to meditate. Su Chi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju was stunned. From 2-star hatred points to 3-star favorability. What's happening? Is this kid mentally ill? Hanju ignored him and focused on cultivating. To prevent Su Chi from eating, drinking, and defecating in his cave abode, he taught him the simplest chi absorption technique he had obtained. He would only teach him the first level so that he won't become too hard to control. Hanju only wanted this kid's cultivation to not catch up to his. After being taught, Su Chi's favorability towards him reached 5 stars. The Millennium Ceremony was also in full swing. Even in the cave abode, Hanju and Su Chi could hear Li Qingzi speaking to the entire sect. He recounted the history of the Jade Pure sect, causing Su Chi's blood to boil. He was indeed still in the Jade Pure sect. Hanju must be an expert of the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so daring. Su Chi made up his mind to cultivate well with Hanju. The Millennium Ceremony passed very quickly. After the various sects left, the Jade Pure sect did not calm down. Instead, it became even more lively. Taoist 9 cauldrons and Li Qingzi modified the inner and outer sects and created more and more rules. In addition, Taoist 9 cauldrons had also placed many good resources in the sect's treasure vault. There were cultivation techniques, spells, treasures, and so on. It could be seen that he was truly prepared for this return. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Hanju successfully broke through to the 4th level of the soul formation realm. With the help of Taoist 9 cauldrons and Li Qingzi, the spirit chi in his mountain was more than 5 times stronger than before. Hanju was very satisfied now and didn't want to run around. He also didn't want to go overseas with Taoist 9 cauldrons. During this period of time, the Jade Pure sect recruited new disciples without restraint. The number of outer sect disciples increased greatly, but the number of inner sect disciples had yet to increase. The Jade Pure sect only took in disciples from the mortals, so as to prevent any spies. Taoist 9 cauldrons had not left for decades. This year, he left the sect with his core disciples. Chang Yuer came to visit Hanju and told him about this. The Raincoat sect is finished. It's like a beaten dog now, hated by everyone, she said excitedly. The chaotic heavenly dog nearly exploded when it heard that. It couldn't help but ask, "What did you say about dogs?" To prevent Chang Yuer from meeting Su Chi and getting unlucky, Hanju specially came out to see her. The two of them chatted in the woods. The chaotic heavenly dog and the black hell chicken also liked to stay here. Chang Yuer smiled and said, "I'm talking about a dog raised by mortals. You're different. Don't take it to heart." The chaotic heavenly dog felt that this made sense. She continued, "Under the founder's leadership, the Raincoat sect was utterly defeated. The founder emptied out all of their resources and let the Jade Pure sect use them in the future. Hanju was very satisfied. Daoist Nine Cauldrons helped the Jade Pure sect unify the Great Yin cultivation world before he left. This way, the sect wouldn't face the threat of annihilation again. Hanju's impression of him improved. How's your cultivation recently? When are you preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm? Hanju asked. Chang Yuer blinked and said, I have something to tell you. Master wants me to follow the ancestor overseas. Hanju nodded slightly. He was not surprised. That was good. Under Daoist Nine Cauldrons' care, she should be able to quickly increase her cultivation. Junior brother, are you really not coming with us? Chang Yuer asked expectantly. If Hanju followed them overseas, Xing Hongxian and Imo wouldn't have a chance anymore. Hanju shook his head and said, It's too dangerous overseas. Now that the Jade Pure sect has become stronger, it's safer to stay here. Of course, for mortal cultivators like you, it's also good to go out and take a look. Chang Yuer was stunned and almost died of anger. Hanju said seriously, when you're overseas, you have to be careful when cultivating. Don't be fooled by other men. The path of cultivation ultimately depends on yourself. Emotions like love will delay you. When we pursue the great Tao together in the future and travel the mortal world, won't it be beautiful? Chang Yuer's eyes lit up. Junior brother's words. I knew it. I'm in your heart. He was right. Love couldn't tie down the path of cultivation. Chang Yuer smiled even wider. The two of them chatted for 2 hours before parting. After she left, the chaotic heavenly dog sprawled beside the black-held chicken and asked, Brother Chicken, that woman seems to like our master very much. After all, it was a divine beast of providence, unlike the black-held chicken, who was still immortal for the time being. The black-held chicken said solemnly, That's greed. She wants to eat master. Remember, if you encounter other dogs that are interested in you in the future, you have to avoid them. Otherwise, you'll never be able to obtain the great Tao. You think too much. I'm serious. Master taught me about this. Brother Chicken, you're just a silly chicken. How can a chicken turn into a phoenix? What? The black-held chicken began beating the chaotic heavenly dog. In an instant, the forest was in chaos and the leaves fell to the ground. 10 years passed quickly. Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the soul formation realm, while Su Chi's cultivation level actually reached the foundation establishment realm. His talent was indeed impressive. He didn't use the foundation establishment pill, but still broke through so easily. Su Chi enjoyed the cultivation process very much. More than 10 years had passed, but he didn't have any intention of leaving. He was very respectful to Hanju. One fine day, Daoist Nine Cauldrons brought the core disciples back, causing the Jade Pure sect to cheer. Hanju was also disturbed. He opened his eyes and prepared to relax. He clicked on his interpersonal link to check his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by demons and was severely injured. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by Buddhists and was severely injured. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun was killed and revived. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden ground, and his providence changed. Hanju was stunned. Xian Qingjun was killed. It seemed that her mortal body could be revived infinitely. Hanju wasn't worried. After all, she was the demon lord. He noticed that Zhou Fan's providence had changed. However, he couldn't see what the exact change was. Ha, young friend Han, I've come to visit you. Daoist Nine Cauldrons laughed. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the cave abode. Su Chi couldn't help but open his eyes. The jinx was right beside him. Would it bring bad luck to Daoist Nine Cauldrons? Although he was a jinx, he shouldn't be able to pass on the bad luck so quickly, right? Daoist Nine Cauldrons noticed Su Chi as soon as he appeared and asked in surprise, Is this your disciple? Hanju shook his head and said, No, he's just my servant. Su Chi wanted to say something, but eventually chose to remain silent. Daoist Nine Cauldrons carefully sized him up, and his eyes lit up. This child's potential is very good. It's truly a waste of his talent to be your servant. Why don't you follow me overseas and seek the great Tao? Hanju frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh, ancestor, you're courting death. Daoist Nine Cauldrons looked at Su Chi and asked with a smile, Boy, are you willing? I'm the founder of the Jade Pure sect. This is a great opportunity. He directly skipped Hanju because he already knew his personality. This kid was most afraid of trouble. If he could take Su Qi away, Hanju might be grateful to him. Su Qi was excited when he heard that. Hanju couldn't help but say, "Ancestor, this child's situation is special. It's best not to accept him." What could he say? Tell him that Su Qi was a jinx? Who would believe that? Taoist Nine Cauldrons asked with a faint smile, "Why? Are you unwilling to let him go?" Su Qi immediately said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Ancestor. I want to stay here." He wasn't stupid. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was the founder. He actually came to visit Hanju personally with such a status. What did that mean? Hanju's status was not low. He might even be on par with Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Fine. Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled, not angry. He walked to Hanju's side and sat down. He smiled and said, "Young friend, I've already gone to all the sects in the great Yin cultivation world. In the future, the Jade Pure sect will no longer be in danger. You can cultivate in peace." Hanju smiled and said, "Ancestor is truly the ancestor. How impressive. I'm very amazed." Taoist Nine Cauldrons stroked his beard and laughed, clearly enjoying the flattery. "When I went out this time, I discovered an ancient forbidden ground. There are abundant resources inside. I plan to take it for myself and make it the cultivation ground of the Jade Pure sect. This forbidden ground has just been discovered. There might be many treasures inside. Do you want to take a look?" Hanju raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Ancient forbidden ground. One word instantly appeared in his mind. Danger. Could it be the forbidden area that Zhou Fan had fallen into previously? Hanju hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's give a chance to the other disciples of the sect." Taoist Nine Cauldrons shook his head and laughed. This kid is really afraid of death. This was also good. The other disciples were too rash. It was better for the sect to have a cultivator like Hanju guarding it. Taoist Nine Cauldrons continued with a smile. "In 20 years, I will have to leave. The heavenly immortal abode is about to open. I'm prepared to enter to pursue the great Tao. Let me tell you, the heavenly immortal abode has an extraordinary background. Every 100 years, disciples who ascended to become immortals would appear." He began to talk. Hanju found it familiar. Wait, wasn't this what Xin Qingjun wanted to give him the first time she came to him? Heavenly immortal abode token. He had rejected her back then. From the looks of it, the heavenly immortal abode was indeed formidable. Even an 8th level void amalgamation realm cultivator like Taoist Nine Cauldrons wanted to enter it. Hanju listened patiently. Su Qi also listened. After a long time. "Ha, when I come back next time, I might already be at the body integration realm. My grand disciple said that you have outstanding potential and can catch up to me in a few 100 years. At that time, you and I will fight and see who is stronger." Taoist Nine Cauldrons smiled proudly. Hanju was speechless. He suddenly realized that Taoist Nine Cauldrons' personality was different from what he had imagined. This fellow had the heart to show off. That made sense. Taoist Nine Cauldrons' return this time could be said to be extremely sensational. He even suppressed the top cultivation of the great Yin cultivation world. Such a person would definitely have a high-profile temperament. Hanju shook his head and smiled. "Even if you give me a few thousand years, I won't be able to catch up to you." Taoist Nine Cauldrons was delighted. "Taoist Nine Cauldrons has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. He finally had a good impression of him. Hanju had been wondering why Taoist Nine Cauldrons didn't have a good impression of him when he had contributed so much to the sect. It turned out that he wanted to hear flattery. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was finally satisfied. He was just passing by when he came to look for Hanju. He was shocked to discover that his prestige in the sect was not the highest. He couldn't compare to the deity slaying elder. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had led the Jade Pure sect to greater heights, but the deity slaying elder had saved the sect. There was indeed a gap between the two. In addition, Taoist Nine Cauldrons was too high profile. He often walked around the inner sect, and almost all the disciples had seen him. As for the deity slaying elder, other than Jade Serene Peak, most of the disciples had never seen him. He had always been very mysterious. Under such circumstances, the disciples worshipped the mysterious deity, slaying elder, even more. After posturing, Taoist Nine Cauldrons left in satisfaction. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. Time flew. 10 years passed quickly. While the Jade Pure sect was growing rapidly, Hanju had been cultivating silently. His cultivation level had broken through to the 6th level of the soul formation realm. He used the simulation trial to fight Taoist 9 cauldrons again. This time, he lasted for an hour. But he still lost. Hanju sighed. Taoist 9 cauldrons, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, was very strong. In a bad mood, Hanju prepared to go out and wander around. He suddenly recalled that Taoist 9 cauldrons had already come into contact with Su Qi. Would he encounter bad luck? He immediately opened the emails. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by demons. Your good friend Imo Zhu was attacked by demons. Your good friend Taoist 9 cauldrons encountered a mental demon during cultivation. Your good friend Taoist 9 cauldrons was attacked by a mental demon, reducing his cultivation by 100 years. Your good friend Zhou Fan is dead. His soul was recalled by a mighty figure. He has been reborn. Hanju was amused. Taoist 9 cauldrons had truly gotten unlucky. As for Zhou Fan, this experience was the protagonist's life. Hanju shook his head and laughed. His mood improved, and he got up to leave. Su Qi was still cultivating. Hanju didn't teach him anything. He had been cultivating with the foundational qi absorption technique until today and had never taken any youth-retaining pills. Now, he was already mature and was no longer the elegant youth from before. Xinghong Xian went out a few years ago and had just returned less than 3 days ago. Hanju decided to visit her. This was the first time Hanju came to her cave abode. Xinghong Xian was so excited that she stood up to welcome him. After the two of them entered the cave abode, Xinghong Xian waved her hand and used the formation array to close the entrance. Hanju sized up her cave abode. Although it was a cave abode, it had a unique charm. There were many paintings hanging on the wall, and the bed was a white jade boulder. It was spotlessly white. Xinghong Xian immediately hugged his arm and pulled him to the table. She smiled and said, "Husband, you came at the right time. A few years ago, I went to the ancient Forbidden Ground and obtained quite a number of treasures there. You can take a look and see what you like." She waved her right hand, and treasures appeared on the table. There were jades, equipment, natural treasures, and so on. They were all very small. Hanju sat down and scanned them with his divine sense. He merely glanced at them. Although Xinghong Xian was already a golden core realm cultivator, what treasures could she find? Ah! Hanju suddenly exclaimed. His gaze landed on a wooden tablet that looked like a memorial tablet. Xinghong Xian noticed his expression and smiled smugly. How about it? If you like it, you can take it. Everything I have is also yours. Hanju ignored her and picked up the wooden tablet. There were no words on it. It looked very ordinary. However, Hanju could sense a faint spiritual will inside. It was very weak. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators might not even notice. Hanju closed his eyes and probed with his divine sense. Boom! A powerful divine sense broke through the spiritual will in the wooden token. Immediately after, a memory surged into Hanju's mind. Xinghong Xian raised her hands and looked at him. It had been a long time since she had seen him so close. Why was this face so handsome? Xinghong Xian was no longer young and often went out to train. She could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, no matter how many talented people she saw, she still thought that Hanju was the best. He was indeed the man she fell in love with at first sight. After a long while, Hanju opened his eyes and looked surprised. There was a secret technique hidden within the wooden tablet. Heavenly puppet. This kind of puppet was made of spiritual energy. Hanju could create a puppet with the same cultivation level as him. The weakness was that the puppet didn't last long enough. After the spiritual energy was exhausted, the puppet would stop moving until the next time spiritual energy was poured in. Again, the heavenly puppet was not able to fight automatically. It required a trace of the user's soul thought to control. It was similar to a clone, but the destruction of the heavenly puppet would not affect the creator. Because there was no need for breathing, the heavenly puppet could be stored in his storage ring. This was a good secret technique. Hanju could create some heavenly puppets for the people he wanted to protect. Hanju immediately stood up and said, "It's indeed a good treasure. I'll go back and cultivate first. I'll look for you again after some time." With that, he vanished. Xinghong Xian was taken aback. Her expression turned bitter. However, on second thought, it must be a good treasure to make Hanju so impatient. She felt happy again. He would definitely like her more now. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju immediately started creating the heavenly puppet. He mobilized his spiritual energy with both hands as if he was creating an invisible clay figure. He was pleasantly surprised to find that using the 6 paths spirit energy to create the heavenly puppet was not an obstacle. The inherited memories told him that the creation process of the heavenly puppet was very difficult. The difficulty was related to spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for spiritual energy to materialize, let alone create puppets. However, according to the heavenly puppet secret technique, it was indeed possible. This was extremely miraculous. At the same time, the secret technique to create a soul thought was rather rare and could be used on other techniques. Soul thought was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes. Hanju planned to create some heavenly puppets for Xinghuangxian, Changyuer, and Fairy Shixian. Oh, one for his disciple, Yang Tiandong, as well. The next time they encountered danger, his puppet would save their lives. However, Hanju still underestimated the difficulty of making the heavenly puppet. It took a full year. Hanju had only created one heavenly puppet. Although it was not difficult to create, it was too cumbersome and required a lot of time and effort. The newly formed heavenly puppet was already fully charged. This puppet was like a wooden puppet with a crude appearance. Hanju didn't dare to carve his face onto it. Wasn't that just drawing attention to him? Then, Hanju flashed into Xing Hongshuan's cave abode. Still cultivating, she was shocked by Hanju's sudden appearance. However, when she saw that it was him, she smiled happily again. Hanju immediately took out the heavenly puppet and said, "Put this puppet in your storage ring. No matter where you go in the future, you must bring it with you. At the critical moment, it can save your life." With that, he returned to the Khanate cave abode. Xinghuangxian was pleasantly surprised as she looked at the heavenly puppet. Its figure was very similar to Hanju. On the other side, Hanju continued to create more heavenly puppets. With the first experience, Hanju created 2 more heavenly puppets in the next year. The heavenly puppet was equivalent to his avatar. Apart from not having his Dharma treasures, it could unleash his true strength. It was very powerful. Hanju had thought about creating an army. However, after creating the 3 puppets, he dismissed the idea. Creating a soul thought was equivalent to cutting off a piece of his soul. A few soul thoughts were fine, but a few dozen would be problematic. Any more and his soul would be reduced to a remnant soul. In addition, creating the heavenly puppet would delay his cultivation. In the past 2 years, his cultivation level had not increased at all. If he was obsessed with creating heavenly puppets, wouldn't that affect his true pursuit? That wouldn't do. It would delay his cultivation. Hanju took a deep breath. He put away the 2 puppets and left. Su Qi was secretly curious. What were those 2 wooden puppets? In the past 2 years, he had personally seen Hanju create the heavenly puppets and felt that they were amazing. He couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Hanju gave the 2 puppets to Changyuer and Fairy Shixian. Changyuer was pleasantly surprised and kept pestering him. It took a long time for him to escape. Fairy Shixian was very calm about it. The 2 did not talk much. One was passionate, while the other was cold. Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Tiandong followed the sect master and was always outside. He couldn't be found for the time being. Previously, he was still considering if he should refine a heavenly puppet for Imo. In the end, he heard from Changyuer that Imo had already headed to the secret hall. The secret hall was the ancient mystic realm that Taoist 9 cauldrons had discovered. He had created a new location for the sect inside, and the spirit chi there was richer than that of the inner sect. To join the secret hall, one had to be an elite disciple at the very least. In other words, the Jade Pure sect now had a new hierarchy. The secret hall, the inner sect's 18 peaks, and the outer sect. The ancient mystic realm had yet to be fully explored, so only the secret hall was the safest. The inner sect had a teleportation formation leading there. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the secret hall was not comparable to Hanju's mountain. So, he was too lazy to move over. Back in the cave abode, Hanju perked up and started cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. You are already 200 years old. You have already lived for a long time. You have the following choices for your future cultivation. 1. Cultivate in a low-profile manner, just like you did in the first part of your life. Cultivate quietly and don't fight for fame and fortune. From now on, the rewards will favor keeping a low profile. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Cultivate in a high-profile manner, become a prodigy, and become famous throughout the world. From now on, The rewards will be more focused on cultivating in a high-profile manner. You can obtain equipment, a spell technique manual, and a mystical power inheritance. Unknowingly, Hanju was already 200 years old. Time truly passed quickly. Hanju didn't hesitate and chose the first option. A prodigy of a generation? It sounded great, but he refused to accept it. My aptitude is so amazing already. Why should I be high profile? When I reach the great Tao, won't I be able to travel the world more freely? Hanju thought proudly. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th-grade numinous treasure, Frost Lord's Glazed Crown. Frost Lord's Glazed Crown, 4th-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can reflect all attacks below the Void Amalgamation realm, except for some special mystical powers. It can effectively defend against soul and consciousness attacks. Another defensive numinous treasure. The system knows me well, Hanju thought in surprise. He immediately took out the Frost Lord's Glazed Crown and began to connect with it using his blood. This crown was very cool looking, being purple-blue in color, and looked very exquisite. From now on, Hanju was armed with numinous treasures from head to toe. He was armed to the extreme. Nobody at the Soul Formation realm could hurt him at all. As for the Void Amalgamation realm, they could forget about instantly killing him. Suchi noticed the glazed crown and his eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such a handsome crown. After half a day, Hanju finally made the Frost Lord's glazed crown recognize him as its master. He put the crown on, feeling more secure. Hanju continued cultivating happily. Another 5 years passed. Taoist 9 Cauldrons left with a group of disciples and headed overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to bid him farewell. It took Hanju a long time to send this crying senior sister away. After Taoist 9 Cauldrons left, Hanju became bored. He used the simulation trial to check the person with the highest cultivation in the Jade Pure sect other than him. Li Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Formation realm, the successor of the Poison King. Li Qianlong, Poison King's successor? Hanju had a strange expression. Li Qianlong's name was very familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Wait. More than 100 years ago, Emo Zhu had asked him to look for opportunities together. It seemed like she was looking for Li Qianlong's cave abode. He didn't expect that after so long, Taoist Li Qianlong would actually come here. The 5th level of the Soul Formation realm was extremely high in the cultivation world of the Great Yin. If he returned openly, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hanju had never heard of such a thing. Yang Tiandong, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian often came to look for him, but none of them mentioned it. What did this mean? It meant that Li Qianlong had infiltrated them. Hanju immediately searched for him. Li Qianlong was actually at the main peak. At that moment, Taoist Jingshu summoned all the disciples of the main peak. Xing Hongxian was also present. Li Qianlong had an ordinary appearance and his aura was suppressed at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. He had an honest appearance, yet who would have imagined that he was the successor of the Poison King? Hanju didn't send his divine sense into the main peak to avoid alerting the enemy. The reason why Taoist Jingshu had summoned all the disciples was to inform them of Taoist 9 Cauldrons' departure. When Li Qianlong found out, he was overjoyed, but he hid it well. He had finally found an opportunity. Previously, with Taoist 9 Cauldrons around, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Now that Taoist 9 Cauldrons had left, he finally felt as if the clouds had parted and he could finally see the sun. Calm down. There's one more standing in my way, Li Qianlong thought silently. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect. Deity Slaying Elder. He had heard that the reason why the Raincoat sect was defeated was that the sect master slaughtered his way to the Jade Pure sect and never returned. At that time, Taoist 9 Cauldrons had yet to return. In other words, Deity Slaying Elder had the terrifying ability to kill the sect master of the Raincoat sect. Before Li Qianlong carried out his plan, he had to think of a way to deal with the Deity Slaying Elder. However, he had yet to find out who the Deity Slaying Elder was. It was said that he came from Jade Serene Peak. Jade Serene Peak. When he thought of that person on Jade Serene Peak, Li Qianlong's gaze became bitter. Ever since he discovered Li Qianlong, Hanju would often pay attention to him while cultivating. If Li Qianlong didn't want to harm the Jade Pure sect, he naturally couldn't kill him directly. He had sent a voice transmission to Xing Hongxian. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect was very peaceful, and there had been no incidents. Just like that, 5 years passed. Hanju broke through to the 7th level of the soul formation realm. He was getting closer and closer to the void amalgamation realm. Hanju was very happy. He checked Li Qianlong's location again and discovered that he had already left the Jade Pure sect. Hanju didn't mind. It was fine as long as Li Qianlong didn't cause trouble. Hanju checked the emails. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun experienced the aspects of life and comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou has fallen to the demonic path. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has comprehended its innate mystical power. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons is furious and his Tao heart is damaged. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained the domination physique, shaking heaven and earth. Hanju was stunned. F***CK. So much had happened in the past 5 years. Imo Fuzhou had fallen to the demonic path. What had happened to him? That dog actually didn't tell him that it had comprehended its innate mystical power. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was truly pitiful. Served him right for attempting to recruit the Jinx. As for Zhou Fan, wow, he really lived up to his protagonist-like name. Hanju took a deep breath and felt that he couldn't relax. His cultivation might be the apex in the cultivation world of the Great Yin, but that did not mean that it would be the same in the future. He had to cultivate diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fan might change an era. Although he was still a golden core cultivator, his recent encounter was very similar to the early stages of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He was constantly building his foundation. After so many years, the natural treasures in his mountain also began to mature one after another, and the spirit qi entered a period of explosive growth. Hanju decided to try his best to reach the void amalgamation realm. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level had reached the 8th level of the soul formation realm, and he was not far from the 9th level. Every time he thought of the void amalgamation realm, he would be very excited. One fine day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing on his bad luck to him, Hanju walked out of the cave abode. Elder Han, long time no see. How's your cultivation going? Li Qingzi asked warmly. He was in the limelight now. With Taoist Nine Cauldrons' help, his cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Apart from his cultivation, he was also the leader of the righteous path in the Great Yin cultivation world. All these years, Hanju didn't see him being attacked. Not bad. May I know why you are looking for me? Hanju asked with a smile. Li Qingzi smiled and said, the Righteous Path's Cultivation Conference is about to begin. Do you want to go? This conference is located in the imperial capital of the Great Yin dynasty. You can obtain the providence of the human race that can aid in cultivation. A notification appeared in front of Hanju. Sect Master Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the cultivation conference. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. Continue cultivating. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Accept it. If you leave the sect with the sect master, you can obtain a superior grade spirit stone. The difference in rewards between the two was huge. However, Hanju was already used to it. It was not that the system forced him to make such a choice, but that he had chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. This was the path that the system had planned for him forward. Hanju silently chose the first option. It was very easy for something to happen during the cultivation conference. It was a big deal. Hanju shook his head and said, forget it, I won't go. Sect Master, be careful. Although things have been going smoothly for the Jade Pure sect recently, the matter of the ancestors' departure will definitely be known by other forces. Li Qingzi sighed. This Elder Han's heart of cultivation was ridiculous. If it was him, with Hanju's ability, he would have long been out enjoying life. You rejected the sect master's invitation and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme grade numinous treasure. Book of Misfortune. Book of Misfortune, unparalleled numinous treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to them. At the same time, it will not be detected by them. The Book of Misfortune? Curse. Hanju became interested. However, with Li Qingzi in front of him, he couldn't take it out. Sect Master, what do you think of Li Qianlong? Hanju suddenly asked. Li Qingzi was about to leave the sect. If Li Qianlong returned and wanted to cause trouble, Hanju had to know if he could kill him. Li Qingzi's expression changed when he heard that. Why do you ask, Elder Han? As soon as he said that, he felt that his attitude was not good. He hurriedly explained, this person was once my junior. His talent was unparalleled, but both he and Guan Yugang liked Fairy Shixian. The two of them had a life-and-death battle and forced my master to make a move. However, Li Qianlong was not convinced and actually dared to make a move on my master. While imprisoned, he secretly fled the sect. Before he left a letter saying that he would definitely overturn the Jade Pure sect when he returned. He was very displeased when Li Qianlong was mentioned. Han Ju blinked. It was another tragedy caused by jealousy. No wonder Fairy Shixian did not allow her disciples to talk about love. Han Ju said softly, Li Qianlong has returned, but he went out recently. He disguised himself and entered the main peak. Li Qingzi widened his eyes and trembled in anger. He grabbed Han Ju and said, if he comes back again, Elder Han, you have to catch him. That's right, don't kill him. Don't be too ruthless and kill him accidentally. Hearing Li Qingzi's words, Han Ju was very curious about the gossip of this generation. Why did it feel like all of them liked Fairy Shixian? Wasn't Daoist Jingshu good enough for them? Well, that was true. Daoist Jingshu was not beautiful. Li Qingzi left after leaving some parting words. Li Qianlong's appearance made him uneasy. He frowned as he left. Han Ju returned to his cave abode and took out the Book of Misfortune. This was a supreme-grade numinous treasure. Han Ju was very excited and started to drip blood on it. Su Qi opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Misfortune in Han Ju's hand. The Book of Misfortune looked more like a black drawing scroll than a book. For some reason, when Su Qi saw the Book of Misfortune, he felt an inexplicable closeness. He liked this treasure. But liking was just liking. Su Qi did not dare to ask for it. He continued to cultivate. Because of his outstanding aptitude, Han Ju had imparted the Jade Pure technique to Su Qi some time ago. The Jade Pure technique was the ultimate technique of the Jade Pure sect. It wasn't difficult for Han Ju to obtain it with his status. The two of them already had a master-disciple relationship. It took Han Ju an entire day to make the Book of Misfortune recognize him as its master. He injected 6 paths spirit energy into it and started cursing Li Qianlong. He imagined Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Between the mountains and rivers was a bamboo house. Li Qianlong knelt at the entrance. He asked in a low voice, Master, what must I do for you to leave the mountain? An old voice came from inside. I've already left the cultivation world for 1,000 years. I don't want to participate in its disputes anymore. You can take revenge yourself. I've already passed on my legacy to you. Don't push your luck. Li Qianlong was extremely unwilling when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, then pass me the recipe for the divine poison pill. I'll rely on myself. No, that's my ultimate treasure. If I pass it to you, won't I be stupid if you used it to poison me to death? Li Qianlong almost spat out blood. He cursed in his heart. Becoming a disciple of the Poison King was not a stroke of luck. He had been the Poison King's pill tester for 100 years. He had tried all kinds of poisons. That period of time could be said to be worse than death. The only consolation was that he would be the Poison King's only successor. In the end, this scoundrel, the Poison King, actually held back and did not impart all his skills. The Poison King's voice floated out again. Taoist 9 Cauldrons has already noticed my existence. I can't offend him rashly. Right now, the Jade Pure sect is like the sun in the sky. Not many sects dare to offend them. However, if you insist, you can look for the Wei family. Although they aren't considered top-notch in the great yin cultivation world, they often roam the world and have a wide network. 5 minutes later, he left. He hadn't walked more than 5 kilometers when a bolt of lightning struck him. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, Li Qianlong's cultivation was high and he wasn't injured. He looked up at the sky and cursed. What a coincidence! Han Ju cursed Li Qianlong for a period of time. He couldn't test the results and could only give up and focus on cultivating. A month later, Yang Tiandong returned. To prevent him from meeting Su Qi, Han Ju walked out of the Khanate cave abode. Yang Tiandong had already completely displayed his talent. After entering the Golden Core realm, he first advanced to an elite disciple before advancing to a core disciple. He was one of the most prominent figures among the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. Master, I plan to go to the cultivation convention. When the time comes, the various sects will spar. Can you? Yang Tiandong asked nervously. After learning the Heartless Flying Sword, Yang Tiandong's strength increased greatly. but he still felt that it was not enough. Hanju nodded and said, "Then, I'll teach you another ultimate technique to win honor for the sect. This ultimate technique is called the Wind God Technique." Yang Tiandong was excited and quickly thanked him. 3 days later, he left. Hanju felt like he had forgotten something. Oh, he had forgotten to create a heavenly puppet for him. Oh well, his luck was strong, so he should be fine. 5 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Soul Formation Realm. Next was the Void Amalgamation Realm. But before that, he had to raise his cultivation level to the Major Perfection Soul Formation Realm. Hanju looked at Su Qi. He felt that it was time to throw this kid out. It was not convenient if he stayed here every day. Hanju coughed. Su Qi looked at him. Hanju asked expressionlessly, "You've been with me for some time. You can be considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation." Su Qi said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior." Hanju said, "I'll give you a mission. If you can complete it, I'll take you in as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked what the mission was. "I want you to go to the North State and join the demon-taming sect. You don't have to do anything. Just hide in there and cultivate. In the future, I will personally head there and destroy their sect in the future. You will be my spy. Let me say this first. The demon-taming sect is very strong. Even someone at the Void Amalgamation Realm can only be considered an elder." Hanju spoke in a meaningful tone. Su Qi was shocked. He had already understood the cultivation realms. The strongest in the Jade Pure sect was only at the Soul Formation Realm. How powerful was the demon-taming sect? Most importantly, Hanju wanted to destroy it. How strong was he? Su Qi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5.5 stars. A question mark appeared above Hanju's mind. Su Qi hurriedly guaranteed, "I will complete the mission. This is a secret mission. You can leave now. Leave the Jade Pure sect and don't interact with anyone here." "All right." Su Qi stood up excitedly. After walking out of the Khanate cave abode, the sunlight fell on Su Qi. He couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. "I must complete Master's test." Su Qi immediately went down the mountain. On the way down, he saw the chaotic heavenly dog and the black hell chicken fighting. Yeah, they were fighting. The black hell chicken's bloodline was still awakening. As for the chaotic heavenly dog, it had the talent of a divine beast. Its cultivation level was second to the black hell chicken's. This fat dog did not want to remain in its current status. It wanted to be the elder. Naturally, the black hell chicken had to educate it. The two beasts often fought. Of course, their fights were non-lethal. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was arrogant, it was very close to the black hell chicken. After all, it was hatched by the chicken. After all, the black hell chicken was its father. Su Qi smiled and said, "What a fat dog. This chicken and dog battle is really interesting." The chaotic heavenly dog immediately turned around and charged at him. Su Qi fled in fright. After leaving the mountain, Su Qi escaped the pursuit of the chaotic heavenly dog. He suddenly realized something. Where was the North State? Forget it. That wasn't important. He would definitely find out eventually. This was definitely one of Master's tests. After Su Qi left, Hanju continued to cultivate. 2 years later, his cultivation finally reached the Major Perfection Soul Formation Realm. He was about to break through to the Void Amalgamation Realm. Hanju held back his excitement and checked his emails first. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong had a fortuitous encounter and awakened the demon saint bloodline. Your divine pet, chaotic heavenly dog, made a mistake in cultivation. Cultivation has been reduced by 20 years. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators. X104". Your good friend Chang Yuer accidentally obtained a fortuitous encounter and her cultivation level increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. X27". Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the Green Ghost sect. Your disciple Su Qi spread his bad luck. The Green Ghost sect encountered an extremely rare heavenly tribulation that struck once in hundreds of years. The entire sect has been destroyed. Destruction of the entire sect. Hanju was stunned and gasped at his amazing power. As expected of Heavenly Quartz Jinx, he was a walking nuclear bomb. However, Hanju had never heard of the Green Ghost sect. It was probably a small sect somewhere. A truly powerful cultivation sect would not be unable to overcome a heavenly tribulation that was rare even in a few hundred years. Perhaps with Su Qi, Hanju would be able to finish off the demon-taming sect? Hanju noticed that Mo Fuzhou was being pursued by the righteous cultivators. He had completely fallen into the demonic path. It had to be said, the outside world was truly exciting and things were ever-changing. Fortunately, he chose to cultivate in a low-key manner. If he was like Mo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, and Li Qingzi, how painful would that be? There was also his disciple. He said that he had gone to participate in the cultivation conference, but was attacked by a demon king. Fortunately, he had survived. If he died outside, Hanju would be speechless. Something worthy of mentioning was that Li Qianlong had not appeared recently. Could it be that he had successfully cursed him? Hanju shook his head and prepared to head to the 10,000 demon realm. In a dark valley, Li Qianlong leaned against the wall and held his breath. A dozen cultivators stood beside him. Looking up, countless demons circled above the valley. A young cultivator by Li Qianlong's side couldn't help but grumble. "Senior Li, don't you know the way? Why did you bring us to the demon cave?" The other cultivators were also frightened. They were all cultivators of the Wei family. Li Qianlong followed the Poison King's instructions and found the Wei family. He spent a few years taking in their eldest son and established a good relationship with him. This time, he left the Great Yin with the Wei family and was prepared to rope in other powerful sects in the cultivation world. However, something went wrong when they used a teleportation formation. They were directly teleported to the demon cave. There were countless demons here, and there was even a demon king whose strength was extremely terrifying. Even Li Qianlong found it difficult to defeat him. Li Qianlong was also very depressed. In recent years, his luck had been extremely bad. He had been struck by lightning during his journey and encountered a mental demon during his cultivation. He had robbed a young cultivator, but in the end, he was a soul formation cultivator pretending to be weak. This time, it was even worse for the Wei family. "No, I haven't had my revenge. I can't die here." Li Qianlong gritted his teeth. Pet Beast Pavilion. Dozens of disciples were gathered, including Taoist Jingxiu. From today onwards, all disciples are not to enter the 10,000 demon realm and must await the open notice, Taoist Jingxiu said expressionlessly. A disciple of the main peak couldn't help but ask, "Master, what happened in the 10,000 demon realm?" The other disciples were also very curious. Every disciple would go to the 10,000 demon realm to capture demon beasts and increase their confidence in traveling the cultivation world. Taoist Jingxiu said calmly, "Deity-slaying elder is undergoing tribulation. Perhaps he's cultivating a mystical power." She never thought that Hanju would break through to the void amalgamation realm. It had only been a few decades. Impossible. It had taken Taoist 9 cauldrons more than 1,000 years to reach the void amalgamation realm. One had to know that Taoist 9 cauldrons was the #1 genius in the Great Yin cultivation world. Whoosh. The disciples were in an uproar. Deity-slaying elder is inside. Wow, I've never seen the deity-slaying elder before. It's said that deity-slaying elder is the strongest pillar of the Jade Pure sect. He has been cultivating in seclusion. No one can match deity-slaying elder's cultivation persistence. It's said that deity-slaying elder looks better than all men and women in the world. I really want to see deity-slaying elder's true appearance. Is deity-slaying elder accepting a disciple? The disciples were very excited and discussed nonstop. The news spread very quickly. More and more disciples rushed over, completely blocking the Pet Beast Pavilion. All the disciples had heard of the legendary deeds of the deity-slaying elder. Several days later, Guan Yugang rushed over. When he saw so many people gathered outside the building, he cursed angrily. "All of you scram. Whoever dares to gather here will be banished to the outer sect." With that said, all the disciples scattered. Guan Yugang came to the counter and said, "Activate the formation. I'm going to the 10,000 demon realm." The person in charge hesitated. Taoist Jingxiu said that no one is allowed. "Who do you think I am?" After hearing that, the person hurriedly activated the teleportation formation. After 7 days and 7 nights of persistence, Hanju finally survived the powerful heavenly tribulation and advanced to become a void amalgamation realm cultivator. With his ability, the heavenly tribulation could not kill him. Congratulations on breaking through to the void amalgamation realm and obtaining a birth dharma treasure. The birth dharma treasure will fuse with your soul and only recognize you. As you become stronger, the birth dharma treasure will also become stronger. As for the birth dharma treasure, you have the following choices. 1. Sword. 2. Defensive dharma treasure. Hanju was covered in defensive numinous treasures already, so he naturally chose the sword. After all, he was a sword cultivator. He chose the first choice without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining the Primordial Judgment Sword. Primordial Judgment Sword. Since you are not reincarnated normally, but have transmigrated here by crossing the primordial chaos, the primordial chi in your body has been refined into your birth dharma treasure. Primordial chaos? Hanju was stunned. Was it the primordial chaos? The system did not answer him. He didn't think too much and continued to consolidate his cultivation. His attributes now were: name, Hanju. Lifespan, 227/8940. Race, human, mortal transcendent stage. Cultivation, first level of the void amalgamation realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword. 7 illusionary steps. 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled. 9 dragons devil expelling seal. Major Kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption. Heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud. 10,000 sword sect, can be inherited. Tathagata incantation. Equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe. 7th grade numinous treasure. Little universe belt. Chelan sword. Demon binding rope. Burning fiend bell. 6th grade numinous treasure. 9 stars spirit trampling boots. 5th grade numinous treasure. Frost lord's glazed crown. 4th grade. Numinous treasure. Book of misfortune. Supreme grade numinous treasure. Birth dharma treasure. Primordial judgment sword. Cultivation potential. Spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude. Top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan increased to 8,940 years. Awesome. Hanju also noticed that his identity as a human had changed to mortal transcendent stage. Was this a hint that he was on the path to becoming an immortal? Hanju was in a good mood. After 200 years of boring cultivation, anyone else would have gone mad. But he was used to this. He even enjoyed it. This feeling of steadily becoming stronger was too good. The reason why mortals hated cultivation was that they could not feel themselves becoming stronger most of the time. However, Hanju was different. His potential was outstanding, and he became stronger almost every day. Reaching the void amalgamation realm meant that he was truly invincible in the great yin cultivation world. Next, of course, he had to continue charging into the body integration realm. Hanju thought firmly. At this moment, a voice sounded. Deity slaying elder, I'm Guan Yu Gang. After you consolidate your cultivation, let's spar. If I defeat you, I will become the sect master. Hanju couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Guan Yogong's words. He saw Guan Yugang looking at him from several kilometers away. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had a confident expression. Hanju had opened a barrier during his tribulation transcendence, so the pressure of the heavenly tribulation was not that terrifying. This caused Guan Yugang to feel that Hanju's breakthrough was nothing much. Sai, you didn't come earlier, but now. Hanju shook his head and laughed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. For days later, Hanju's cultivation had completely stabilized. The 6 paths spirit energy in his body far exceeded what he had before his breakthrough. He stood up and stepped into the air, heading towards Guan Yugang. Guan Yugang couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't be bothered to show respect. He took out a sword and charged at Hanju. While flying, he quickly cast a spell with both hands. He circulated his spirit energy, causing his robes to flutter. As long as I defeat him, I can become the sect master of the Jade Pure sect. At that time, junior sister Shixin will definitely marry me. Guan Yogong's eyes burned. Thinking of the beautiful future, his entire being was ignited. He was prepared to use the unparalleled mystical power that he had recently comprehended to instantly defeat the other party. Swish! There was a piercing sound. Sword Chi. Guan Yogong's pupils widened. He subconsciously wanted to block. However, the sword Chi was too fast. It was so fast that even he, a soul formation cultivator, could not react in time. Guh. The sword Chi of the unparalleled finger divine sword directly penetrated Guan Yogong's abdomen, scattering the spirit energy within his body. Guan Yugang spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back like a kite with its string cut, landing on the hill. After landing, he clutched his stomach and spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pathetic. Impossible. Guan Yugang felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at Hanju, who was walking in the air. Wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, Hanju had a stunning temperament. He wore a Frost Lord's glazed crown on his head, a little universe belt around his waist, and a pair of 9-star spirit trampling boots on his feet. When he was meditating, Guan Yugang didn't feel much. But looking at Hanju now, he felt that this was a true immortal, especially that perfect face. If there were immortals in the world, they would look like this. Wait, what am I thinking? Guan Yugang suddenly awoke, followed by a sense of defeat. He couldn't even take a single strike from his opponent. Ridiculous. Previously, he had smiled and wanted to defeat his opponent with one strike, but in the end, he was defeated with one strike. At that moment, Guan Yugang wished there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. Hanju landed in front of him. Guan Yugang lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at him. Hanju said softly, "Don't be disheartened. You're strong enough, but you chose the wrong opponent. In the entire Jade Pure sect, you're the only one worthy of fighting me." With that, he disappeared. Guan Yugang was stunned. He didn't feel that the other party was bragging. Instead, he felt slightly comforted. Deity-slaying elder, just how strong are you? Hanju quickly left the 10,000 demon realm and didn't stay in the inner sect city. He returned to the cultivation mountain. He suddenly had an idea. With a flash, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. He cast a spell with his right hand, causing the soil to rise and quickly form a stone tablet. Hanju used his finger as a pen and wrote 4 words on the stone tablet. Cultivate diligently, become immortal. This was the name of this mountain from now on. Cultivate diligently, become immortal mountain. Hanju smiled in satisfaction and returned to the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken and the chaotic heavenly dog were still cultivating. Xinghong Xian was nowhere to be found. Hanju chatted with the Black Hell Chicken and chaotic heavenly dog for an hour before returning to his cave abode. Sitting on the bed, he took out the primordial judgment sword. The sword was crimson in color, and there were black patterns on it, making it look even more extraordinary. Holding this sword, Hanju felt inexplicably close to it. He poured his spirit energy into the sword. Boom! The entire mountain began to shake violently, scaring Hanju so much that he hurriedly cut off the 6 paths spirit energy. So strong. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. As it was a birth dharma treasure, he didn't need to bind it with blood. Then, Hanju entered the simulation trial and fought with Taoist 9 cauldrons. Half a minute later, Hanju opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He muttered, "I can finally defeat you. You're really shameless. You actually know so many movement techniques." In the battle, he had severely injured Taoist 9 cauldrons with a single strike. After that, Taoist 9 cauldrons kept dodging and prolonged the battle. The 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm was nothing much. Hanju's confidence increased greatly. He no longer feared the demon-taming sect and Xiaoyi. From his interpersonal relationships, he could see that Xiaoyi was still at the 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. How could Xiaoyi kill him? How? At the thought of him, Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Xiaoyi. In the future, he would curse this guy whenever he had free time. Although Hanju wasn't afraid of him, he didn't want this troublesome person to delay his cultivation. 10 days later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction and began to cultivate the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. A year later, Hanju had mastered the 6th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and could cultivate in the void amalgamation realm. At the same time, he comprehended a new mystical power. 6 paths ultimate seal. If this seal landed on the enemy, it could directly kill the enemy's essence soul. Before the body was destroyed, the essence soul would be eliminated. This was a technique that could be used as a finishing move. Hanju stretched and sighed. I've gotten stronger again. In no hurry to cultivate, he opened his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. He wondered if anything had happened to his friends recently. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a ghost cultivator, X12. Your disciple Su Chi has caused the deaths of tens of thousands of lives. His negative karma has increased. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X58. Your good friend Li Qingzi was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X44. Your good friend Li Qingzi is seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your beloved Xian Qingjun has left the world. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou massacred an entire region. His negative karma is overflowing. Your good friend Xing Hongxian accidentally entered an ancient great cultivator's mystic realm. Her fate is unknown. So many exciting things in just a short year. Hanju blinked. Damn it, who attacked my Jade Pure Sect's sectmaster? Are the righteous and demonic factions rebelling? Was Mo Fuzhou on a path of no return? And Xing Hongxian? She was clearly immortal. How could she always obtain treasures and encounter opportunities? Could it be that she was infected by my providence as an immortal emperor's descendant? Hanju made up the scenes in his mind. After a while, he continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was interesting, he did not want to be involved. The Jade Pure sect had the backing of Taoist 9 cauldrons. Who could guarantee that the other sects did not? The void amalgamation realm alone was not enough. The reincarnated Mahayana cultivator, Zhou Fan, was still suffering. Now, Hanju would cultivate with all his might and strive to reach the body integration realm within 100 years. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju let him enter the cave abode. This fellow's expression returned to the sickly and weak state he had been in for decades. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Hanju sighed and said, Sect Master, you really can't live in peace. Can't you cultivate properly for a few hundred years? Embarrassed, Li Qingzi said helplessly, I'm the Sect Master. There are many things I can't control. In the past few years, a core disciple of our Jade Pure sect fell into the demonic path and caused a lot of hatred. I had no choice but to deal with this karma. Who knew that I would fall deeper and deeper? Now, there's trouble. The righteous and demonic cultivators of the great Yin cultivation world are working together to attack my Jade Pure sect. There are only 2 soul formation cultivators in the Jade Pure sect. For some reason, Elder Guan is severely injured and is still recuperating in seclusion. Sigh, Elder Han, we might really have to escape this time. The righteous and demonic factions were ganging up on the Jade Pure sect. Hanju had a strange expression. He couldn't help but ask, how do you deal with karma? Kill all those who are not convinced. Li Qingzi immediately became angry and scolded, those dogs. I personally went to apologize, but they directly attacked me. Most of the time, I didn't even have the chance to speak. You seem to know the core disciple who fell into the demonic path. His name is Mo Fuzhou. He didn't fall into the demonic path on his own accord. I suspect that someone is defaming him. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, Tell me more about it. Li Qingzi started to describe his ordeal. He first spoke of Mo Fuzhou's origins. Mo Fuzhou came from a cultivation family. Due to evidence of collusion with the fiendish cultivators, they were wiped out by the righteous sections. Only Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu survived. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder had personally accepted Mo Fuzhou as his disciple and given him a new name. Mo Fuzhou was a name that Old Immortal Taoist Thunder had personally given him, hoping that he would forget his hatred and turn over a new leaf. Mo Fuzhou had gone out to train and had met his former enemies. He had slain many of the sect's disciples and then attacked the other disciples of the righteous sects who had committed the crime. Li Qingzi felt that there was something fishy about this matter. After all, he had seen Mo Fuzhou before. He was humble, and even if he could not hold back from killing the enemy, he should have returned after the first time. He shouldn't have been seeking revenge and gone mad. Now, more than 5 sects were chasing after Mo Fuzhou. A few years ago, Mo Fuzhou had no choice but to use his family's mystical power. In the end, it was a demonic path mystical power, causing him to become a demon. More and more people were killed by this mystical power. Mo Fujo became a demonic cultivator and could not turn back anymore. This matter is too fishy. These sects didn't even ask me and directly pursued Mo Fujo for revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I can accept that. But when I went to apologize, I was beaten up. The matters of the younger generation can involve the sect masters. It's obvious that they're using this opportunity to start a war. The more Li Qingzi spoke, the more agitated he became. He felt like he was about to cry. In the end, he still chose to give up. He sighed. Now that both the righteous and demonic paths are attacking us, we can't stop them. We should just run as you think. Daoist 9 Cauldrons left, while Guan Yu Gang was severely injured. How could Hanju alone stop the righteous and demonic paths? Some powerful sects still had soul formation realm existences. For example, the Vermilion Birdsword sect had two. If all the sects joined forces, Hanju alone would definitely not be able to stop them. Hanju asked cautiously, do they have void amalgamation realm existences? Body integration realm existences? Li Qingzi said with widened eyes. How is that possible? Previously, Huang Zuntian's cultivation level was already at the 9th level of the soul formation realm. If they had a cultivator at the void amalgamation realm, how could they continue to be bullied? Could they be like our Jade Pure sect, where our ancestors went out to cultivate and seek fortuitous encounters? Definitely, but I've never heard of anyone at the void amalgamation realm. Back then, when the ancestor went to look for them one by one, they all acted like grandchildren. Li Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. If only Daoist 9 Cauldrons was still here. It was a rare opportunity for the Jade Pure sect to grow. There was no need to fight. After a few hundred years, it would become the strongest sect in Great Yin. However, at this juncture, something happened. Li Qingzi felt very helpless. Ever since he became the sect master, he had sacrificed so much and suffered so much. In the end, it was all for nothing. Hanju had a strange expression. Li Qingzi understood his thoughts. He sighed and slowly stood up. Prepare yourself well. In 3 days at most, the Jade Pure sect will prepare to flee to the sea and seek refuge with the ancestor. Hanju hurriedly said, what are you saying? If I'm not running, why are you running? Stunned, Li Qingzi asked carefully, what do you mean? Hanju said calmly, let them come. They will understand one thing. The most terrifying person in the Jade Pure sect is not the ancestor. All along, Hanju's imaginary enemy had always been the demon-taming sect. What did he think of the Great Yin cultivation world now? Come at me. How dare you disturb my cultivation? I'll make sure you never return. Li Qingzi was overjoyed. He understood Hanju's character. Such a cowardly Hanju dared to say such words. He was absolutely confident. What realm are you at now? Li Qingzi suppressed his surprise and asked. Hanju replied, at least not inferior to the ancestor. Yeah, not inferior. It would take him half a minute to kill Daoist 9 Cauldrons. This old man's movement techniques were too absurd. After a long while, when Li Qingzi walked out of the Khanate cave abode, he was still stunned. He felt as if he was dreaming. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju cautiously tested the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. It was still Guan Yu Gang. No enemy lurked. Hanju felt a little pity. Where was Li Qianlong? Was he cursed to death? Hanju was still looking forward to teaching Li Qianlong a lesson. In the end, he disappeared into thin air. What a pity. Hanju shook his head and took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed Xiaoyi for a few days to vent his anger before continuing to cultivate. A year quickly passed. The Great Yin cultivation world was in chaos. Mo Fujo had killed his way to fame. The righteous and demonic sects had formed an alliance and were preparing to attack the Jade Pure sect. There were 19 sects involved. This matter had already spread to every corner of the cultivation world. All cultivators discussed this matter. 19 sects were attacking the Jade Pure sect. However, the Jade Pure sect did not panic, which made the 19 sects panic instead. The 19 sects did not dare to act rashly, afraid that Daoist 9 Cauldrons would return. On this day, Hanju suddenly opened his eyes from cultivation. Sensing a familiar aura, he immediately sent his divine sense out. Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Birdsword sect. At this moment, Huang Jihao stood by a small river and gazed at the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. His expression was indifferent. He looked calm, but he was panicking inside. Why are you here again? Hanju's voice entered his ears. Huang Jihao trembled in fear and hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist, don't do anything. I'm only here to visit you. I have no ill intentions towards the Jade Pure sect. Visit me. Hanju was baffled. He hesitated. Should he attack? Without receiving a reply, Huang Jihao grew even more panicked. He continued, Recently, someone has been leading the Righteous Demonic Alliance to deal with the Jade Pure sect. Our sect master sent me to inquire if the Jade Pure sect needs help. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Is the Vermilion Bird Sword sect trying to stab the alliance in the back? Hanju thought of a plan and said with a voice transmission, The Jade Pure sect doesn't need any help. I will wait for all of you here. No matter how many of you come, you will all die. These words caused Huang Jihao's heart to beat wildly. What an arrogant tone. If it had been anyone else, Huang Jihao would have scoffed. However, he believed Hanju. However, this matter is fishy. There might be someone behind this. If your Vermilion Bird Sword sect can find the mastermind, then I don't mind having the sect master maintain an alliance with you. Hanju's words surprised Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Hanju was speechless when he saw this line. This fellow. Huang Jihao left. However, Hanju couldn't look at him anymore. The favorability increased inexplicably. Hanju even suspected that this fellow had improper thoughts about him. Then, Hanju continued cultivating. Even if the 19 sects attacked tomorrow, he would not be afraid. There was only one thing in his eyes. I should break through to the second level of the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. In a cave with a flickering flame, Xing Hongxian sat in front of a fire. Roar. A deafening roar came from outside the cave. It was terrifying. Xing Hongxian slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the words carved on the mountain wall and frowned slightly. Why do I feel like something is missing? Xing Hongxian thought bitterly. This was a mystic realm belonging to an ancient cultivator. Xing Hongxian had discovered by chance that there was a cultivation technique recorded here. It was unfathomable. She mustered up the courage to cultivate it. Her cultivation level had improved significantly in the past year, but she was still far from completely mastering this cultivation technique. Xing Hongxian couldn't help but think of Hanju. If he were here, he might be able to answer her questions. With these thoughts in mind, Xing Hongxian took out the heavenly puppet. Putting it next to her, she leaned her head against it and began to rest. Ever since she got the heavenly puppet, whenever she missed Hanju, she would take it out. She often told the puppet what was on her mind. Because Hanju's sole thought was hidden in the puppet, he was not worried that anything would happen to her. After a long while, Xing Hongxian sat up straight and prepared to continue cultivating. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the cave. Xing Hongxian immediately took out her equipment. A gray-robed old man with long hair and a youthful face walked in. Upon seeing the nervous Xing Hongxian, he smiled and said, Don't worry, Junior. I'm also here to study the cultivation technique. Here to comprehend the cultivation technique? Xing Hongxian frowned in confusion. Could it be that this person had already discovered this mountain wall before she came here? Ignoring Xing Hongxian, the gray-robed elder walked to the mountain wall and sat down. He stared at the words on the mountain wall and thought hard. Neither of them noticed the light in the eyes of the heavenly puppet. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju hesitated. Should he let the heavenly puppet attack? Ever since Xing Hongxian had fallen into the ancient mystic realm, he had kept an eye on her, fearing that something would happen to her. However, the gray-robed elder did not seem to have any ill intentions. Forget it. He decided to wait and see. It would be awkward if he couldn't defeat him. He continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Xing Hongxian and the gray-robed elder were still studying the cultivation technique on the mountain wall. They did not disturb each other. Hanju opened his eyes and checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by the Liu family cultivators, X43. Your disciple Su Qi was forced to marry into the Liu family. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X8. Your good friend Chang Yuer has learned a mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the Wei family cultivators, X288. Your good friend Huang Jihao was severely injured and his life is hanging by a thread. He managed to escape. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Liu family encountered a plague that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. The entire family perished. Your good friend Fairy Xixian had an epiphany during cultivation. Her cultivation has improved and her soul strength has increased greatly. Su Qi is too terrifying. Wherever he went, life perished. Hanju was secretly shocked. It seemed like the providence of the immortal emperor's descendant was really strong. He could actually withstand such bad luck. Poor Lu family. Also, what was going on with Huang Jiao? Could the Wei family be the mastermind behind Imo Fuzhou? The Wei family was amazing. They had actually managed to severely wound Huang Jiao. Since when was there such strength in the cultivation world of Great Yin? Hanju immediately sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi, who was recuperating on the main peak, asking about the Wei family. He immediately rushed to his cave abode. Elder Han, why are you asking about the Wei family? Li Qingzi asked nervously. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Are they very strong? Li Qingzi replied. The Wei family is not strong. They only have one nascent soul ancestor. However, they have countless beauties who can topple cities and countries. The Wei family has all sorts of marriages and even business outside of the Great Yin. They have the most connections in the Great Yin cultivation world. Hanju asked, is it possible that the Wei family is the mastermind? Li Qingzi was stunned when he heard that. He hesitated and said, I don't think so. The Wei family has no feud with the Mo family and is on good terms with the Jade Pure sect. He didn't have the confidence to continue. He felt that anyone could be the mastermind at this point. It's fine. Sectmaster, rest well. If the enemy comes, I'll be here. Hanju nodded. Li Qingzi nodded and left. Before leaving, he looked worried. Could it really be the Wei family? Hanju didn't think too much. He took out the Book of Misfortune and habitually cursed Li Qianlong and Xiao Yi. Now, whenever he had the time, he would curse the pair. Cultivate, read emails, curse, cultivate, read emails, curse. This was Hanju's daily routine. In the middle of a mountain range that was like an immortal realm, Xiao Yi sat in the bamboo forest. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy turned into mist and coiled around his body. Boom! Xiao Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his ugly face turning pale. He slumped. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. What's going on? Why is there always an issue? For the past 10 years, for some reason, he had often encountered mental demons during his cultivation. They disturbed his cultivation and almost caused him to go berserk. At this rate, when would he recover? Xiao Yi was very depressed. Ever since he had gone to the Great Yin cultivation world, he had felt that nothing was going his way. It was very strange. He made up his mind to never go to the Great Yin cultivation world alone. As for Hanju, although he hated him, he didn't have the strong urge to take revenge immediately. He had hated too many people in his life. Hanju wasn't even ranked highly in his mind. So, he didn't even think that it was because of him. The more Xiao Yi thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only take out a pill and recuperate first. In a magnificent palace sat dozens of cultivators. Li Qianlong and a black-robed cultivator sat at the head of the table. Everyone, this is Senior Wei Yuan, a great cultivator at the Void Amalgamation Realm. He's willing to help us eliminate the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong introduced him to the cultivators present. Wei Yuan was the black-robed cultivator beside him. The sect master of the Raincoat sect was at the 9th level of the Soul Formation Realm. In other words, the Taoist 9 cauldrons of the Jade Pure sect is very likely to be at the 9th level of the Soul Formation Realm. The Wei family and I specially invited Senior Wei Yuan to uphold justice for us. As for Taoist 9 cauldrons, we've received news that he has indeed gone overseas. His sect is also facing trouble and has no time to care about the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong's words caused the cultivators present to look at each other. These cultivators were the sect masters or vice-sect masters of the righteous and demonic sections. They had come to discuss the invasion of the Jade Pure sect. When they heard that Wei Yuan was a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator, they were not surprised. Instead, they were hesitant. If they took down the Jade Pure sect, would the Wei family become the next Jade Pure sect? They couldn't defeat a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator. Li Qianlong took in everyone's expressions and continued. Senior Wei Yuan has his own sect. This time, our Wei family has spent a lot of effort to invite him. After this matter is over, Senior Wei Yuan will leave. After the Jade Pure sect is overthrown, the Wei family only wants the Jade Pure sect's mystic realm and will not participate in the power struggles of the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, The expressions of the sect leaders eased. Li Qianlong was secretly pleased. Deity-slaying elder, I want to see if you can stop a void amalgamation realm cultivator. At this moment, the spirit energy in Li Qianlong's body suddenly surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sect masters were stunned. They stood up and looked around warily. 3 years later, Hanju broke through to the second level of the void amalgamation realm. Xinghong Xian was still comprehending her cultivation technique and did not disturb the gray-robed elder. After the breakthrough, Hanju habitually checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong became a demon king. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators, X109. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by an itinerant cultivator. Your disciple Su Qi has obtained a fortuitous encounter and has comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X287. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators, X302. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was severely injured and managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has fallen into the demonic path, F*CK. Another disciple had fallen to the demonic path. In fact, it was someone with connate providence. Hanju was speechless. What's going on with this heavenly thunder peak? The peak master was a spy, and the 2 core disciples had betrayed the sect. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan's cultivation levels had both reached the 5th level of Golden Core Realm and above. They had advanced by leaps and bounds. He wondered what they had been through. Just as Hanju was wondering, he suddenly sensed the chaotic heavenly dog's aura. The fat dog squatted at the entrance of the cave abode and did not say a word. It looked like it wanted to say something, but hesitated. Hanju asked, "What is it?" The chaotic heavenly dog immediately asked, "Master, can I go out and gain experience? I can't stay in seclusion anymore." Hanju frowned. The chaotic heavenly dog waited uneasily. You're a divine beast. Once your identity is exposed, it will easily attract the attention of others. At that time, it will be very difficult for me to save you, Hanju said seriously. The chaotic heavenly dog had a troublesome personality indeed. It was unlike the black hell chicken, which had already become as stable as Hanju through his teachings. However, as a chaotic heavenly dog, it was difficult to convince it of its yearning for the outside world. Master, don't worry. I'll definitely be careful. I won't cause trouble or expose my identity. I'll be back after I take a walk. Hanju thought for a moment and said, then go. As a divine beast of providence, it was difficult for the chaotic heavenly dog to die. He could let it go out and suffer a beating. Only then would he understand how good it was to keep a low profile and cultivate by his side. Pleasantly surprised, the chaotic heavenly dog immediately rushed down the mountain. Before long, the black hell chicken came. Hanju asked angrily, what? You want to go out too? The black hell chicken trembled in fear. How is that possible? I won't leave even if you beat me to death. I have to follow Master. It's too dangerous outside. That fat dog is finally gone. Master, can you teach me how to cultivate now? Hanju immediately stood up. Indeed, he should teach the black hell chicken some skills. The black hell chicken had an intrinsic cultivation technique, but it lacked spells and mystical powers. The current black hell chicken was the size of a pavilion. Seeing how big it was, Hanju had an idea. He decided to impart imitate heaven and earth to it. He first briefly introduced the power of imitate heaven and earth. The black hell chicken was pleasantly surprised and thought to itself, damn fat dog, you didn't expect this, did you? Once you leave, I'll secretly learn mystical powers from my master. When you return, I'll see if I can beat you up. Just like that, Hanju began to teach the black hell chicken the cultivation technique. In a bustling city, Su Qi walked on a street with stalls on both sides as cultivators came and went. After leaving Hanju for so many years, he was no longer so childish. There was no smile on his face, and he gave off the feeling of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Su Qi looked around as he walked. After the destruction of the Liu family, he had emptied their fortune before escaping. Now, he had spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills in his storage ring. After so many difficulties, he still didn't forget the mission Hanju gave him. Perhaps the outcome of the mission doesn't matter. What matters is the process. Su Qi thought silently. Thinking of all these years, he couldn't help but sigh. Whenever he was on the verge of despair, he would always turn the situation around. He guessed that Hanju was definitely protecting him secretly. That's right. That was definitely the case. Otherwise, how could he escape peril every time he fell into danger? Moreover, he remembered that Hanju had said that he wanted to personally go to the demon-taming sect and flatten it. This senior was nurturing him to become a qualified disciple. Every time he thought of this, Su Qi's blood would boil. He was not alone. He would never be alone. In his heart, Hanju was already his master. With master secretly protecting me, I have to complete my mission. Bang! Just as Su Qi was fantasizing, he accidentally bumped into someone. The other party immediately used his spirit energy to force him back. Su Qi took a few steps back and looked up to see a woman. He immediately apologized, sorry. The woman had a pretty face, but a fiery temper. She immediately pointed at him and scolded. You don't have eyes? I'll dig them out. Do you believe me? So fierce. Su Qi shook his head and laughed. Not angry, he prepared to walk around the woman. However, seeing that he did not care, the woman became even more furious. She drew her sword and slashed at him. The sound of a sword being unsheathed alerted the nearby beasts waiting to be sold. A few of them immediately pounced on her, causing her to swing her sword in a panic. She ended up in a sorry state. When Su Qi saw this, he smiled silently. I knew it. Master is quietly helping me again. Warmth flowed through Su Qi's heart. Less than a year after the chaotic heavenly dog left, under the lead of Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, the 19 sects finally prepared to attack the Jade Pure sect. Every sect brought tens or hundreds of disciples. All of them were at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and above. In total, there were several thousand people. They did not come from all directions, but gathered together as one group. They were worried that they would encounter a soul formation cultivator, especially the mysterious deity slaying elder, so they decided to follow behind Wei Yuan. Once Wei Yuan killed the deity slaying elder, they would be able to charge in. Wei Yuan walked in the air, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He had the disposition of an immortal. Using his divine sense to scan the Jade Pure sect, he frowned slightly. There's only one soul formation cultivator in the Jade Pure sect, and he's severely injured. He glanced at Li Qianlong unhappily. That gaze seemed to ask, are you toying with me? Wei Yuan came all the way here, but in the end, it was to deal with an injured soul formation cultivator? Fortunately, before he came, he specially prepared for battle. All kinds of immortal equipment and talismans were prepared. In the end, that was all. Li Qianlong was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He's injured? That's a good thing. His goal was to overthrow the Jade Pure sect, so he didn't care about anything else. Wei Yuan snorted unhappily. He was already here. He could only continue forward. At the same time, inside the Khanate cave abode, a notification appeared in front of Hanju. The Jade Pure sect has been attacked by 19 righteous and demonic sections. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately run away. Stay away from trouble. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Kill the enemies and protect the Jade Pure sect. You can obtain a spell manual. Hanju didn't make a choice immediately. Instead, he cautiously used the simulation trial to detect the strongest person nearby. Wei Yuan, 1st level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, 9 Dragons Sect's Deputy Sect Master from the West Abyss State. 1st level of the Void Amalgamation Realm? Not bad. Hanju entered the simulation trial and fought with him. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. He had the same thought as Wei Yuan. That was all. News of the attack by the 19 sects quickly spread throughout the Jade Pure sect. However, Li Qingzi did not panic. He asked the elders of the 18 peaks and the outer sect elders to stabilize their morale. He activated the sect protection formation first, and all disciples were not allowed to go out to fight. The disciples did not panic either. They were all waiting for someone. Deity slaying elder. The elders had already revealed that deity slaying elder wanted to face the 19 sects alone to reduce casualties. Li Qingzi did not plan to do so initially, but to their surprise, the 19 sects did not split up. This was the perfect opportunity for deity slaying elder to capture them all. Hanju had already moved. The moment he walked out of the Khanate cave abode, the black hell chicken appeared. Master, there are many auras in the distance. Are there enemies invading? Are we going to escape? The black hell chicken asked anxiously. Hanju walked around it and said, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why do we need to run? With that, He turned into a gust of wind and left the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. The black-hell chicken looked in the direction he had left in worship. Wait, what did he mean by chickens and dogs? The black-hell chicken felt offended. But on second thought, it was a phoenix, not a chicken. The one who was offended was that fat dog. The black-hell chicken was amused instead. The cultivators of the 19 sects were nervous and excited at the same time. The Jade Pure sect is up ahead. Is that Senior Wei Yuan really a void amalgamation realm cultivator? Of course. The Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder is the #1 cultivator in the Great Yin. Without void amalgamation realm cultivation, who would dare to come? This battle will definitely go down in history. The Jade Pure sect is doomed. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou are so arrogant, but the Jade Pure sect still doesn't kick them out. They're the scum of the righteous path. The cultivators discussed and encouraged each other. Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan walked at the front. They did not move quickly. Wei Yuan was full of confidence and did not care about the Jade Pure sect at all. He thought, if I end the battle too quickly, how can I display the strength of a void amalgamation realm cultivator? At this moment, Hanju appeared. He flew over on top of the Qilin sword. He could fly directly, but he felt that flying on a sword was cooler. With the help of the 6 paths spirit energy, his face was covered by mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Wei Yuan's gaze landed on Hanju. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? What the heck? Wait. His body. Wei Yuan widened his eyes. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and was very knowledgeable. He could see through Hanju's numinous treasures at a glance. He was covered in numinous treasures. Wei Yuan wasn't so rich. He only had one numinous treasure on him, and it was not a defensive one, but a piece of offensive equipment. Li Qianlong didn't have Wei Yuan's vision, but he instantly guessed that this person was the deity-slaying elder. He immediately raised his hand, gesturing for the 19 sects to stop. All the cultivators looked at Hanju. The Jade Pure sect sent only one person to face them. Such arrogance. Could he be the legendary? Instantly, all the cultivators of the 19 sects shut up and did not dare to let their guard down. Hanju's gaze locked onto Wei Yuan. How could he have a hard time fighting someone at the 1st level of the void amalgamation realm when he was at the 2nd level? Should he put up a performance? Would it be a problem if he showed too much strength? Forget it. Too troublesome. He should just kill the person directly. Hanju got an idea as he was getting closer and closer to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan took out a wooden staff embedded with various crystals and prepared to fight. He sent a voice transmission to Li Qianlong and asked, "Is this person really not Taoist 9 cauldrons?" This number of numinous treasures was too terrifying. For a moment, Wei Yuan wanted to admit defeat. Li Qianlong replied with a voice transmission, "No, it should be deity-slaying elder. I've heard that he only has outstanding talent. It's said that he was born in the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect and is less than 300 years old." Less than 300 years old. Nonsense. Where did the Great Yin cultivation world get so many treasures? This person was definitely not from the Jade Pure sect. Just as Wei Yuan was hesitating, Hanju suddenly rushed over. He was extremely fast. Wind God technique. The strong wind blew over, and Wei Yuan subconsciously raised his wooden staff. This young man, he doesn't have any morals. Why didn't he introduce himself before the battle? Wei Yuan was furious. He waved his staff and Hanju waved his palm. In an instant, 6 lights burst out from Hanju's palm and spun at high speed, forming a circular seal. 6 paths ultimate seal. A strong light burst forth, causing the world to lose its color. All cultivators closed their eyes. Wei Yuan felt an extremely terrifying force crushing down on him. His wooden staff couldn't block it at all. The force entered his body and melted his spirit energy. Oh no! Wei Yuan was shocked. Before he could think further, his mind went blank. The 6 paths ultimate seal directly obliterated his essence soul. Instant kill. There was no doubt about it. Hanju could kill Taoist 9 cauldrons, who was at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm when he was at the 1st level. It was naturally easy for him to deal with Wei Yuan. When the strong light dissipated, Li Qianlong opened his eyes and saw that Wei Yuan's corpse was being carried by Hanju. His limbs hung down naturally. Wei Yuan's eyes were widened. He had obviously died with a grievance. His pupils had lost their luster. Li Qianlong was almost frightened to death. He shouted in horror, Senior Wei Yuan. Hanju recognized his aura. Wasn't this Li Qianlong? Perfect timing. Hanju raised his right index finger and used the unparalleled finger divine sword, and the sword aura pierced through Li Qianlong's chest. The overbearing six paths spirit energy entered Li Qianlong's body and destroyed his golden core. It then tore apart his nascent soul and severely injured his essence soul. Boom! Li Qianlong spat out blood, and the spirit energy in his body dissipated. Another instant kill. Li Qianlong froze in the air as blood flowed from his 7 apertures. He was in an extremely miserable state. He raised his head with difficulty and asked in disbelief, "You how?" Everything happened too quickly. The battle had yet to begin, but Wei Yuan died while he got crippled instantly. The thousands of cultivators from the 19 sects were all stunned. Hanju smiled disdainfully. How? Because I cultivate an immortal emperor cultivation technique. I have top-notch cultivation potential. Not to forget, unparalleled providence. Isn't killing you as simple as killing a chicken or a dog? Hanju raised his hand and pulled Li Qianlong in front of him. He looked at the 19 sects and left without saying anything. There were too many cultivators here. If he killed all of them, the Jade Pure sect would become the public enemy of the Great Yin cultivation world. Not only that, but the entire cultivation world of the Great Yin would be weakened. At that time, the other states and dynasties might take advantage of the situation. Wei Yuan's death was enough to shock the entire 19 sects. Sweating profusely, a cultivator looked at his sect master and asked in a trembling voice, "Sect master, are we still attacking?" The sect master cursed. "Attack? What attack? Are you a spy? We're here to reinforce the Jade Pure sect. Young people like you lack foresight. The future of our sect is worrying." After Hanju crippled Li Qianlong, he threw him onto the main peak and let Li Qingzi lead the way. He then returned to the Khanate cave abode and placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. With a flip of his right hand, a soul appeared in his palm. It was the sect master of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuentian. Hanju didn't kill him. Instead, he kept his soul in the depths of his own soul. Hanju asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to revive?" Wei Yuan was the Nine Dragons sect's vice sect master. Killing him would definitely result in a deep enmity with the Nine Dragons sect, so Hanju wanted Huang Zuentian to occupy his body. To be precise, Wei Yuan wasn't completely dead. His essence soul had been destroyed, but his body's life force was still there. Of course, once his essence soul was destroyed, his body wouldn't last much longer. Revive. Huang Zuentian was stunned. Immediately, ecstasy filled his heart. Huang Zuentian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this line. Favorability went up just like that. Hanju was still hesitating about how to brainwash Huang Zuentian. Great. This would save him a lot of trouble. Huang Zuentian took a deep breath and looked up at him. Fellow Taoist. No, senior. I've thought about many things in the past few decades. I'm indeed not suitable to be the master of a sect. If you're willing to revive me, I definitely won't return to the Raincoat sect. Return to the Raincoat sect? What was he thinking? The Raincoat sect was long gone. Hanju calmly said, "This body is the vice sect master of the Nine Dragons sect of the West Abyss state. He's a genuine void amalgamation realm great cultivator. I destroyed his essence soul and hope that you can replace him. I'm not afraid of the Nine Dragons sect, but I'm afraid of endless trouble. Like you, I hope to cultivate in peace." A void amalgamation realm cultivator. Huang Zuentian's eyelids twitched. He did not die in vain. Huang Zuentian was filled with fear. Hanju said, "I've left my mark in your soul. If you dare to disobey me in the future, I can crush you with a thought. If you listen to my instructions, don't worry, I'll let you live a decent life. You only need to help me stabilize the Nine Dragons sect and hide this matter." This was true. After decades of soul imprisonment, his soul had already gained control of Huang Zuentian. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique was so domineering. Hanju didn't need to cast any special spell. He only needed to suppress the enemy's soul deep within his soul. With time, he would be able to subtly control the enemy. Huang Zuentian hurriedly nodded and said, "I swear that I will never be your enemy from now on." Hanju nodded and severed his 6 paths spirit energy. Huang Zuentian entered Wei Yuan's body. Possession took time. Words appeared in front of Hanju. You successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and obtained a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Still Phase technique. Still Phase technique. By using this spell, you can force the opponent to reveal his true form. It is effective on all living beings. Not bad. Hanju didn't inherit it directly, but waited for Huang Zuentian to succeed. On the other side, the cultivators of the 19 sects remained outside the Jade Pure sect. Their sect masters did not leave, but followed Li Qingzi into the main peak. Hanju's performance was too terrifying. All the sect masters were scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to attack the Jade Pure sect, much less leave. If they didn't resolve the animosity with such a terrifying enemy, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Arriving at the main peak's main hall, Li Qingzi began to investigate the truth. This time, no one dared to attack him. They even had to be careful when speaking to him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. After some communication, the blame was pushed onto Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi threw the crippled Li Qianlong out and confronted him. A huge calamity in the Great Yin cultivation world was successfully resolved by Hanju's 2 attacks. 7 days later, Huang Zuentian succeeded in the possession. He felt as if he was in a dream. He had been bitterly pursuing the Void Amalgamation Realm, but to no avail. He didn't expect to become a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator like this. Was this a blessing in disguise? Huang Zuentian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Seeing this hint, Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He liked Huang Zuentian even more. Huang Zuentian took a deep breath and walked in front of him. He bowed respectfully. Hanju instructed, go directly to the West Abyss State. If you can't lie, keep quiet. After all, you're a great cultivator at the Void Amalgamation Realm. They won't dare to interrogate you. Huang Zuentian nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely stabilize the 9 Dragons sect. He turned around and left. At the entrance, he suddenly turned around and asked, do you need me to become the sect master? He was very experienced in fighting for the position of sect master. Hanju's expression turned strange, and he said, that's up to you. I won't restrict you. As long as you don't disturb me and the Jade Pure sect, you can develop as you wish. Huang Zuentian asked, how should I address you? What's your Dao title? Deity Slaying Elder was only a position, not Hanju's Dao title. Hanju thought for a moment and then said, reincarnation. Reincarnation. This Dao title was very meaningful. Huang Zuentian smiled and bowed again. After he left, Hanju began to inherit the Still Phase technique. A month later, there was a commotion in the cultivation world of Great Yin. The Jade Pure sect wanted Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou to be arrested, while the righteous and demonic paths joined forces to expel the Wei family. The itinerant cultivators were confused. What exactly happened? Apart from having a wide network, the Wei family was not very powerful. They quickly fled with the rest of the family, far away from the cultivation world of the Great Yin. Peace came to the cultivation world of Great Yin. Li Qingzi had already declared to the various sects that the Jade Pure sect had no intention of dominating the world and only wanted to cultivate peacefully. At the same time, he hoped that the Great Yin cultivation world would be united and not give other cultivation sects a chance. Hanju had already displayed his domineering strength. The various sects were naturally more than willing to accept Li Qingzi's suggestion. If you can't win, then don't fight. 10 years passed in a flash. Hanju broke through to the 3rd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. This realm was indeed not simple. He had to spend so much time in the early stages. But compared to Hanju's lifespan, it was nothing. Xing Hongxian had not returned for the past 10 years, but the gray-robed elder who had comprehended the cultivation technique with her had already left. With the heavenly puppet around, Hanju wasn't afraid that something would happen to her. Ever since the Jade Pure sect had issued the arrest warrant, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou seemed to have vanished into thin air and no longer stirred up trouble. However, Hanju could still see their actions from the emails occasionally. He even suspected that they were together. Hanju had already imagined a complete BL1 drama. The male protagonist was forced to become a demon. The second male protagonist couldn't bear it and sacrificed himself to follow him. They became demons together and accompanied each other forever. While cultivating, Hanju habitually opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by an itinerant cultivator. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has made a name for himself among the demons. He has more than 100,000 subordinates. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a demon king, X68. Your beloved Xian Qingjun has returned to the mortal realm. Your good friend Xing Hongxian had an epiphany. She has comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Guan Yugang is afraid of you and has developed a mental demon. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck and kills millions of lives. His negative karma is insurmountable. Han Ju frowned. This disciple was a true jinx. He had only left for a few decades, but he had already caused the deaths of millions of lives. Han Ju suddenly regretted it. Should he have kept Su Qi by his side? However, on second thought, if he stayed by his side, he might bring disaster to the Jade Pure sect. That wouldn't do. Compared to harming the people he knew, he would rather let strangers die. Besides, Su Qi's jinx status was not given to him by Han Ju. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the heavenly court. They insisted on demoting him. As for his eldest disciple, was Yang Tiandong not coming back? Did he plan to be a demon king forever? Han Ju was helpless. Why were all his disciples like this? Detected bearer of connate providence, checking its origin. A hint suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. How many years had it been? He finally encountered another bearer of connate providence. Interested, Han Ju checked his background. Sun Chang'an, 7th level of Foundation Establishment Realm, reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. In his previous life, he was raised by the Buddhists. Due to his fate with the demoness, he fell into a love trap. The gods and Buddhas were furious and sent him into the mortal world to experience the tribulation of emotions for tens of thousands of years. Only by completely forgetting himself and severing his emotions can he escape the pain of reincarnation. This is his 39th life. Sun Chang'an was born into a cultivation family. Even though he was talented and had an ugly appearance, he was not liked by his loved ones. After being mocked by his loved ones, he was heartbroken and shaved his head to become a monk. When he heard that the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder was the #1 cultivator in the world, he specially came to acknowledge him as his master. He wanted to cultivate with the deity-slaying elder and forget the mortal world. Special reminder, Sun Chang'an is the ancient spiritual ginseng that can increase the spirit qi within a certain range. This is also the reason why Sun Chang'an has an outstanding aptitude. Han Ju was stunned. Reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng? And he came especially to find him. Han Ju had a strange expression. He noticed the last sentence. The ancient spiritual ginseng could increase the spirit qi of heaven and earth. Wow, a human-shaped spirit qi-producing machine? Han Ju swept his divine sense over. Sun Chang'an had already arrived at the foot of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. This fellow was really ugly. His facial features were strange. He had a unibrow and several long, black moles on his face. His figure could only be said to be ordinary. He wore a kasaya one and had a shiny bald head. Sun Chang'an walked to a stone tablet and said, "Cultivate diligently, become immortal. This must be the cave abode of the deity-slaying elder." Sun Chang'an's eyes burned as he knelt in front of the stone tablet. He put his palms together and shouted, "I'm Sun Chang'an. I wish to become the disciple of the deity-slaying elder." With that, he began to kowtow. Ever since the 19 sects had returned in failure, deity-slaying elder had been turned into a god in the world of the great yin cultivators. His legends began to spread. Apart from being powerful, what was most famous was his heart of cultivation. Sun Chang'an had met Jade Pure sect disciples before. He had heard that the deity-slaying elder was indeed an ascetic. Apart from breaking through and stopping intruders, he had never left his cave abode. Sun Chang'an felt that this person would be able to help him out of his misery. He did not want to love again. He did not want to think about her anymore. Han Ju heard but ignored him. Although Sun Chang'an could help increase the spirit qi of heaven and earth, it could also attract trouble. Han Ju did not want to accept a disciple so easily. Sun Chang'an did not receive a reply and continued to kneel. Spring passed and autumn came. Sun Chang'an had become famous in the Jade Pure sect. He was an independent cultivator who had been kneeling in front of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain day and night, wanting to become a disciple of the deity-slaying elder. This willpower was something that people loved talking about. From time to time, disciples would pass by here just to see him. Under the warning of the Jade Pure sect elders, the disciples did not dare to stay in the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Something worthy of mentioning was that no one actually came to expel Sun Chang'an. Hanju guessed that the cultivation family Sun Chang'an came from was not simple. Li Qingzi might have also tacitly allowed him to come and acknowledge him as his master. Sun Chang'an did not shout again since the first time. He knelt in front of the stone tablet and occasionally kowtowed. He knelt for 5 years. A total of 5 years. Sun Chang'an did not even stand up. Hanju was moved by his will. This person's cultivation heart is not bad. He shouldn't cause trouble after coming, right? On this day, Imo came to visit. It had been decades since Hanju last saw her. She had been cultivating in the Jade Pure Sect's secret hall. Hanju waved his hand and moved her into the cave abode. After not seeing her for decades, Imo was no longer as inexperienced as before. She was more like a fairy. She wore a black robe and looked at Hanju with a complicated gaze. Hanju looked at her makeup and asked with a smile, "Miss Imo, are you going to follow your brother and become a demon?" Imo sighed and said, "That's right. I plan to leave the Jade Pure Sect and follow my brother to seek revenge." Revenge? Hanju frowned and said, "So many years have passed. Can't you let go of the grudge?" He immediately sent out his divine sense. "I thought that I had let it go, but ever since I started cultivating, the hatred in my heart has become my inner demon. If I can't get through it, the inner demon will always hold me back, making me unable to reach the nascent soul realm. I came here to bid you farewell." Imo took a deep breath and said, "In the entire Jade Pure Sect, other than my family, you are the one I care about the most. You saved me before, and you are also the only man who has moved my heart." Hanju frowned even more. Crap, was she going to confess? "I'm telling you this not because I want you to do anything for me. I know you desire to pursue the Tao. If I can return in the future, I will cultivate together with you and pursue the great Tao." Imo smiled. "I'm afraid that if I don't say it now, I'll regret it." She quickly walked in front of Hanju and wanted to kiss him. Hanju didn't dodge. It was just a kiss on the cheek, like a dragonfly touching the water. Imo pulled back with a flushed face. She asked softly, "Hanju, if I can return safely, are you willing to marry me?" Hanju said calmly, "Isn't it good to cultivate together? We can talk about this after we become immortals." Imo smiled. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. He did not refuse. That was enough. Hanju grabbed her hand, stunning Imo. She looked at him expectantly. However, Hanju quickly let go. He had only imprinted his 6 paths insignia on her soul. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so she couldn't sense it. "That's all," Hanju said expressionlessly. Imo nodded and left. The moment she turned around, she wanted to cry. She wondered if they would ever meet again. Why didn't he follow me? Imo couldn't help but develop such thoughts. But she quickly composed herself. After all, this was the path she had chosen. After leaving the Khanate cave abode, Imo was caught. Yeah, she was caught by Taoist Jingxiu and Li Qingzi. "You want to betray the sect?" "No way." When she expressed her intention, Hanju directly used his divine sense to inform Li Qingzi. How would Li Qingzi dare to let Imo betray the sect? How much trouble had Imo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan caused the sect already? Hanju. Imo's voice was filled with bitterness. Then, she was taken away by Li Qingzi and his companion. Hanju especially reminded Li Qingzi not to mistreat her and arranged a place for her to be imprisoned for cultivation. Li Qingzi nodded understandingly. In the woods, a fat black chicken lamented, "You want to eat my master? Dream on, woman." Hanju didn't think too much and focused on Sun Chang'an at the foot of the mountain. This person had knelt for 5 years. There was no harm in taking him as a disciple. He shouldn't be running around. As long as he stayed on the mountain to cultivate with him, there would be no problem. Hanju waved his hand and moved Sun Chang'an into the cave abode. Sun Chang'an was slightly dazed, but he remained kneeling on the ground, swaying. Even though he was a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, kneeling for 5 years was still somewhat unbearable. "Why aren't you calling me master?" Hanju said coldly. Sun Chang'an subconsciously looked up at him. Damn, he was really ugly. Up close, the visual impact was tremendous. Sun Chang'an suddenly jolted awake. Deity, slaying elder. He hurriedly kowtowed to Hanju. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Disciple Sun Chang'an greets master. Sun Chang'an wept with joy. 5 years. He had knelt for 5 years. 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. You have accumulated 3 connate providence bearers as disciples. Your providence has increased. Your cultivation development has changed. You have the following choices. 1. The path of the sword immortal. Enter the Tao with the sword. After reaching the Mahayana realm, one can ascend to the immortal world and become a sword immortal above the heavens. Hanju saw the 3 choices in front of him and didn't hesitate. The third option included the first 2. It was clearly stronger. The third option had more places to go, too. Not only to the immortal world or underworld, but anywhere. So, Hanju directly chose the third option. You chose the path of the sword immortal of reincarnation and obtained a mystical power inheritance. When your 6 paths cultivation potential and sword Tao are cultivated to the peak, you will enter the next stage. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, firmament, sword chi. Firmament sword chi, sword Tao mystique. Cultivates a firmament sword chi in the golden core. By spitting out sword chi, it is extremely lethal. Spitting out sword chi? Not bad, it was a little showy. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He looked at Sun Chang'an again and said, once you become my disciple, you can't leave this mountain unless you become immortal. Are you willing? Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the number 1 cultivator of Great Yin, Sun Chang'an has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Only 3 stars. Hanju was unhappy. Looks like this fellow doesn't like men. Sun Chang'an replied, I wanted to cultivate in seclusion and leave the mortal world, so I came to find you. Hanju nodded and said, find a place to cultivate first. When you break through to the golden core realm, I will teach you a spell. Sun Chang'an hurriedly stood up when he heard this. However, he almost fell down right after. Hanju clearly heard the sound of joints cracking. He shook his head and laughed. He ignored Sun Chang'an and started to inherit the firmament sword chi. 12 years passed. Hanju successfully broke through to the 4th level of the void amalgamation realm. Ever since Sun Chang'an joined, the spirit chi in the cave abode had indeed increased. Sun Chang'an had also broken through to the golden core realm. Hanju asked him to go and receive the Jade Pure Technique. After Taoist 9 cauldrons returned, he strengthened the Jade Pure Technique and could now cultivate it to the void amalgamation realm. Through interpersonal relationships, Hanju noticed that the cultivation of the elders of the sect finally started to improve. Apart from cultivation techniques, the spirit chi of the sect had greatly improved after decades of refinement by the natural treasures. The spirit chi was like mist and could be seen with the naked eye. It covered the peaks like the legendary land of immortals, beautiful and mysterious. Regardless of whether it was the inner or outer sect, the cultivation levels of the disciples had all increased. It could be said that the entire sect was enjoying the benefits. The Jade Pure sect was quickly becoming the number 1 sect of Great Yin. Guan Yogong's injuries finally healed. However, he seemed to have become a different person. He was no longer arrogant and domineering. He also often cultivated in seclusion. It was worth mentioning that over the years, Guan Yogong's favorability towards Hanju had increased to 2.5 stars. Hanju didn't understand what he was thinking, but it was fine as long as Guan Yugang didn't provoke him. On this day, Fairy Shixian came to visit. Hanju immediately told Sun Chang'an to go out and let her in. Witnessing Fairy Shixian's peerless appearance, Sun Chang'an was momentarily absent-minded. When he arrived outside the cave, he couldn't help but think of his sweetheart. His heart, which had been still for a long time, began to stir again. Sun Chang'an sighed. He walked under a tree and gazed into the distance. It had been a long time since he last saw Fairy Shixian. When Hanju saw her again, he was still stunned. Fairy Shixian was definitely the most beautiful woman he knew, especially her temperament. No wonder Li Qingzi, Li Qianlong, and Guan Yugang fought so hard for her. Fellow Taoist Han, long time no see. Fairy Shixian smiled. Hanju shook his head and said, Master, why are you so distant from me? Fairy Shixian sighed. You're already a great cultivator at the void amalgamation realm. You're 2 major realms higher than me. I didn't teach you anything and can't be considered your master. We were only related in name previously. If we continue to maintain this status, I won't be able to bear it and will lose my fortune. Hanju thought about it and didn't refute her anymore. Fairy, why are you looking for me this time? Hanju asked with a smile. Fairy Shixian said, The Jade Pure sect is preparing to send 7 nascent soul elders to the holy land of the West Abyss state to discuss the Tao. Are you going? Hanju immediately shook his head and said, I won't go. I don't need it. It was the truth. Fairy Shixin smiled. Then forget it. The two of them chatted a little more. Not long after, Fairy Shixin left. The conversation between them was very calm. It was as if they were friends. Hanju wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he felt very comfortable. With Fairy Shixin by his side, even if he didn't speak, his mood would still be very calm. West Abyss? I wonder how that guy is doing, Hanju muttered to himself. He clicked on his interpersonal link to check his emails. Too many people liked him. Most of them were from the Jade Pure sect. The emails dazzled him. Hanju suddenly noticed a filter for special attention next to the character profiles. He immediately set the people he wanted to pay special attention into that category. He clicked open the emails again and saw an option that only focused on these people. Hanju chose the option and the number of emails decreased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by a fellow sect cultivator, X75. Your disciple Su Qi is being hunted down by 7 sections. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons comprehended nature and his lifespan increased by 300 years. Your divine pet Chaotic Heavenly Dog was attacked by fiendish cultivators, X641. Your divine pet Chaotic Heavenly Dog was attacked by righteous cultivators, X377. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by righteous cultivators, X983. Your good friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread, captured by the snow-trampling sect. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts, X3782. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has awakened the demon saint bloodline. His cultivation has increased exponentially. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Amazing. In just over a decade, these people had been attacked more than 1,000 times. Yang Tiandong was the most exaggerated, reaching 3,000. Could it be that the numbers behind represented the number of people attacking him? Hanju felt that it should be so. How could he have been attacked 3,782 times in a little more than a decade? It was too exaggerated. Who could stand it? What was Yang Tiandong doing? Why did he go out and not return at all? Did he not want to leave after becoming a demon king? Or had he completely transformed into a demon and wanted to become the supreme demon? Seeing that Yang Tiandong had awakened his demon saint bloodline, Hanju was relieved. This kid wouldn't die now. There was no need to worry about him. As for Zhou Fan, this protagonist had been captured. What an embarrassment. What kind of sect was the snow-trampling sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Perhaps it's not from the great Yin cultivation world? Hanju thought as he continued reading the emails. The more he read, the more determined he became. It was best to cultivate peacefully in the Jade Pure sect. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood and the sky was bleak. In the mountains, countless cultivators flew on their swords and floated in the air. It was a spectacular sight. All the cultivators stared in one direction. A man stood on the hill. It was Su Qi. His face was covered in blood. His hair was messy and his robes were tattered. He looked extremely pathetic. He gritted his teeth and looked at the enemies in the sky. A middle-aged man standing on the flying sword pointed at Su Qi and shouted angrily, "Demon, where are you running? You must die today." The other cultivators cursed. Su Qi was being hunted down because he had too many treasures on him. In the past few decades, he had killed countless cultivators and taken away all their treasures. Not long ago, he had accidentally displayed his wealth at the auction and was targeted by others. It wasn't easy for him to kill the intruder, but in the end, the other party's identity was too great. The elder of the deceased came to hunt him down. Just as Su Qi was about to die, the master in Su Qi's heart protected him and secretly killed the elder. Just like that, there was no end to the matter, as it involved more and more people. Su Qi had more and more storage rings, but more trouble also accompanied. This time, 7 sects had gathered to kill him. Su Qi was only at the Golden Core realm. How could he kill his way out? Seeing that the cultivators were about to cast spells to kill him, Su Qi couldn't help but shout, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Hearing this, all the cultivators stopped and looked around nervously. Su Qi had always been able to turn the situation around. The cultivators chasing him had all died, so they had always suspected that there was someone behind him. So it was his master. The middle-aged cultivator who had cursed Su Qi earlier shouted, Fellow Taoist, why are you hiding in the dark? Are you feeling guilty? However, no one answered him. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Su Qi again. He discovered that Su Qi had a mocking, smug look on his face as if they were the ones who would die instead of him. Su Qi's confidence made the middle-aged cultivator panic even more. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and the sky quickly darkened. Everyone looked around nervously. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, growing stronger and stronger. The cultivators were horrified to find that the wind was very strange. There were wind blades that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were extremely sharp and tore their clothes apart. They were so shocked that they hurriedly used their spirit energy to defend themselves. Apart from Su Qi, everyone else suffered. Su Qi had a look of admiration. As expected of senior. Wait, no. Master. Master was so powerful. Thunder rumbled and wind raged. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Only when the first bolt struck did the 7 sects realize that a nightmare had come. It was no ordinary thunder. It was heavenly thunder. A year was a long time for mortals. 18 years was enough for a person to grow up. To Hanju, it passed very quickly, like a dream. His cultivation level had broken through to the 5th level of the void amalgamation realm. The speed of his breakthrough was already very fast. One had to know that Taoist 9 Cauldrons was still stuck at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm, and Xiaoyi was still at the 2nd level. While cultivating, Hanju imparted the Heartless Flying Sword to Sun Chang'an. After cultivating the Heartless Flying Sword for 10 years, Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised to find that he did not seem to be thinking about the past. Little did he know that his sexual desire was decreasing. After breaking through, Hanju habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Xiaoyi. The emails could only focus on the situation of people he had a good relationship with. Hanju couldn't see the situation of the enemy, but Xiaoyi's image was still there, which meant that he was still alive. Before Xiaoyi died, Hanju wouldn't give up on cursing him. Who asked this fellow to have such a high level of hatred for him? After so many years, it did not decrease at all. Hanju cursed him as he checked the emails in his interpersonal relationships. Most people were attacked in the last 18 years. Rather than attacking, it was more like fighting. It was impossible for everyone to be attacked. Most of the time, they would be the first to attack. The world was dangerous. He had to stay away. Perhaps with Hanju's current cultivation, he was not afraid of being attacked. However, if this happened too many times, it would affect his cultivation. Just like Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan, they were always in the top 3. The chaotic heavenly dog was catching up to them as well. Every time he saw the chaotic heavenly dog being beaten, Hanju found it funny. Serves you right for not listening to me. Although the chaotic heavenly dog was constantly being beaten, its cultivation level kept increasing. It was the same for the others. It looked like they were all fighting for fortuitous encounters. Several days later, Xing Hongxian came to visit. Hanju chased Sun Chang'an out and let her in. Husband, I've obtained a great fortuitous encounter in the past few decades and gained enlightenment of a divine technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you. Xing Hongxian ran to him excitedly and said as if she was presenting a treasure. Hanju shook his head and said, I have my own divine technique. I don't need it. Xing Hongxian had indeed obtained a huge opportunity. Her cultivation level had soared to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. She was almost catching up to Zhou Fan, a bearer of connate providence. Xing Hongxian flipped her right hand, and 2 green fruits the size of a fist appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, These are strange fruits that I found in the ancient mystic realm. After consuming them, they can increase one's blood vitality and strengthen one's physique. They're very magical. I only ate one of them, and I can crush a small mountain with one palm. Hanju took a look and realized that this green fruit was extraordinary. He took one and started eating. The fruit entered his throat and instantly melted, turning into a hot stream that flowed into Hanju's body. Then, Hanju felt warm all over. The effect was obvious. Hanju immediately ate the entire fruit. Xing Hongxian handed the remaining one to him. How can I accept this? Hanju said helplessly but still obediently ate the green fruit. Xing Hongxian smiled. It's fine. As long as I can help you, I'll be happy. After eating the 2 green fruits, Hanju took out some equipment and gave them to her. They were all loot seized from enemies. Xing Hongxian wanted to reject him, but Hanju insisted, so she could only accept it. Xing Hongxian felt extremely happy. Take out your heavenly puppet. I'll improve it, Hanju said. Xing Hongshuan's face reddened slightly upon hearing this. She reluctantly took out the heavenly puppet. Hanju's expression turned strange. The heavenly puppet's face was actually carved out. It was Hanju's face. Although there was a difference in their looks, their facial features were similar. The strange thing was that the mouth of the heavenly puppet was a little red, as if it had been rouged. Could it be? Hanju didn't dare to think about it. Pretending not to notice, he took the puppet and poured his 6 paths spirit energy into it. The heavenly puppet did not have a cultivation realm. He only needed to replace the 6 paths spirit energy inside to increase its battle prowess to the void amalgamation realm. Of course, the heavenly puppet could only be raised by Hanju. The spirit energy of others had no effect on it. The heavenly puppet was equivalent to Hanju's spiritual incarnation. Replenishing the heavenly puppet with spirit energy was not troublesome, and it wouldn't take long. Xing Hongxian sat at the side and asked softly, "Has Emoju looked for you recently?" Chang Yuer had left, but she had another love rival. After not being here for so many years, she didn't know if Emoju had made a move on Hanju. Yes, Hanju replied and recounted what happened. Xing Hongxian sighed. What a pity. What's a pity? Nothing, Xing Hongxian replied as she waved her hand. The two of them started to chat. Xing Hongxian talked about her experiences over the years. Hanju learned about the cultivation world through her. 10 days later, Xing Hongxian walked to the entrance. After confirming that her clothes were clean, she left with a flushed face. Hanju sat on the bed and pulled at his wrinkled clothes. He sighed. However, he still smiled. 5 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju threw Sun Chang'an out again and let him in. Seeing Li Qingzi's worried expression, Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen again? It had only been a few decades. Li Qingzi found a chair and sat down. He then looked at Hanju and sighed. Elder Han, something bad has happened. The cultivation world of Great Way has been unified. The leader is the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. They found a powerful guest elder from somewhere and have said that they want to unify the cultivation world around them. Hanju was puzzled. They're all cultivators. Instead of going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth and pursue eternal life, why are they fighting for territory like ordinary people? Li Qingzi shook his head. The ambitions of fiendish cultivators will only increase as their cultivation level increases. Furthermore, the more cultivation worlds they occupy, the more cultivation resources they can obtain. How powerful is that guest elder? I'm not sure. At the very least, he's at the void amalgamation realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unite the cultivation world of Great Way so quickly. Could he be at the body integration realm? If so, Elder Han, what will you do? We'll see when the time comes. If it's tomorrow, I might run. Of course not tomorrow. It's a long journey. In addition to the resistance of the sects along the way, it will take at least several decades, or even longer for them to reach the Jade Pure sect. I'm just informing you in advance. Li Qingzi shook his head and smiled. He understood what Hanju meant. He couldn't help but sigh. Elder Han's talent was truly rare. After a few decades, his cultivation level would definitely increase greatly. Hanju smiled and said, "In that case, I don't have to run." They smiled at each other. Unknowingly, the person Li Qingzi relied on the most had become Hanju. Although the two of them didn't interact much, whenever the Jade Pure sect encountered danger, the first person Li Qingzi thought of was Hanju. By the way, where's my disciple? Didn't you look for him after he disappeared? Hanju asked. Speaking of which, Yang Tiandong went missing because he followed the sect to the cultivation meeting. Li Qingzi's expression turned strange, and he said, I found him, but he doesn't want to come back. He's already a demon king and is very famous among the demons in the Great Yin cultivation world. He might become the Great Yin demon king in another 100 years. Hanju was speechless. Indeed. Li Qingzi smiled. Recently, several nascent soul cultivators have joined the sect. I've also convinced 2 soul formation cultivators to join the Jade Pure sect most of the year. People pursued greater ambitions. Right now, the Jade Pure sect was definitely the strongest in the cultivation world of Great Yin. The spirit chi in their sect was also far superior to that of other sections. Hanju nodded. The stronger the Jade Pure sect was, the better it was for him. To be honest, he was definitely the most leisurely elder in the Jade Pure sect. He had only made a few moves in the past 100 years and was never overly worked. The spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that had been cultivated on the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain were specially guarded by disciples. Hanju only needed to do one thing. Cultivate. After so many years, your deeds as deity slaying elder are almost forgotten. Only the older generation like us still talk about your prestige. Now, it's the world of Zhou Fan, Imo Fuzhou, Yang Tiandong, and other favored geniuses. The three of them can be said to be influential figures. Unfortunately, they're no longer working for the Jade Pure sect. By the way, dozens of years ago, a demonic dog ran rampant in the cultivation world. I heard from the disciple's description that the demonic dog seems to be the one raised by you. Li Qingzi suddenly recalled something and asked. Upon arriving at the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, he did not see the chaotic heavenly dog. Hanju replied, ignore it. It wants to go out and explore. When it's afraid, it will naturally come back. Li Qingzi shook his head and laughed. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Qingzi stopped disturbing him. Hanju absorbed qi while checking his interpersonal relationships. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts, X578. Your good friend Zhou Fan encountered a huge fortuitous encounter and obtained an ancient numinous treasure. Your good friend Fairy Shixian was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X33. Your good friend Guan Yugang was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X421. Your disciple Su Qi has comprehended the heavenly Tao and obtained a mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X798. Your good friend Huang Jihao was captured by the true martial sect. Hanju didn't see Yang Tiandong's situation, but this kid's profile picture was still there. It looked like he was in seclusion. That was good. Hanju was really afraid that he would die. Hanju noticed that Su Qi had actually learned a new mystical power. Interesting. Not only Su Qi, but other people also comprehended mystical powers during their cultivation. Ever since Hanju started cultivating, he had always relied on the system's rewards. He had placed all his energy on cultivating qi and had never comprehended a mystical power himself. Why not give it a try? Hanju had top-notch sword Dao comprehension. It shouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend a sword Dao mystical power. Cultivating all the time was boring. Having an epiphany was quite interesting. Creating a divine power out of thin air required imagination. I might as well improve my mystical power. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to gain an epiphany on the 10,000 sword sect. This sword Dao mystical power was definitely his most handsome skill. It was worth improving. Hanju immediately closed his eyes. The 10,000 sword sect could summon at most 10,000 sword shadows in the long river of history. Although it created a huge scene, its accuracy and lethality were still poor. Hanju suddenly had an idea. If he combined the 3 pure shadow sword technique with the 10,000 sword sect, gasp! How terrifying! More than 10,000 sword shadows that could freely kill. He would comprehend it just like that. In high spirits, Hanju fully focused on his epiphany. The West Abyss state was a region without any dynasties. There were many demons here, and it was difficult for mortal dynasties to enter. However, there were many cultivation sects here, even more than in the Great Yin cultivation world. The true martial sect was one of the top orthodox sects in West Abyss state. In a pavilion, Huang Jihao sat on the bed and cultivated. The door suddenly opened and a blue-robed man walked in. He had a handsome appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, as if he had walked out of a painting. The blue-robed man walked to the table and sat down. He placed his sword on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He smiled and said, Huang Jihao, you still haven't thought it through? Huang Jihao opened his eyes and expressionlessly said, I lost to you not because my sword techniques are lacking. If you give me another 100 years, I will definitely be able to defeat you. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect has raised me up, so I cannot betray the sect. The blue-shirt man smiled and said, the true martial sect is stronger than the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. It's even stronger than the Jade Pure sect in the Great Yin cultivation world. If you join the true martial sect, I'll nurture you into the #1 sword cultivator in the world. You might even have a chance to become a sword immortal in the future. This is your opportunity, a chance that many sword cultivators dream of. Huang Jihao fell silent. If you were born in the true martial sect, you would be at least at the 8th level of the soul formation realm. You have a natural sword heart, so you shouldn't waste your talent. When you become a sword immortal, It will be an honor for the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The blue-shirt man said seriously, his eyes even revealing anticipation. Huang Jihao smiled bitterly. Is my talent in the sword truly unparalleled? But I have seen a genius in the sword that is even more monstrous than me. That person's sword chi is even stronger than yours. Huang Jihao recalled the time when he faced Hanju's sword chi and couldn't help but tremble. The blue-shirt man laughed loudly. He smiled and asked, "Is this man from your great yin?" Huang Jihao nodded. The blue-shirt man said proudly, "Absolutely impossible. There can't be a sword cultivator stronger than me in the great yin cultivation world." Huang Jihao asked seriously, "Have you heard of the Jade Pure Sect's deity slaying elder? His strength is already comparable to a void amalgamation realm cultivator." The Nine Dragons sect's Wei Yuan returned in low spirits and did not mention a single word about the battle. It can be seen just how powerful the deity slaying elder is. The blue-shirt man said disdainfully, "Wei Yuan doesn't have the talent. He managed to reach the void amalgamation realm by chance. In order to reach a higher level, he was even hired by others and embarrassed us void amalgamation realm cultivators. Defeating him isn't difficult." At this moment, the sword on the table suddenly vibrated. Not only his sword, but the sword by Huang Jihao's leg also vibrated. The two were shocked. Huang Jihao grabbed his sword, unable to restrain it. He couldn't help but look at the blue-robed man and ask, "What happened?" The blue-shirt man held his sword and walked out of the room. Huang Jihao followed closely behind. The two of them arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was located on a mountain peak and could overlook most of the scenery of the true martial sect. Many disciples of the sect unsheathed their swords and flew uncontrollably to the high school. The swords in the hidden sword pavilion also broke through the door and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of swords floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, the tips of the swords were pointed in the same direction. The scene was extremely shocking. All the swords began to vibrate. The sounds converged and filled the world. A shocked expression appeared on the blue-robed man's face, and he muttered, "Worship of 10,000 swords, resonance of sword spirits. Someone has comprehended the eternal sword Tao. How can this be? What's the eternal sword Tao?" Huang Jihao asked. Shock filled his eyes. This was the first time he had seen the entire sect's swords fly high into the sky and bow in the same direction. Most importantly, the sword pointed in the direction of the great yin. A guess popped into Huang Jihao's head, making him feel that it was impossible. The blue-robed man took a deep breath and said, "The eternal sword Tao is a realm of the sword Tao mystical power. In layman's terms, it's a sword Tao mystical power that only appears once in 10,000 years. I never expected that there would actually be such a genius in the sword Tao in the world today. It was a sword Tao mystical power that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Huang Jihao was stunned. A handsome face appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and asked, "If I join the true martial sect, can I comprehend such a divine ability?" The blue-robed man was silent. His attitude made Huang Jihao's emotions even more complicated. It took Hanju a month to comprehend the sword Tao mystical power. He succeeded. The swordsmen in the world went mad. However, Hanju didn't know about this. The phenomenon that happened in the true martial sect also happened in various sects in the great yin cultivation world, including the Jade Pure sect. Countless swords floated above the sect. All of them hummed as their sword tips pointed towards the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. The Black Hell Chicken shuddered in fear. Hanju heard the sword hum from outside the cave and couldn't help but open his eyes. His consciousness swept out and saw the floating swords. He was stunned. Did he cause this? He looked down at the sword shadow in his palm and clenched his right hand, causing it to vanish. The sword that floated in the sky descended. Sun Chang'an looked at Hanju in a daze. When Hanju comprehended the mystical power, a sword light burst out from between his brows. A strong wind circled around his body. Coupled with his numinous treasures, this image stunned Sun Chang'an. Sun Chang'an also heard the sword chimes. However, as soon as Hanju clapped his hands, the sword chimes outside disappeared. The sword floating in the air also fell. What did that mean? The phenomenon outside was caused by Hanju. Congratulations on comprehending the eternal level sword Tao mystical power. Please give it a name. Hanju was slightly stunned when he saw this line of words. Eternal level. Mystical powers were divided into levels. He thought for a moment and muttered, 3 pure world cleansing. You have succeeded in bestowing the name. As this is your first time comprehending a mystical power, your providence has increased. You have the following choices. 1. Go out immediately. Shock the world with the 3 pure world cleansing. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Keep a low profile and cultivate. Continue to become stronger until you are invincible. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Both rewards gave a numinous treasure. That was a rare sight. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. You have obtained a 3rd-grade numinous treasure. Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. 3rd-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically block attacks that can injure its owner. Another defensive numinous treasure. And it was 3rd grade. Awesome. Who can beat me now? Who can break my defense? Hanju thought happily. A bold thought occurred to him. If he immediately went out and did something high profile, would the system take back the numinous treasure? Forget it. He had always wanted to keep a low profile. The system had given him a choice based on his preference. There was no need to test it. Hanju took out the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward. It was a long cloth that looked like silk. It was golden in color, and when it was waved, it looked like clouds dancing. It was very beautiful. I'm a proper man. How can I wear a scarf like this? Hanju cursed in his heart. At the same time, he started to drip blood on it. It looked like a woman's item, but he would not give it away. Such a numinous treasure would bring trouble to both Xing Hongxian and Fairy Shixian. Wei Yuan had clearly recognized the numinous treasures on him, which was why he was so shocked. After spending a period of time, Hanju successfully made the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward recognize him as its owner. He thought for a moment and removed the Frost Lord's glazed crown from his head. Then, he tied the Earth Emperor's Soul Ward on the crown. The Earth Emperor's Soul Ward was more than 10 feet long. When it was tied to the Frost Lord's glazed crown, it automatically fluttered. It had to be said. Hanju looked even more handsome after wearing the Frost Lord's glazed crown. Sun Chang'an was dumbfounded. Is Master the reincarnation of an immortal? The Earth Emperor's Soul Ward fluttered around Hanju. He was very satisfied. He became even more handsome. At that moment, Li Qingzi came to visit. The strange phenomenon had caused quite a commotion. He had thought that there was an enemy. Hanju replied that the enemy had already fled. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. Someone in the current Great Yin actually dared to attack the Jade Pure sect. It seemed like there were still many hidden experts. I have to be careful in the future and not be arrogant. Li Qingzi thought silently. He didn't want to be beaten up again. West Abyss. 9 Dragons sect. Huang Zuentian, who was also Wei Yuan, was cultivating in the Taoist temple. The interior wasn't big and the furnishings were simple. There was a huge cauldron behind him. There were 3 incense sticks in it, and smoke filled the air. Huang Zuentian opened his eyes. An old Taoist walked into the temple. He sat down in front of Huang Zuentian and chuckled. Junior Wei, I have something to discuss with you. Huang Zuentian asked, what is it? His heart tightened. This old fox was all smiles. Had he discovered his true identity? The old Taoist said, my sect and the true martial sect have been fighting for a long time. The other resource areas in West Abyss are also more or less occupied. I want my sect's disciples to enter the cultivation world of Great Yin. They're weak, and the providence of the dynasty is also weak. It's very suitable for us to develop. After we occupy Great Yin, we can continue to march into Great Wei. Anyway, the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect has declared that they will trample Great Yin and conquer the West Abyss. You've been to the Great Yin previously and are familiar with it. You can lead a group of elite disciples there. Huang Zuentian frowned. Attack the Great Yin? Was he tired of living? After finally reviving after so many ordeals, Huang Zuentian didn't want to offend Hanju anymore. The old Taoist smiled and said, if this is done well, the position of sect master will belong to you sooner or later. Master has been in seclusion for 100 years. I don't know if he can enter the body integration realm. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to seek opportunities. Huang Zuentian hesitated. Can we not go to Great Yin? We can go to other cultivation worlds. The world is huge and Great Yin can't bring us many benefits. The old Taoist shook his head and said, it's precisely because the Great Yin is weak that we must attack them. This matter is settled. Prepare yourself. I'll go and choose a disciple first. With that, the old Taoist stood up. Looking at his back, Huang Zuentian hesitated. Old fox, you call this negotiation? Damn it, you forced me. Looks like I have no choice but to fight for your sect master position. Huang Zuentian's eyes flashed. He had finally settled down and could cultivate in seclusion. Yet, this fellow was causing trouble for him. Although Huang Zuentian was cowardly, his life was in Hanju's hands. He had no choice but to make a move. And so, Huang Zuentian started thinking about how to seize the sect master position. Although the old Taoist was much stronger than him, he did not panic. 1,000 years ago, after the fall of the previous leader of the Raincoat sect, Huang Zuentian was not the first choice for the position. The first choice was his senior. He was a radical and wanted revenge. His cultivation level was much higher than Huang Zuentian's. In order to keep the sect safe, Huang Zuentian plotted to seize his position. I can't compete head-on. I have to use some methods. Hanju created a mystical power that caused a huge commotion in the world. The world was vast, and the Great Yin was only a tiny place. Other than a Taoist surnamed Huang, no one believed that the mighty figure who had created the eternal sword Tao was hidden in the Great Yin. 13 years later, no one mentioned it again. Hanju's cultivation level also successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. It was all thanks to Sun Chang'an. His presence in the cave abode increased the spirit qi, also increasing Hanju's cultivation speed in the process. After all, this was an ancient spiritual ginseng. It was equivalent to a human-shaped treasure. It was also a natural treasure in the immortal realm. You are already 300 years old. Another 100 years have passed on the path of cultivation. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and show the world how powerful you are. You can obtain an egg of a divine beast of providence. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and hide your achievements. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 3rd-grade numinous treasure, Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain. Heart-Protecting Immortal Chain, 3rd-grade defensive numinous treasure. It can automatically absorb the heaven and earth spirit qi until it reaches full capacity. It will not affect its master's cultivation and will automatically protect its master during battle. It was a defensive numinous treasure again, and it did not use up an existing spot on his body. System, you know me best. Hanju thought happily. He took out the heart-protecting immortal chain. It was a crystal chain, exquisite and beautiful. After a while, the heart-protecting immortal chain recognized its owner. Hanju wore it on his neck. Sun Chang'an was secretly envious. Master has so many Dharma treasures. Could this be his inheritance? Master can only take it out and wear it after breaking through to a certain cultivation level. Hanju was in a good mood. He ignored Sun Chang'an's gaze and checked his emails. Who had suffered the most in all these years? Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts, X3911. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X672. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X3028. Your good friend Zhou Fan has killed countless people. His negative karma is overwhelming. Your good friend Huang Zuentian was attacked by righteous cultivators, X105. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X4003. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the great Jin dynasty's royalty. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The great Jin dynasty has encountered a 1,000-year calamity of locusts, floods, and plagues. The mountains and rivers are on the verge of collapsing. Wow! Hanju's disciples and divine pet finally reached the top 3 on the list of being beaten with their relentless efforts. They had finally done it. Forget about Su Qi, he was a jinx. Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog were truly worrisome. Zhou Fan was really a demon. Hanju had a feeling. Imo Fuzhou might have been forced, but Zhou Fan was a demon by nature. After all, what he had done in the inner sect had been criticized. Hanju shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He stood up and said, "Disciple, follow me out. I'll teach you and the black-held chicken some techniques." Sun Chang'an was pleasantly surprised when he heard this, and he hurriedly stood up and followed. In the endless desert, countless locusts spread out like dust. A figure moved forward in the storm of locusts. He walked unhurriedly, as if he was taking a stroll. The locusts along the way did not dare to approach him. It was Su Chi. Su Chi had a proud look on his face as he thought to himself, Master is really capable. Even the locust plague that's able to destroy a dynasty is staying away from me. After so many years, he had experienced many tribulations, but he had always been able to survive them. He tried to call Hanju, but there was no response. He finally understood. His master was testing him. He was meant to enjoy the feeling of being alone. After all, his master was always in seclusion alone and did not say a word. Only by enduring absolute loneliness could one achieve immortality and seek the Tao. After that, Su Chi no longer called Hanju and relaxed. Not long ago, he had been captured by the great Jin dynasty's imperial family, but he had not panicked. Instead, he enjoyed it. He fought with them, and the outcome had been as he had guessed. However, when he had truly been unable to defeat his enemies or escape death, his master had acted. Su Chi thought as he advanced. He had been traveling for decades. He looked travel-worn and tired, but his eyes were bright. Before long, he immediately rushed over. The locust storm stopped and began to return, no longer chasing after him. Not noticing this anomaly, Su Chi hurried to the old tree. A ragged old man sat under the tree, his face as wrinkled as the bark behind him. Su Chi cupped his fists and asked, Senior, is the North State ahead? Without opening his eyes, the elder said, Yes, the North State. Hearing this, Su Chi suddenly had the urge to cry. Decades, almost 100 years. He had finally arrived at his destination, the North State. He had dreamed countless times of reaching the North State. Tears flowed down his face. He immediately turned around and knelt down. His eyes seemed to say, Master, do you see this? I didn't let you down. The old man opened his eyes and looked at him with a strange expression. He asked, Are you that happy to reach the North State? Do you know where it is? Su Chi stood up and turned to him. He wiped his tears and smiled. I don't know, but the demon-taming sect is in the North State, right? The old man frowned and asked, Are you related to the demon-taming sect? I want to join them. Su Chi said firmly and confidently, just like when he had first joined the Jade Pure sect. The old man shook his head and said, The threshold of the demon-taming sect is extremely high. Even if you already have a golden core realm cultivation, it's not that easy to join. The North State is a place where demons dance. Junior, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't enter it. This is the yellow springs of the mortal world. Su Chi smiled. What am I afraid of? Someone is backing me. Immediately, Su Chi cupped his fists at him and walked towards the northern region with his head held high. The old man revealed a mocking smile and did not dissuade him. 5 years later, the great Yin welcomed a rare snowstorm. The entire Jade Pure sect was covered in snow, looking as beautiful as a painting. Hanju walked out of the cave abode and stood at the edge of the cliff. All he saw was white. Having lived for 300 years, this was the first time he had encountered such heavy snow. He couldn't help but think of the jinx. This sign, could it be that the jinx had returned? As Hanju was thinking, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the 10,000-year-old demon is about to awaken. You have the following choices. 1. Come out and kill the demon to save the world. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from danger. Protect yourself and you can obtain a random natural treasure seed. 10,000-year-old demon. It sounded very savage. I'd be a fool to try and kill it. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. You chose to continue cultivating and stay away from danger. You will obtain a random natural treasure seed. Congratulations on obtaining the Fusang tree seed. Fusang tree, divine tree of heaven and earth. It can increase the spirit chi of heaven and earth. 10,000 years later, it can attract the golden crow. 1,000,000 years later, it can connect to other worlds. Fusang tree. Hanju looked at the seed that suddenly appeared in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. The Fusang tree was very famous in Chinese mythology. It was related to the sun. It could attract the golden crow 10,000 years later, but wasn't the golden crow the sun itself? 1,000,000 years later, it would connect to another world. Hanju ignored this point. 1,000,000 years was too long. The Fusang tree seed was shaped like a peach core and was not unusual. It was hard to imagine that this was the seed of a divine tree. Hanju turned around and came to the cave abode. He called Sun Chang'an out. Master, what's the matter? Sun Chang'an asked with anticipation in his eyes. Could it be that Master wants to teach me a mystical power? Hanju handed him the seed and said, "This is a precious seed. From today onwards, plant it here and meditate in front of it every day. You have to protect it well. If it doesn't grow well, it will be your fault." Puzzled, Sun Chang'an asked, "My fault? The blame will be on you." Ah. Sun Chang'an panicked. Hanju ignored him and directly entered the cave abode to continue cultivating. Sun Chang'an squatted down and looked nervously at the fusang tree seed. He dug away the surrounding snow to prevent the seed from being cold. This was the first time Hanju assigned him a mission. He was very nervous. The most important thing was this seed. If it died, there would be no second chance. The vast world was covered in snow. In the mountains, countless demons crawled in the forest. They wore snow robes and looked like ice sculptures. He was dressed in black and had a demonic appearance. His hair was mostly white and his pupils were blood red. He was obviously a demon. His gaze was fixed on a mountain peak ahead. This mountain peak was like a sword that pointed to the sky. It was taller and straighter than the surrounding mountains. The snow fell on the mountain and melted, and one could vaguely see wisps of demonic aura coiling around the peak. The wind and snow swirled around the mountain like a white tornado. It was a spectacular sight. Yang Tiandong looked at an old tree demon beside him and asked, "How much longer?" Old tree demon shook the unawakened beasts on his body and said, "Perhaps soon. This is the strongest demon king of Great Yin since ancient times, Demon King Dian Su. Once he's born, we will follow him and usher in a prosperous era for the demon race." Yang Tiandong frowned. If he's really that powerful, why did he sleep for 2,000 years? Yang Tiandong curled his lips and asked. He was ambitious. He wanted to be the most powerful demon king in the Great Yin. He had finally started, but a 10,000-year-old demon was about to revive. All the demon kings of the Great Yin came to pay their respects. Yang Tiandong had no choice but to follow suit. More than 2,000 years ago, there was still no Great Yin. This place was uninhabited and was a paradise for us demons. Demon King Dian Su was the only demon king in this land. All the demons listened to him until one time, when a human cultivator accidentally entered this land. Demon King Dian Su saw that he was injured and saved him. However, that person repaid kindness with ingratitude and attracted countless cultivators to attack us. A war that lasted for decades erupted. Demon King Dian Su was sealed here. We demons either died or fled. Less than 1 in 10 remained. Old Tree Demon began to speak of the past, his tone filled with hatred. We have been waiting for Demon King Dian Su to awaken and make a comeback. The powerful cultivators from back then are already far away. The current Great Yin can't stop Demon King Dian Su. With that said, Old Tree Demon revealed a fanatical expression. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, "Aren't those cultivators worried that Demon King Dian Su will revive?" Old Tree Demon mocked. The human heart is uglier than the demon heart. After 2,000 years, they are no longer united against a common enemy. They might have already killed each other. Few are still alive. Yang Tiandong was speechless. He thought of his master and the Jade Pure sect and asked, when Demon King Dian Su is resurrected, will he definitely slaughter the entire human race of the Great Yin? Of course. Old Tree Demon acknowledged. Yang Tiandong's eyes flickered. The snowstorm of the Great Yin lasted for 2 years, causing countless people to die. The dynasty had no choice but to seek help from the cultivation world. With the help of the cultivators, the disaster was alleviated. One day, a towering demonic aura erupted, causing the sky to change color and making the cultivation world uneasy. Li Qingzi even came to look for him. Hanju didn't hide anything and said that a 10,000-year-old demon had appeared. It frightened Li Qingzi so much that he immediately went back and asked the entire sect to be on guard. However, the mysterious 10,000-year-old demon did not come. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Hanju was still a little short of the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Regarding the fact that the 10,000-year-old demon didn't engulf the Great Yin, Hanju guessed that the demon had just woken up and his cultivation hadn't fully recovered. The snow-covering Great Yin had also melted. Peace returned. Hanju stopped cultivating and walked out of the cave abode. After 7 years, the fusang tree had grown into a sapling. Sun Chang'an was very careful when taking care of the fusang tree, afraid that it would not grow well. Seeing Hanju come out, he hurriedly got up. Master, Sun Chang'an bowed respectfully. Hanju nodded and looked at the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree looked like two intertwined mulberry trees. It looked very enchanting. Currently, the Fusang tree had already begun to produce heaven and earth spirit qi. Although it was very weak, it was a good sign. The difference between a divine tree and ordinary treasures was that it had a long cultivation period. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He just needed the Fusang tree to grow smoothly. The black-held chicken raised a chaotic heavenly dog, while the ancient spiritual ginseng nurtured a Fusang tree. Yeah, good match, Hanju thought proudly. After observing the Fusang tree, Hanju started to stretch his body. He had been meditating for too long, so it was good to exercise occasionally. Sun Chang'an observed carefully. He discovered that although Hanju's actions looked simple, they contained some profound meaning. He didn't understand, but it was impressive. Hanju's actions were common in his previous life, but it was very novel in this world. As he stretched his waist and raised his leg, Hanju began to test the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect besides him. He was afraid that the 10,000-year-old demon would infiltrate the sect. Taoist Calm Sky, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Elder of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Isn't this the sect that unified the cultivation world of Great Way? Hanju still remembered that Li Qingzi said that the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect had threatened to conquer the Great Yin. He didn't expect them to send people over so quickly. Hanju started to test the location of Taoist Calm Sky. He was disguised as an inner sect disciple and was wandering around the Pet Beast Pavilion. He probably wanted to infiltrate the 10,000 demon realm. Hanju hesitated about how to kill this person. If he were to make a move, he would probably hurt the innocent. In the Pet Beast Pavilion, disguised as a young male disciple, Taoist Calm Sky held a book that recorded the species of demon beasts in the 10,000 demon realm. This is the #1 sect of Great Yin? How weak, Taoist Calm Sky thought disdainfully. He had infiltrated the Jade Pure sect for some time and discovered that the sect's foundation in all aspects was far inferior to the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. Next, only the mysterious deity Slaying Elder remained. Taoist Calm Sky put down the book and walked out of the Pet Beast Pavilion. The location of the deity Slaying Elder was very easy to determine. The cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain was already the place with the richest spirit qi in the entire sect. The disciples could guess that it was where the deity Slaying Elder was in seclusion. Taoist Calm Sky had already asked around. Great Yan's strongest cultivator? I wonder how pitiful you will look when you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Taoist Calm Sky thought to himself. He was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Even the Jade Pure sect's founder wouldn't be a match for him. After killing the deity Slaying Elder, should he wipe out the Jade Pure sect without anyone noticing? He thought that if he could take down the strongest sect in Great Yin along the way, the Blood Fire Heavenly sect would be able to attack the Great Yin cultivation world with ease. Before infiltrating the Jade Pure sect, Taoist Calm Sky had not taken the sect seriously. He had only hidden for a period of time in order to be cautious. In the cultivation world, carelessness was always the fatal flaw of cultivators. After ascertaining the Jade Pure sect's background, Taoist Calm Sky relaxed. He felt that such a sect wouldn't have an expert at his level. Why was Taoist 9 Cauldrons unwilling to stay in the Jade Pure sect? Because if he stayed in the sect, his cultivation would not improve. As Taoist Calm Sky thought, he flew towards the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. He suddenly felt uneasy as he gazed at the peak of the sky, filled with spirit qi. Taoist Calm Sky immediately stopped in the air and frowned. What's happening? He thought nervously. Having been in the cultivation world for so many years, he trusted his instincts. This was a form of instinct that had been tempered through countless trials. The cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain actually made him feel danger. Could it be that the deity Slaying Elder of the Jade Pure sect was really not simple? But logically speaking, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be that strong. Could it be that he couldn't be assessed with common sense? Taoist Calm Sky thought for a moment and flicked his right hand. A soul fragment shot out. This way, even if he died, he could be reborn. Taoist Calm Sky adjusted his state of mind and continued rushing to the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. The closer he got to the Immortal Mountain, the more uneasy and curious he became. What kind of monster was the Jade Pure sect's deity Slaying Elder? At the same time, On the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Hanju stood by the cliff and waited quietly. He could feel Taoist calm sky's aura approaching and couldn't help but be amused. He had been worrying about how to deal with this person, but to think that this person would come knocking on his door. A cool breeze blew past Hanju's golden cicada's mystic divine robe. The Earth Emperor's soul ward on his Frost Lord's glazed crown fluttered in the wind. He was like a god from the heavens and had a peerless temperament. Taoist calm sky saw him from afar. What a handsome man. He's only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Could he be the disciple of the deity slaying elder? Taoist calm sky thought to himself. Hanju's cultivation level was hidden by the system. Even the void amalgamation realm cultivator couldn't see through him. Taoist calm sky flew to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. He formed a seal with his right hand and slapped forward. A crack appeared in the mountain protecting array formation. Without a sound, he entered. Taoist calm sky landed beside Hanju and asked with a smile, "Is deity slaying elder here? Such a good-looking person. Should I take him away now and use him when I need to undergo possession?" Taoist calm sky thought to himself. Taoist calm sky has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Looking at the notification, Hanju was speechless. Is this another guy who is easily entranced by good looks? Hanju flicked his right hand and took out the primordial judgment sword. Upon seeing the sword, Taoist calm sky's pupils constricted. This sword. Wait. His entire body seems to be covered in numinous treasures. Is he the deity slaying elder? Taoist calm sky was shocked. Hanju slashed at him the moment he held the sword. A black sword aura swept across the sky like a black crescent moon. It was extremely spectacular. Boom. Taoist calm sky was sent flying by the sword chi of the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Blood splattered all over his body as he vomited blood. What domineering sword chi? Taoist calm sky shuddered. I knew it. His instincts were right. Before Taoist calm sky could stabilize himself, he saw countless sword shadows appear in all directions and attack him. 3 pure world cleansing. Thousands of sword shadows covered the sky. It was as if Taoist calm sky was surrounded by thousands of swords and had nowhere to run. In an instant, Taoist calm sky took out a numinous treasure. It was a small green pagoda that rapidly expanded and covered his body. Thousands of sword shadows collided with him, crushing his body and the green pagoda into dust. Spirit energy exploded and bright lights burst forth. They were of all colors and shook the sky. Hanju stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. What a beautiful scenery. As expected of a 9th level void amalgamation realm cultivator, he actually forced Hanju to use 2 moves. Hanju was certain that Taoist calm sky's body and essence soul were already destroyed. What a pity. Taoist calm sky's storage ring was also destroyed. Being too strong was not necessarily a good thing. Hanju sighed. At the entrance of the cave abode, sitting by the Fusang tree, Sun Chang'an was stunned. This was the first time he saw Hanju make a move. The power of 3 pure world cleansing shocked his eyes. What a domineering mystical power. The trees in the distance were still shaking from the wind, a testament to the terror of this ability. Halfway up the mountain, the black-hell chicken also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gulp. The rumbling here was very loud, attracting the inner sect elders. Li Qingzi came to Hanju first and asked nervously, "What happened?" Hanju said calmly, "Taoist calm sky of the blood fire heavenly sect came here." "What? Taoist calm sky? Where?" Li Qingzi trembled in fear. Hanju replied, "He's dead." Li Qingzi was stunned when he heard that. He immediately revealed a shocked expression and carefully asked, "Elder Han, you're already at the body integration realm?" Hanju shook his head and said, "How can that be? I'm far from it. Don't spread the news about what happened today to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's just nice to let the blood fire heavenly sect suffer in silence." Li Qingzi nodded and hurriedly went to evacuate the elders. After leaving the immortal cultivation mountain, he recalled Hanju's words and attitude and couldn't help but shiver. Taoist calm sky. He's the #1 figure of the blood fire heavenly sect. Li Qingzi muttered to himself as if he was dreaming. Hanju returned to the cave abode, ignoring Sun Chang'an's admiring gaze. He noticed that the icon of Taoist calm sky had not disappeared. What's happening? He's not dead. He had clearly crushed his soul and body just now. Was there something wrong? Could it be that he has a clone or something? Hanju couldn't figure it out, so he took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Taoist Calm Sky. 3 years later, Taoist Calm Sky's soul fragment finally escaped back to the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. The person who received him was the sect master, Lu Bummy. Lu Bummy wore a black robe and had a cold expression. He exuded an imposing aura and his gaze was oppressive. In the hall, Lu Bummy sat in the head seat and frowned. "Senior brother, why are you in such a sorry state?" Taoist Calm Sky's soul fragment trembled. After being defeated by Hanju, he encountered various kinds of heavenly tribulations while escaping. He was extremely unlucky. Fortunately, he was tough and managed to survive. "Junior brother, are you going to attack Great Yen?" Taoist Calm Sky gritted his teeth and asked. When he thought of Hanju's unparalleled face, his soul trembled uncontrollably. Lu Bummy replied, "That's right. We will take action in 5 years at most. I'm ready. At that time, the guest we invited will also take action. Don't go to Great Yen. The Great Yen can't be touched. The Jade Pure sect is hiding a terrifying mighty figure. You should know my strength. My cultivation level is at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, but I couldn't even block a single strike from that person. I was killed before I could even attack." Taoist Calm Sky was extremely agitated and terrified. "If we go to the Great Yen, we'll definitely die? Even if our body integration realm guest elder attacks, we won't be his match." "Really?" Lu Bummy's eyes widened in shock. There was such a person in Great Yen? Taoist Calm Sky gritted his teeth and said, "Look at me. Isn't this enough proof?" Lu Bummy was silent. Before inviting a body integration realm guest, Taoist Calm Sky was the strongest expert of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Lu Bummy was able to become the sect master thanks to his help. He had originally thought that the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect's golden age was about to arrive. Unexpectedly, Taoist Calm Sky suffered a setback in the Jade Pure sect. Lu Bummy gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is that?" Taoist Calm Sky sighed and said, "The deity slaying elder. If you send someone to investigate, you might be able to find out about his reputation. This person is very low profile, but the Jade Pure sect was able to become the #1 sect in Great Yen. He's the main reason." Lu Bummy frowned. He couldn't understand how such an expert was willing to stay in the Great Yen. "Forget it. We won't provoke the Great Yen. Let's start from the West Abyss State." Lu Bummy sighed. Taoist Calm Sky nodded. Hanju's face appeared in his mind again. "I can't provoke him no matter what." In the 4th year after killing Taoist Calm Sky, Hanju finally broke through to the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. After breaking through, he clicked on interpersonal relationships. Taoist Calm Sky was still alive. Hanju was depressed. This was the first time he felt so depressed. He had clearly killed him, so why was he still alive? Taoist Calm Sky, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. An elder of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. He is filled with fear because of you. He doesn't dare to face you alone anymore. Current favorability, 2 stars. The only thing that comforted Hanju was that Taoist Calm Sky was frightened by him. Favorability did not just mean good feelings. Hanju guessed that this favorability was based on Taoist Calm Sky's impression of his looks. Because he was extremely afraid and didn't dare to hate him, he kept this favorability. Taoist Calm Sky reminded Hanju of something. Perhaps he could crush his enemies, but he might not necessarily kill them every time. In the cultivation world, there were many capable people. As the enemies got stronger, they would have many ways to protect their lives. He had to be careful when killing enemies in the future. It would be best to ambush and catch them off guard. Hanju carefully recalled the fight. He felt that the problem could be caused by him attacking twice. Yeah, that was definitely the case. He had to kill the enemy instantly. He couldn't give the enemy any breathing space. I was too careless. He couldn't let his guard down in the future. Being careless was a fatal flaw. After finding out the problem, Hanju's gaze became firm. The next time he attacked, he would use his full strength without hesitation. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The northern part of Great Yen was covered in snow and ice. In the vast snow stood a terrifying figure 1,000 feet tall. It looked up at the sky and breathed out. For huge tails twisted around wantonly, stirring up strong winds. Yang Tiandong and dozens of demon kings gathered together and knelt down to the terrifying figure. This terrifying figure was the 10,000-year-old demon, Demon King Dian Su. Yang Tiandong looked up at him. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, even in such a cold place. Demon King Diansu's terrifying demonic aura wreaked havoc in the world, causing all the demon kings present to shiver. Besides cultivation, there was also bloodline suppression. Before the revival of Demon King Diansu, Yang Tiandong had always doubted him. He was indignant and felt that he should be the first demon king of Great Yin. But when he faced Demon King Diansu, he realized how ridiculous he was. Beside his was still old tree demon who had explained the origins of Demon King Diansu. The old tree demon asked respectfully, "Demon King, why did you call us here?" The other demon kings were also very nervous. They were worried that Demon King Diansu would find trouble with them. A deep and powerful voice sounded as if panting. "From now on, in this land, only I can be king. All the demon kings are my demon generals." With that said, all the demon kings were alarmed. I knew it. They were indignant, but did not dare to say anything, including Yang Tiandong. Old Tree Demon immediately flattered, "Of course. Demon King, when are we going to massacre the great Yin humans?" Yang Tiandong cursed silently. He was really a good dog. He even seriously doubted if what the Old Tree Demon King had said about Demon King Diansu was true. Perhaps Old Tree Demon had deliberately beautified Demon King Diansu to worsen the image of the human race. This demon king had killed countless beings, far beyond Yang Tiandong's imagination. Massacre the human race? When did I say that I wanted to massacre the human race? Demon King Diansu retorted. His tone was cold, causing Old Tree Demon to shiver. Yang Tiandong clearly felt a terrifying divine sense sweep over them. "Oh, half human, half demon. Interesting. Little demon, come here." Yang Tiandong tensed up at Demon King Diansu's words. He carefully raised his head and saw that the terrifying figure of Demon King Diansu had already vanished, leaving only a faintly discernible figure in the snow. All the demon kings looked at him. Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth, suppressed his nervousness, stood up, and walked towards Demon King Diansu. The sky was filled with snow, and the road ahead was vast. Yang Tiandong seemed to be heading towards the abyss, while Demon King Diansu was the Abyss Lord. Ever since he knew that Hanju had killed Taoist Calm Sky, the pressure on Li Qingzi had disappeared. As he had expected, the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect no longer dared to attack the Great Yin. There was no movement from the 10,000-year-old Demon King Diansu, and the Great Yin cultivation world was very calm. Hanju was still cultivating in seclusion. Time passed, and the mortal world surged. The great figures underwent tribulation, and the mortals underwent reincarnation. In the long river of history, this period of time was not much different from the past. 7 years later, Li Qingzi came to find Hanju and interrupted his cultivation. Something big was about to happen. The 10,000-year-old demon was attacking. Or was the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect attacking? Li Qingzi entered the cave abode and said with a worried expression, "Elder Han, it's not good." Hanju's heart skipped a beat as he waited for Li Qingzi to continue. Previously, when the 19 sects attacked the sect, wasn't the leader a great cultivator named Wei Yuan? He was killed by you, but he didn't die. When he returned to the 9 Dragons sect in the West Abyss state, guess what? This person actually became the new sect master. He previously suffered a setback here and might lead the entire 9 Dragons sect to attack us. Li Qingzi said worriedly, while Hanju had a strange expression. What the heck? Huang Zuentian became the sect master? Hanju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Huang Zuentian, first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, pseudo, 9 Dragons sect master. He is cautious by nature and will do anything to survive. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hanju didn't know what to say. Before Huang Zuentian left, he asked if Hanju wanted him to fight for the sect master position. At that time, Hanju didn't take it to heart and casually replied. He didn't expect Huang Zuentian to really succeed. This fellow had something up his sleeves when it came to power struggles. Hanju asked in surprise, "The 9 Dragons sect is so weak? Even Wei Yuan can become the sect master. How weak was the 9 Dragons sect to have a sect master at the first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm?" Li Qingzi shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. It's said that the entire West Abyss state is in chaos because of the 9 Dragons sect's sect master." "Sect master, don't worry. The 9 Dragons sect won't come looking for trouble with us. Wei Yuan and I turned hostility into friendship. We promised each other that we wouldn't seek revenge from each other's sections. Hanju comforted. He found Li Qingzi's worried expression especially funny. This sect master was obviously here to test his confidence, wanting to know if he dared to go against the Nine Dragons sect. Li Qingzi asked in surprise, "Really?" Hanju nodded. "Great. Elder Han, you're indeed the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. You've paved so many paths for the sect that I want to give you the position of sect master." "No, I don't want to be beaten up." "Beaten up? Cough cough, it's nothing. I'm not interested in the position of sect master." "Fine." The two of them didn't chat for long. After receiving the good news, Li Qingzi left and didn't want to disturb Hanju's cultivation. After walking out of the Khanate cave abode, Li Qingzi couldn't help but look at the Fusang tree. The tree grew taller again. It was rare to see two trees intertwined like this. Sun Chang'an cupped his fists at him. Li Qingzi was secretly surprised. What kind of tree was this? It was definitely not simple if it was planted at the entrance of Hanju's cave abode. Li Qingzi couldn't figure it out and didn't think too much about it. At the same time, Hanju opened the emails. It had been many years since he had read them. He wondered how his friends and disciples were doing. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X-142. Your good friend Huang Jihao gained an epiphany during his cultivation and comprehended a mystical power. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple, X-31. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The luck of the demon-taming sect has decreased. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun comprehended the true meaning of life and death, and her cultivation improved greatly. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X-6287. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a demon sword. Those who were beaten were still being beaten. Some also obtained fortuitous encounters. Hanju noticed that Su Qi had already joined the demon-taming sect. Wow, this kid is not bad. Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Xiaoyi. He continued reading the emails while cursing. All the icons he had paid special attention to were still there. He was glad that no one was dead. The unhappy thing was that his enemies' icons were also still there. I still have to cultivate hard. As the Jade Pure sect grows stronger, I feel that the Void Amalgamation realm is insufficient. I have to reach the Body Integration realm as soon as possible. Hanju thought silently. After cursing Xiaoyi for an hour, Hanju continued cultivating. 2 years later, Yang Tiandong finally returned. Hanju waved his hand and opened the protective array of the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. After the array was opened, Yang Tiandong immediately went up the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken, who was cultivating, saw the black-robed Yang Tiandong and teased, "Did you abandon humanity and become a demon?" Yang Tiandong nodded at it and continued up the mountain. The Black Hell Chicken pouted and snorted. He actually ignored me. Is his golden core realm cultivation very strong? Can he withstand my claw? When he arrived at the Khanate cave abode, Yang Tiandong knelt at the entrance. At the side, under the Fusang tree, Sun Chang'an looked curiously at him. Was this demon his senior brother? Hanju had told him before that he had 2 senior brothers. Eldest senior brother was half human and half demon. That description was very similar to Yang Tiandong. You still remember us? Hanju's voice came from the cave. His tone was indifferent. He said that he would cultivate with Hanju until the end of time, but he ran away first. Why didn't he come home? Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly. Master, I was abducted by the Demon King previously. I had no choice but to do so. After that, I experienced many things. Now that I'm the Demon King, I have many demons under me. I can't leave them. Hee. Hanju laughed, and Yang Tiandong felt guiltier. He quickly changed the topic. Master, I have something to tell you. The strongest demon in the history of Great Yin, Demon King Dian Su, has been resurrected. He has a huge plot. He wants to raise the Great Yin humans as food for the demon race. He has already mobilized the demon horde to the Great Yin border and will attack the various strongholds. When the human race has nowhere to run, he will bare his fangs. Demon King Dian Su? Hanju hesitated for a moment and asked, how strong is this demon? Yang Tiandong replied, I'm not sure either, but he's unbelievably strong. I can't resist him at all. I came back this time to remind Master to be prepared and run when necessary. He had followed Hanju for some time and knew his personality. Facing the 10,000-year-old Demon King Dian Su, Hanju would definitely retreat and stay away from danger. What's your relationship with Demon King Diansu? How do you know his plot? To be honest, Demon King Diansu took me in as his adopted son. I can't reject him. If I do, I might die. Hanju almost cursed. Brat. Hanju's hatred towards Demon King Diansu instantly reached 5 stars. This was basically stealing his son. A disciple was considered a son, too. The hatred of snatching his son was irreconcilable. Hanju suddenly came up with a plan and said, "Go back immediately and introduce me to Demon King Diansu. You can say my name and say that I admire him. Anyway, you can help me put in a good word and let him have a good impression of me." Yang Tiandong was puzzled. What was Master doing? Go. Oh. Yang Tiandong quickly left. Hanju took a deep breath and continued cultivating. If Demon King Diansu was at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, then it would be best for him to escape with the Jade Pure sect. His life was more important. 3 months later, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju, who was cultivating. Demon King Diansu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju immediately perked up and carefully opened his interpersonal relationships. He suddenly felt as if he was opening a loot box. Oh great 3 pure ones. I pray that the Demon King Diansu is not above the body integration realm. Demon King Diansu, 4th level of the body integration realm, 10,000-year-old demon, has deep hatred towards human cultivators and has a treacherous nature. Current favorability, 1 star. 4th level of the body integration realm. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be difficult for him, who was at the 7th level of the void amalgamation realm, to fight someone at the 4th level of the body integration realm, right? He was covered in numinous treasures and had a birth dharma treasure. He had comprehended an eternal sword Dao mystical power. He could fight a realm higher, right? What a pity. Diansu didn't come to the Jade Pure sect. Hanju couldn't detect him and perform the simulation trial. No matter what, Demon King Diansu was not powerful enough to make Hanju want to run away. Continue cultivating. Who knew how many years it would be before Demon King Diansu arrived at the Jade Pure sect? I'll enter seclusion first and break through to the body integration realm as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Demon King Diansu. It would be best if he could curse Diansu until he entered Qi deviation. The Book of Misfortune needed to consume spirit energy. Hanju had never used his full strength to curse someone. He had only used some spirit energy to curse in the past. Today, he wanted to see the effect of using all his spirit energy to curse Demon King Diansu. The Book of Misfortune emitted a strange black aura that shone on Hanju's face. He was like an evil Taoist in the netherworld. 10 hours later, Hanju started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Warning, overuse of the Book of Misfortune will result in a backlash. Hanju saw a line of words in front of him and stopped in shock. He wiped the blood from his face. He had been so focused that he had not noticed that he was bleeding. It seemed that he couldn't use the Book of Misfortune too much. Fortunately, his body and soul were not severely injured. He could recover after resting for a few days. I wonder how that demon is doing now. Hanju thought expectantly. Northern Great Yin, in a world of ice and snow. In a cave, the ice formed cones all over the place. It was terrifying. At the end of the tunnel, a white-haired man sat on an ice bed. He wore a robe made of beast fur. His face was demonic, and there were 4 tails that looked like black fur on his back. He was Demon King Diansu in his human form. Boom! The Demon King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered on the ice on the ground, burning until it melted the ice and mist rose. There were many pits in front of the ice bed. They were all the blood he had spat out. He kept vomiting blood. Diansu was furious and terrified. What's going on? 5 hours ago, he had started vomiting blood, all the way until now. Now he was actually spitting out blood essence. How could that be? What frightened him the most was that he could not cultivate. Once he absorbed qi, the demonic power in his body would decrease instead of increase. Why is this happening? Diansu was uneasy. In his 10,000 years of life, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He suddenly recalled some ancient legends. Could it be that one of those cultivators had ascended and was currently watching him from the higher realms? He had just announced 2 years ago that he would raise the humans as livestock when such a terrible thing happened to him. As he thought, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Demon King Dian Su couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He was going crazy. At this rate, he would vomit to death. In the years that he had just revived, he had been cultivating and trying to recover his cultivation. However, in just a few hours, his cultivation had regressed and his injuries had worsened. He was in a worse state than when he had just awakened. Dian Su thought that he must have offended the immortals in the sky. He couldn't be suffering for no reason. There was no mistake in his cultivation. As for the inner demon, it had been removed by him 300 years ago. Now, it seemed that a new inner demon was about to appear. Time continued to pass amidst his panic and despair. Another 2 hours passed. Dian Su finally stopped vomiting blood. He could cultivate again, but this experience had become his nightmare. There was definitely someone watching him somewhere. Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Your good friend Demon King Dian Su is cursed. He is severely injured and his cultivation has decreased. When Hanju saw this email, he couldn't help but smile. He was very happy. He had just finished cursing him the day before, and now he saw the email. The effect of using the Book of Misfortune at full force was domineering. Hanju was relieved now. He decided to curse Demon King Dian Su once every 3 years, and cause him to be severely injured each time. Hanju continued to cultivate. His target was the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. As the Fusang tree continued to grow, the nearest Khanate cave abode benefited the most. The spirit chi began to increase. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed like the passing of a white horse. Hanju finally broke through to the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. After consolidating his cultivation, Hanju walked out of the cave abode. He first checked the Fusang tree's health, then found the Black Hell Chicken and taught it a spell. The Black Hell Chicken was transforming continuously towards the Black Hell Phoenix. Its cultivation level was also increasing continuously. It was now comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. The cultivation realm of demons was different from that of humans, but mainly because of the difference in the nascent soul realm. The cultivation realms after were still the same. Demons did not have a nascent soul, but they could cultivate their demon cores and essence soul. Hanju did not wish for the chaotic heavenly dog to come back and beat up the Black Hell Chicken after wandering outside for so long. If that happened, its Tao heart would be damaged. Cultivation is not as good as fighting for opportunities. Impossible. That was only for mortals. After teaching the Black Hell Chicken, Hanju found Xing Hongxian at the back of the mountain. Xing Hongxian was in seclusion and didn't go out to have fun. Hanju decided to teach her some spells and increase her life preservation means. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. The gentleness in her eyes almost overflowed. After teaching for more than 10 days, Hanju was about to return to his cave abode when he suddenly caught 2 auras approaching the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. One of them was Huang Jihao. Through his interpersonal relationships, Hanju learned that Huang Jihao had changed his allegiance to the true martial sect of the West Abyss State. The other person had a high cultivation level and was probably an expert from the true martial sect. Hanju immediately tested the strongest person around the Jade Pure sect. Shangguan Xiujian, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Sword Elder of the true martial sect. 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm? Hanju closed his eyes and started the simulation trial. A few seconds later, he found a way to kill Shangguan Xiujian. He immediately vanished. At the same time, Huang Jihao brought a blue-robed man to the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. They were less than 3 kilometers away. Looking at the majestic Immortal Mountain in the distance, Shangguan Xiujian smiled and said, "Is there really a sword expert here? I don't sense any particularly strong sword intent." Huang Jihao was about to speak when he saw Hanju flying over slowly. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice, "Huang Jihao greets Senior." "Senior?" Shangguan Xiujian frowned. This person did not look strong, only handsome. Wait. Like Wei Yuan and Taoist Calm Sky, Shangguan Xiujian quickly sensed that something was amiss. This fellow was covered in numinous treasures. Even the Sword Elder of the true martial sect had never seen such a luxurious cultivator. Hanju flew in front of Huang Jihao and asked, "Why have you come to the Jade Pure sect?" As long as Huang Jihao said something unfavorable to the Jade Pure sect, Hanju would immediately go all out. He would absolutely not waste time on chatter. "I can't let a blemish like Taoist Calm Sky appear again." Huang Jihao respectfully said, "Senior, we're here to spar with you. The person behind me is the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect in the West Abyss State. He wants to spar with you. Don't worry, it's just a friendly spar. It won't affect the Jade Pure sect or its relationship with the true martial sect. We'll stop before any harm is caused. Spar." Hanju looked at Shangwan Shoujian with a strange expression. How dare he? Shangwan Shoujian thought that he was frightened by his reputation and chuckled. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I won't harm your life or cultivation." Hanju sighed and said, "I'm very afraid of trouble." Shangwan Shoujian frowned. "Is this guy scared? How about this? I'll attack once. If you can take it, it'll be my loss." Hanju waved his hand. Huang Jihao's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but recall his nightmare. Shangwan Shoujian said, "All right." He could already tell that although Hanju had many numinous treasures, he was obviously shameful about it. In that case, it was better to end it earlier. Just as he finished speaking, Hanju suddenly took out the primordial judgment sword and slashed at Shangwan Shoujian. Hanju appeared in front of the other party as if he had teleported and immediately used the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. The 6 paths spirit energy at the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm erupted like a flood. All of it poured into the primordial judgment sword, and black sword chi swept through the sky, seemingly causing time to stop. Shangwan Shoujian's eyes widened. His hand touched the sword at his waist. Oh no! Too fast. It's too late. The terrifying sword chi sealed Shangwan Shoujian, making him feel like he had fallen into the netherworld. His soul trembled. How many years had it been? Shangwan Shoujian actually smelled death again. Most importantly, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Boom! The forest behind him was swept up by the sword chi like a violent storm. The primordial judgment sword hung over his forehead. Shangwan Shoujian could see his face filled with despair through the reflection of the sword, and beads of cold sweat quickly formed on his forehead. Hanju held his sword with one hand as his golden robe fluttered. The Earth Emperor's soul ward on his Frost Lord's glazed crown swayed like flames. His cold expression made Shangwan Shoujian think of a sword immortal who had reached the apex of the sword Tao. "You can't seem to take it," Hanju said softly. Thump! Shangwan Shoujian's legs went soft. Feeling the immense pressure from escaping death, his legs were unable to take it, and he knelt on the ground. This cultivator at the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm collapsed to the ground in fear of Hanju's sword. Beside him, Huang Jihao did not reveal any shock. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Looking at Shangwan Shoujian kneeling in front of him, Hanju suddenly felt some pity. Perhaps the other party really only wanted to spar? Did I crush his Tao heart by unleashing a devastating blow just now? Hanju said, "Go back. Don't mention this to anyone. I won't tell anyone either." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Shangwan Shoujian hurriedly stood up and gritted his teeth. "Fellow, senior, who are you? May I ask for your real name?" "Reincarnation." With that said, Hanju left. Stunned, Shangwan Shoujian repeated the word reincarnation. Huang Jihao consoled him. "Back then, I was in a worse state than you. You should be fine. You're not injured." Shangwan Shoujian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the Great Yin to have such a powerful being. No wonder the weakest Great Yin has always been calm and no one dares to invade. He finally believed Huang Jihao. The mighty figure who had comprehended the eternal sword Tao had come from the Great Yin. Hanju's sword was extremely terrifying. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he recalled it. Taoist, reincarnation, the mighty figures of the world live in seclusion. So, I'm the frog in the well. Shangwan Shoujian sighed. They sensed Li Qingzi and the others flying over and immediately left. On the other side, after returning to the Khanate cave abode, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Shangwan Shoujian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju shook his head. These geniuses were all of the same nature. They would develop a favorable impression of him just by getting beaten up. Hanju caught the aura of Li Qingzi and the others patrolling around. He suddenly felt that he was lacking something. Every time he wanted to intimidate the enemy, he had to do it with such fanfare. It was truly not low profile. No, I have to figure out a way to deal with the enemy without causing a stir. Hanju frowned and started thinking hard. Demon King Diansu was going mad. Ever since that strange injury, He would experience that nightmare again every 3 years. He had no idea what the problem was. If it was really an immortal, why didn't he just kill him? The Demon King no longer had any ambitions. All he could think about was how to escape this nightmare. On this day, his adopted son Yang Tiandong came to visit. Yang Tiandong was here to find out when Demon King Dian Su would attack the humans. Before he could ask, the Demon King began to pour out his grievances. Demon King Dian Su really couldn't stand it. Yang Tiandong was his adopted son, and he felt that he could be trusted. After hearing about Dian Su's recent situation, Yang Tiandong fell silent with a gloomy expression. He was overjoyed. My chance to rise is coming soon. Father, could it be related to your plan against the humans? Yang Tiandong asked carefully. Demon King Dian Su sat on the ice bed and said, I've long forgotten about this plan. Do you want me to swear to the heavens? The moment he said this, the Demon King suddenly perked up. Yes. If he swore to the heavens, the immortal would see it. Demon King Dian Su immediately stood up and raised his right palm. I, Dian Su, swear to the heavens that I will never target the great Yin humans again. I hope that the immortal deity will forgive me for my ignorance. With that said, Demon King Dian Su heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was a form of consolation, but Demon King Dian Su felt that everything would be better now. Yang Tiandong congratulated him on the surface, but secretly felt disdain. You want to be the king of the great Yin? Are you worthy? Half a year later, Shangwan Xiujian and Huang Jihao returned to the true martial sect. After being defeated by Han Ju's sword, Shangwan Xiujian's Dao heart was almost broken. In order to consolidate it, he continuously challenged the cultivation sects on the way back and restored his confidence. After bidding farewell to Huang Jihao, Shangwan Xiujian returned to his pavilion. He was just about to open the door and enter. Right at this time, the sky changed. A purple multicolored light appeared. The sword at Shangwan Xiujian's waist began to vibrate again, but this time, it did not automatically unsheath. He was not the only one. All the sword cultivators in the true martial sect looked at their swords in shock. Again, the last time, someone had comprehended the eternal sword Dao. What about this time? Shangwan Xiujian immediately thought of Han Ju. Could it be that Senior has gained some insights into the sword Dao? Shangwan Xiujian smiled bitterly. Compared to Senior reincarnation, he was truly immortal. It wasn't only the true martial sect. The swords of all the sects in the world were trembling. On the other side, at the top of a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, a black-robed man was meditating towards the east. A vast sea of clouds was surrounding him. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the 4 swords floating to his left and right were all vibrating. The black-robed man frowned and muttered, Someone comprehended sword intent, at least the eternal level sword intent. He took out a talisman, placed it on the ground in front of him, and began to cast a spell with both hands. The 4 swords landed on the talisman one by one. 10 breaths later, brush lines gradually appeared on the talisman, finally forming a huge word. Reincarnation. The black-robed man's expression was grave as he muttered, What does this mean? Reincarnation referring to the rules of the world or a particular cultivator. Jade Pure Sect. From the elders to the outer sect disciples, their swords were all trembling. This caused everyone to be nervous and gather to discuss. What's going on? I'm not sure. The sky is changing color. Could it be that a powerful being has appeared? I think an immortal has descended. It is said that such a phenomenon occurred decades ago. The Jade Pure Sect is about to face a calamity. While the disciples were worried, the elders received news that the entire sky of the great Yin was the same. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was not against the sect. Li Qingzi's first reaction was to look for Han Ju, but on second thought, things were still unclear. It wasn't good to disturb him like this. Li Qingzi looked up at the purple sky and muttered, Bad luck. Why are there so many disasters in my generation? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. He could only pray that it was not a catastrophe. At the same time, inside the Khanate cave abode, sitting on the bed, Han Ju was surrounded by a strong wind. It was the wind formed by the sword aura. The pattern of a small sword appeared between his eyebrows. Han Ju was comprehending sword intent, one that belonged to him. Unconsciously, he realized that he had arrived in a flowing river of sword Dao. There were sword shadows all around him. They shot in the same direction at an extremely fast speed. 7 colored lights flowed, forming a strange space like a space-time tunnel. Hanju's body moved forward uncontrollably. He was neither fast nor slow as he walked among the sword shadows. Figures appeared in front of him. They were formed by sword light and were blurry. These people walked very slowly and were surpassed by him. He was consolidating his sword intent. His sword intent pressed forward with indomitable might. It was overbearing and stretched out, and it intended to draw all living beings into it. It was impossible to escape, and it was like the 6 paths of reincarnation. He wanted to create such a sword intent. Why did he cultivate in seclusion all this time? For immortality. For the sake of being invincible. For the sake of annihilating all living beings in the world with a single sword strike. What he wanted was not destruction, but the ability to do so. Only absolute invincibility could truly allow one to live forever. In the river of Sword Tao, Hanju advanced step by step, surpassing the sword cultivators who were advancing on the path of the sword. This didn't represent strength, but comprehension ability. As he continued to advance, Hanju's sword intent had a clearer will. He was suddenly curious. Who was at the end of the sword river? At this moment, a red figure suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, "Stop! A mortal dares to touch the immortal realm? You're courting death." Boom! A mysterious and terrifying sword intent erupted and swept towards him. In an instant, Hanju felt the fear of death. The river of Sword Tao shattered as well. Hanju jolted awake and his consciousness returned to his body. He gasped in perspiration. Who was that person? This was the first time Hanju encountered such a powerful existence. Just the sword intent alone was enough to tear him apart. Fortunately, the other party didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, Hanju's ascent soul might have been destroyed. Looks like I can't be too greedy in the future. He had to know when to stop unless his cultivation was extremely powerful. Congratulations on comprehending a grand unity sword intent. It's called the reincarnation sword intent. As this is the first time you have comprehended a grand unity sword intent, you have obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade grand unity level numinous treasure, Calm Meditation Mat. Calm Meditation Mat, 6th grade grand unity level numinous treasure. It can increase cultivation speed and suppress mental demons. Grand unity level? Could this be a level beyond the mortal realm? Hanju thought silently and immediately took out the meditation mat. The mat looked very simple and was no different from the prayer mats of ordinary Taoist temples. However, the moment Hanju sat on it, he relaxed completely. His nervousness from being scared off by the mysterious sword immortal vanished. Hanju raised his right hand, and a small sword condensed in his palm. Reincarnation sword intent. He finally had his own sword intent. In the future, if someone came to challenge him, he would directly use the reincarnation sword intent to crush the target. He would try his best to not destroy the surroundings and not cause too much of a commotion. Hanju took a deep breath and started cultivating. At the same time, the purple light in the sky began to disappear. The entire world was discussing this matter. Hanju didn't appear, but many swindlers claimed that they were the destined ones who caused the abnormal phenomenon. Hanju didn't know all of this. Even if he knew, he'd be indifferent. North Region, Demon Taming Sect. In an empty valley, hundreds of disciples sat together facing a stone tablet. On the stone tablet was a line of obscure, blood-colored words. Su Chi was among them. He looked worried. He didn't want to cultivate the demon taming sect's demonic arts. He didn't want to be a fiendish cultivator, but a righteous cultivator instead. But why had his master not made a move yet? Ever since he joined the demon taming sect, he had often been bullied because he did not want to follow the fiendish cultivators to do evil. Not fitting in, he would naturally be ostracized. Fortunately, the disciples who had bullied him had died for some strange reason, so no one dared to provoke him now. Su Chi knew that his master was helping him secretly. It seemed that the demon taming sect was still very powerful. Even his master did not dare to attack rashly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to the monolith. All disciples, hurry to the sect. Elder Shaoyi is dead. All disciples, go and pay respects. The newcomer shouted. His words caused an uproar. An elder had fallen. In the demon taming sect, one had to be at least at the void amalgamation realm to become an elder. A void amalgamation realm mighty figure had perished. This was no small matter. The disciples stood up and flew towards the sect. Su Chi followed the crowd and was secretly excited. Could it be Master? It should be him. No sect in the North State would dare to provoke the demon-taming sect. Even a void amalgamation realm cultivator wouldn't die for no reason. On the other side, in a temple, Xiaoyi's corpse lay on the ground. A huge cauldron was beside it with a candle in it. Green smoke protected his weak soul. More than 10 high-ranking members of the demon-taming sect stood around. Sect Master Tu Quan's expression darkened. Junior Xiaoyi, do you have any last words? They had already tried their best, but there was nothing they could do. Xiaoyi's soul would only last a little longer before dissipating and entering the cycle of reincarnation. From then on, they would be separated by life and death. Even if he was reincarnated, they wouldn't be able to recognize him in his next life. Xiaoyi was in a state of confusion, having already experienced despair. Before his death, he recalled and realized that all of this had happened after he had left the Great Yin. He thought of Hanju's beautiful face. For some reason, he had a strong feeling. Ever since his plan was broken by Hanju, he had never been happy. All kinds of unlucky things kept happening. After cultivating for a period of time, it was always easy to encounter inner demons. Excluding all possibilities, the last seemingly impossible one was definitely the truth. Xiaoyi's eyes gradually regained their glow. He looked at his fellow disciples and gritted his teeth. Don't go to the Great Yin. Don't go to the Great Yin. Don't provoke the Jade Pure sect of the Great Yin. These were Xiaoyi's last words. He couldn't understand how Hanju harmed him, but his intuition told him that it was definitely related to him. Mysterious and bizarre enemies were the most terrifying. Xiaoyi did not want the demon-taming sect to follow in his footsteps. As for revenge, Xiaoyi had been through so much bad luck that he no longer wanted revenge. All he wanted now was for the future of the demon-taming sect to be safe. And for himself, he just wanted to reincarnate in a nice place. Tu Quan frowned and asked, "Is it because of the Jade Pure sect that you have been so miserable?" He turned to the others. "What is the Great Yin?" Everyone shook their heads. They had never heard of the Great Yin. Xiaoyi's soul body started to dissipate. He weakly said, "Senior, don't help me take revenge. Never provoke the Great Yin's Jade Pure sect." Before he could finish, his soul completely vanished. Everyone from the demon-taming sect fell silent. There was only one question in their minds. Where was the Great Yin's Jade Pure sect? After comprehending the reincarnation sword intent, Hanju went into seclusion for another 8 years. 8 years was nothing to him and the Jade Pure sect, but to the disciples of the sect, it was a very long time. Sitting on the calm meditation mat, Hanju was already close to the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm. It had to be said that a grand unity numinous treasure was indeed impressive. On this day, Hanju left the cave abode to check on the Fusang tree, while stretching his body as well. Sun Chang'an saw an opportunity and hurriedly stood up, imitating his actions. Hanju looked at him and started checking his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king. Your good friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 sections. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X483. Your good friend Zhou Fan is seriously injured. He met a powerful being and escaped from danger. Your enemy Xiaoyi has perished. His soul has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Fairy Shi Xian accidentally entered the ruins of the ancient Holy Land. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts, X6942. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, incites the anger of the humans and demons. Hanju noticed that Xiaoyi had actually died. He was pleasantly surprised. Apart from increasing his cultivation level, cursing him was the only thing that made him happy during his boring years. It seemed that the Book of Misfortune was still effective. Hanju had always been worried that the demon-taming sect would attack. Now that Xiaoyi was dead, he probably wouldn't come again. After all, Xiaoyi didn't know that he was the one cursing him. Xiaoyi was gone. He could only curse Demon King Dian Su in the future. It was unknown how long Dian Su could last. The north of Great Yin was covered in snow. In a cave, Yang Tiandong knelt on the ground and shivered. "Oh, this king can't take it. Why is this happening?" Demon King Dian Su grabbed his hair and roared. That damned mysterious power was interfering with his cultivation again. He had already sworn to the heavens, so why was he still suffering like this? Yang Tiandong was also very curious as to who Demon King Dian Su had offended to be able to curse him endlessly. To make Demon King Dian Su so mad, it must be a powerful being. Most importantly, Although Demon King Dian Su was mad, he didn't dare to scold the other party. He was still very fearful. Demon King Dian Su's eyes were blood red. He stared at Yang Tiandong and said in a low voice, "Tell me, what do you think I should do?" Yang Tiandong rolled his eyes and said, "Father, is it possible that the immortal deity does not believe your words? If you personally visit the human sects and become friends with them, perhaps the immortal deity will change his opinion of you." Upon hearing this, Demon King Dian Su's eyes lit up. This made sense. But there are so many sects in the Great Yin. Should I visit them one by one and smile at them? Of course not. You just have to pay a visit to the strongest sect. Which sect is the strongest in the Great Yin? The Jade Pure sect. I was a disciple of this sect previously. I might be able to speak up for you and save some misunderstandings. All right, let's go to the Jade Pure sect tomorrow. No, today now. I really can't take it anymore. Less than half a year after Hanju learned that Xiaoyi had died, Demon King Dian Su rushed to the Jade Pure sect. Yang Tiandong asked him to wait nearby while he visited his master. Hanju was the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. It was very easy for him to have conflicts with Demon King Dian Su. Yang Tiandong knew his master very well. Although he kept a low profile and claimed to be afraid of death, if the Jade Pure sect really encountered trouble, he would definitely not let it go. However, Dian Su was not a weakling. Yang Tiandong didn't want them to fight. Inside the Khanate cave abode, when Hanju learned that the Demon King Dian Su was here, his first reaction was to enter the simulation trial. Demon King Dian Su was very powerful. Hanju used 10 seconds for the first fight. No way. As a cultivator at the 8th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, it actually took him 10 seconds to kill a 4th level Body Integration Realm cultivator? Hanju ignored Yang Tiandong and continued the simulation. This time, he directly activated his trump card. The Primordial Judgment Sword used the Reincarnation Sword Intent and the Six Paths Spirit Energy to execute the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword, instantly killing Dian Su. Hanju was relieved now. It was fine as long as he could kill him instantly. He opened his eyes, looked at Yang Tiandong, and asked casually, "Why is Demon King Dian Su here at the Jade Pure sect?" This time, his attitude was completely different, giving Yang Tiandong a sense of fearlessness. Yang Tiandong secretly admired him. As expected of his master, he was truly clever. The fact that Demon King Dian Su could wait outside already indicated his attitude. If it was the sect master, even if he knew of Demon King Dian Su's attitude, he would still be nervous. Yang Tiandong began to describe what had happened to Dian Su. Hanju almost laughed out loud after hearing it. Demon King Dian Su actually suspected that it was the work of an immortal. This was also good. Having an ally was better than having an enemy. Yes, bring Demon King Dian Su to see Sect Master. I'll send a voice transmission to him now, Hanju said. Yang Tiandong was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and left. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi. When Li Qingzi learned of this, how could he dare to refuse? He had heard of Demon King Dian Su's reputation. Just like how the Chinese knew of the demon ox, the legend of the Demon King Dian Su was deeply rooted in the Great Yin. It was all thanks to the dog slave-like old tree demon who spread it everywhere. News of Demon King Dian Su's visit quickly spread throughout the sect. The disciples were extremely nervous. They didn't know that Demon King Dian Su had come to discuss matters with the Jade Pure sect and thought that a war was about to break out. The 10,000 inner sect disciples were all on high alert. Ever since Taoist Nine Cauldrons led the development of the sect, the number of inner sect disciples had exceeded 15,000. There were also more than 30,000 outer sect disciples. There were also 1,000 elite disciples in the secret hall. Not only that, but the Jade Pure sect had also recruited nearly 10 nascent soul realm guest elders. Their overall strength was already rushing towards the strongest of the Great Yin. Hanju didn't cultivate and kept paying attention to the situation of the main peak. Fortunately, Demon Monarch Dian Su was indeed afraid. He spoke to Li Qingzi in a very calm manner. The two of them only chatted casually and did not discuss any conditions. Demon King Dian Su only came to express his good intentions. He hoped that the two forces would form a friendly relationship and not become enemies in the future. Li Qingzi naturally would not reject. After chatting for 4 hours, Demon Monarch Dian Su left with Yang Tiandong. Before leaving, Yang Tiandong bid farewell to Hanju. After he left, Hanju was still a little unhappy. But this was also good. Yang Tiandong had someone to rely on and didn't have to trouble him in the future. Hanju decided not to curse Demon King Diansu anymore unless he caused trouble. Sigh, Demon King Diansu has surrendered. Shaoyi is dead. There are no more daily targets. Hanju sighed and felt a little regretful. Forget it. Cultivation was the only companion on the long road of life. Hanju continued cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. 7 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Awesome. Hanju finally saw a glimpse of the Body Integration Realm and was extremely happy. After reaching the 9th level, he would accumulate 6 paths spirit energy to reach the perfected stage. It would take at most a few days. As for breaking through, it would only take a few days. Since Hanju had nothing to do, he opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator. X8932. Your good friend Zhou Fan has perished. Your good friend Fairy Shixian obtained a fortuitous encounter. She gained enlightenment of the great Tao and her cultivation level increased. Your good friend Zhou Fan has reconstructed his body through the help of a mighty figure. He has successfully revived and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts. X7843. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was severely injured. Fortunately, it had good luck and managed to survive. Your good friend Huang Zuentian has consumed a natural treasure. His cultivation potential has increased. Huh. Zhou Fan died and then revived? How ridiculous. Hanju felt that if he didn't come to this world, Zhou Fan would definitely be the protagonist. He wondered just what sort of collision would occur between Zhou Fan and Su Qi if they met. It was worth mentioning that he did not see any email from Su Qi. He guessed that this fellow was cultivating in seclusion to increase his cultivation. Su Qi was in seclusion. The world was peaceful. Despite this, Hanju hoped that he wouldn't enter seclusion during this period of time. In addition, the chaotic heavenly dog was too unrestrained. Hanju suddenly didn't dare to be its master anymore. How many enemies had it made? Huang Zuntian's luck was good. Treasures that could increase one's cultivation potential were all legendary treasures. That made sense. With the 9 Dragons sect in Huang Zuntian's hands, it was not difficult for him to gather resources. The cultivation world was as exciting as ever. Zhou Fan and the chaotic heavenly dog had probably already made their mark and were stirring up trouble all around the world. Through the emails, Hanju seemed to have read many novels and benefited greatly. It was still the same logic. If he didn't seek death, he wouldn't die. Enlightened old monster has hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju was confused. Who was enlightened old monster? Good. I was just worrying about how useless the Book of Misfortune had become when you came knocking on my door. In a cave, Xing Hongxian looked warily at the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder snorted and said, "Little girl, your husband can't possibly be more talented than my disciple. Give up on him. I can let bygones be bygones and bring you to the formless sect. This is a great opportunity that many people dream of." This gray-robed elder was enlightened old monster. Xing Hongxian had accidentally entered this cave decades ago to comprehend a cultivation technique. She had met enlightened old monster by chance. However, the two of them had only nodded to each other and did not speak much. Later, when enlightened old monster left, Xing Hongxian also returned to the Jade Pure sect. Recently, Xing Hongxian felt that something was missing, so she rushed back to this mystic realm and found this cave to continue cultivating the divine technique. Coincidentally, enlightened old monster returned. He was shocked to discover that she had already mastered the technique and wanted to take her in as his disciple. Xing Hongxian rejected him at first, but since he kept pestering her, she had to admit that she was already married. Enlightened old monster had a high cultivation level. After calculating with his fingers, he realized that Xing Hongxian was not fated to be married. Xing Hongxian could only helplessly say that she had already agreed to marry an elder from the same sect. This infuriated enlightened old monster. This was also the reason why Hanju received 4 stars of hatred. Xing Hongxian shook her head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. I really don't want to leave my husband." On the other side, Hanju also discovered their conversation through the heavenly puppet. Hanju felt that it was impossible for there to be hatred for no reason, So he started checking from the 3 heavenly puppet. As expected, he found Enlightened Old Monster here. Enlightened Old Monster said helplessly, "Little girl, your great yin is only a small place. As for the J-Pure sect, I've never heard of it. This mystic realm is connected to many places. If you join the formless sect, you'll be able to see a wider world. As long as you're willing, I can conceal your information. Think about it for a while longer. 10 years later, I'll come again. If you're willing, you can cut off all ties and wait for me here." With that, Enlightened Old Monster left. After Hanju heard that, he was secretly angry. "So you're here to steal her from me." He couldn't help but use his divine sense to observe Xing Hongshuan's expression. After Enlightened Old Monster left, Xing Hongxian revealed a look of disdain. She shook her head and continued to study the cultivation technique on the cave wall. Not bad. She wasn't tempted. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju used his interpersonal relationships to check on Enlightened Old Monster. Enlightened Old Monster, 7th level of the body integration realm, sect master of the formless sect, a great expert. Because you are the husband of his beloved disciple's prospective wife, he is dissatisfied with you. If Xing Hongxian agrees to leave with him, he will kill you to prevent all future troubles. Current hatred points, 4 stars. The sect master of the formless sect. Hanju touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a while, he began the simulation trial, raising Diansu's cultivation level to the 7th level of the body integration realm. It took him 2 minutes to defeat him. Enlightened Old Monster was definitely stronger. I can't kill him instantly. That's an issue. It looked like he had to break through to the body integration realm as soon as possible. Hanju immediately held his breath and sought to reach the perfected void amalgamation realm as soon as possible. 5 years later, Hanju finally reached the perfected void amalgamation realm. Before he broke through, he took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Enlightened Old Monster for 4 days and 4 nights straight before heading to the 10,000 demon realm to break through. He first contacted Taoist Jingshu to clear the 10,000 demon realm. Taoist Jingshu did not delay and immediately made arrangements. Li Qingzi had instructed her that she must satisfy all of Hanju's requests immediately and not be negligent. 4 hours later, the disciples at the 10,000 demon realm were chased out by the various elders. This caused a huge commotion in the inner sect. But when they heard that it was the deity slaying elders' request, all the disciples were no longer unhappy. The body integration realm's tribulation was terrifying. Even when Hanju activated the barrier, it still caused a huge commotion. The elders gathered and felt the vast heavenly might, all of them trembling in fear. How strong is deity slaying elder? Looking at the commotion, he has probably surpassed the ancestor. Stop marveling. How can the cultivation will of the deity slaying elder be compared to us? This is not something that can be achieved through cultivation alone. His talent is definitely the strongest in the Jade Pure sect. With the deity slaying elder around, the Jade Pure sect became as powerful as it is today. Most importantly, he did not consolidate his authority. It's admirable. Listening to the elders' discussion, Li Qingzi held his head high as if he was bragging. Guan Yugang had a complex expression. He looked at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his eyes filled with awe. At this point, he didn't blame Hanju at all. Instead, he started to cultivate with Hanju as his target. Unfortunately, the gap between them still grew. Perhaps one day, he can ascend to become a true immortal. Guan Yugang thought silently. On a wasteland, a half-naked man sat in midair. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and intertwined with his body. This person was Zhou Fan. Not far away, Imo Fuzhou and a woman in a purple dress stood side by side. After so many years, Zhou Fan and Imo Fuzhou were no longer young and immature. They had matured and their aura was even more powerful. Zhou Fan's body had a visual impact during the tribulation. It was like the sacred body of an ancient god, indestructible. Carrying a sword on his back, Imo Fuzhou had a demonic aura. He asked, "Senior, what relationship do you have with my junior brother? How can you be so generous?" Not only had the purple-dressed woman resurrected Zhou Fan, but she had also helped him cultivate. Under her guidance, Zhou Fan's strength had soared. Now, Zhou Fan was breaking through to the nascent soul realm. In fact, his strength was already comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator, having previously killed one himself. "This junior brother of yours was fated to be with me in my previous life. He saved me once. I'm still indebted to him. Previous life? Mo Fujo couldn't help but be curious. The purple-robed woman said wistfully. Speaking of which, it's still his providence that's powerful. The opportunities he obtained previously made him sufficiently powerful. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. In the future, he will stir up a storm in the world. Perhaps he will reach the Mahayana realm again. Again, Mo Fujo was secretly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Fan was a Mahayana cultivator in his previous life? He's about to succeed. I have to leave as well. To save him, I asked my senior sister for a favor. I have to return it. The purple-robed woman shook her head. With that said, she turned around and prepared to leave. Mo Fujo hurriedly asked, "May I ask for senior's Dao title? How will we repay you in the future?" The purple-robed woman leaped up. A cloud appeared beneath her feet, carrying her to the horizon. Her voice entered Mo Fujo's ears. "It's best that you don't know my Dao title, lest you attract trouble. The only thing I can tell you is that my surname is Xian." Xian? Mo Fujo frowned. Thinking back, he had never heard of a powerful cultivator with the surname Xian. He looked at Zhou Fan again. 10,000 Demon Realm. After 10 days and 10 nights of tribulation transcendence, Hanju finally succeeded. Body Integration Realm. He had finally reached the Body Integration Realm. He was extremely excited. Detected that you have successfully broken through to the Body Integration Realm. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and show the world how powerful you are. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue to cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate in a low profile. The target is to be the strongest in the world. You can obtain a natural treasure. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Come out now. Impossible. Hanju had already come into contact with a Mahayana realm cultivator. In his opinion, it would definitely be dangerous if he didn't reach the Mahayana realm himself. Otherwise, why would Zhou Fan die in his previous life? Even the Mahayana realm might not be safe in this world. You chose to continue your seclusion and cultivate in a low profile. Stay away from the secular world and obtain a natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Immortal Gourd Seed. Earth Immortal Gourd Seed. It blooms in 1,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000 years. It can be eaten or used to refine Dharma treasures. If the fruit is nurtured for a long time, it can automatically become a Dharma treasure and give birth to life. Hanju blinked. The first thing he thought of when he saw the seed of the Earth Immortal Gourd was the Calabash Brothers. 1. Next was the legendary Khanate gourd in Chinese mythology. Hanju continued to consolidate his cultivation and opened his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 356/27,900. Race, human, mortal transcendent stage. Cultivation, level 1 of the body integration realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, can be inherited. Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament, sword chi. Equipment, golden cicada's mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure, little universe belt, Qilin sword, demon binding rope, burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure, 9 stars spirit trampling boots, 5th grade numinous treasure, frost lord's glazed crown, 4th grade. Numinous treasure, book of misfortune, supreme grade numinous treasure, earth emperor's soul ward, 3rd grade numinous treasure, heart protecting immortal chain, 3rd grade numinous treasure, calm meditation mat, grand unity, 6th grade numinous treasure, sword intent, reincarnation sword intent, grand unity, self-created mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing, eternal, birth dharma treasure, primordial judgment sword, cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Khanate providence is as follows. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability, Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique. Check interpersonal relationships. 27,900 years. Amazing. As expected of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the faster their lifespan would increase. Hanju was arrogant now. The increase in lifespan felt better than the increase in cultivation. Hanju felt a greater sense of security. With his body integration realm cultivation, not to mention Great Yin, he was already a top-notch expert in the cultivation world. But it was not enough. He had to continue cultivating. As for going out to have fun, what was the rush? How long would Hanju's lifespan be when he reached the Mahayana realm? At that time, he would have plenty of time to be carefree. Today's bitter cultivation would be the foundation for him to be carefree in the future. Several days later, after Hanju's cultivation completely stabilized, he stood up and left quickly. He did not greet the elders in the distance to avoid trouble. The elders did not mind. Instead, they admired him even more. As expected of the deity slaying elder, his Tao heart was truly firm. If such a person did not become an immortal, who was worthy of becoming one? After returning to the entrance of the Khanate cave abode, Hanju bumped into Xing Hongxian. The black hell chicken was beside her, chatting with her. The black hell chicken could now expand and shrink as it pleased. It was now about the size of a normal rooster. Sun Chang'an was still meditating under the fusang tree, not daring to approach Xing Hongxian. As soon as she saw him, Xing Hongxian immediately pounced over. "Husband, have you broken through?" Xing Hongxian asked excitedly. Hanju rarely left the cave abode. As long as he left, it must be to break through. Hanju nodded and said, "Let's go in first." The two entered the Khanate cave abode. The black hell chicken wanted to follow, but was blocked by the array formation. It arrived in front of Sun Chang'an and smiled. "Do you think Xing Hongxian will eat master?" Sun Chang'an's face twitched. "Perhaps." Hearing the black hell chicken's words, Sun Chang'an suddenly thought of his beloved, and a small flame ignited in his heart. Damn it! Is this foul chicken doing this on purpose? This sentence was too hurtful. Sun Chang'an's heart, which was as dry as a well, stirred again. The seal of the love tribulation began to loosen. Although my master doesn't like to go out, there are always women who come looking for him and want to eat him. What do you think will happen if they are alone in the same room? Will our master be in danger? Sun Chang'an glared at it and cursed. "Get lost. Go cultivate." The black hell chicken was depressed. What was wrong with this kid? What a temper. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Xing Hongxian stood in front of Hanju and became angrier as she talked about enlightened old monster. She was unhappy with the elder's high and mighty attitude, as if the Jade Pure sect was a remote village and Hanju was only a mortal. Hanju smiled and asked, "What he said is true. Aren't you tempted?" Xing Hongxian sat down and smiled as she replied, "How can that be? I'm going to keep pestering you. My husband will definitely become an immortal. I'm still waiting for you to rise up." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve and said, "I found this bottle in the mystic realm. The spirit chi is very strong. I only sniffed it, and my golden core became unstable. Therefore, it doesn't suit me. It should suit you, my husband." Hanju took the bottle and opened it. Spirit chi was indeed abundant. He injected his 6 paths spirit energy into it. There was no danger. "Yes, thank you." Hanju smiled. Xing Hongxian smiled. Several days later, she left the cave abode in satisfaction. On the wasteland, the setting sun was like blood as it continued to the end of the world. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou sat on a huge rock. After successfully breaking through, Zhou Fan was in high spirits. From time to time, he would twist his neck and admire his perfect body. "Senior, let me take revenge for you first. After that, I plan to conquer the world and make a name for myself. I want to be #1 in the world," Zhou Fan said proudly, his tone filled with confidence. Mo Fuzhou said helplessly, "You're only at the nascent soul realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" Zhou Fan smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. I'll definitely start challenging cultivators of the same cultivation realm. I want to prove to her that I'm worthy of her." A few decades ago, Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan met a woman. Zhou Fan fell in love at first sight and wanted to pursue her. However, she had a powerful background and said that it was impossible for them to be together. Even if they were in love, her father would not agree. If she wanted to marry, She could only marry a powerful cultivator. These words stimulated Zhou Fan. He hated it when others looked down on him. Therefore, he took the extreme path. Mo Fuzhou often advised against it, but it was useless. Let's challenge the true martial sect first. I heard that there are many elites there. Zhou Fan smiled in high spirits. He suddenly thought of someone and smiled. Senior, do you still remember Hanju from the Jade Pure sect? You said that he might be the deity-slaying elder and that he had once killed a soul formation cultivator. I think that with my current strength, I can match up to a soul formation cultivator. Have I finally caught up to him? Hanju. Mo Fuzhou frowned and said, Brother Han's aptitude is very high, and he has been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation level is probably very high. I'm afraid that just the strength of the soul formation realm isn't enough to defeat him. After leaving Great Yin for so long, he wondered how the Jade Pure sect was doing. Zhou Fan shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? It's not right to cultivate in seclusion. You and I are both mortals. How can cultivation alone be enough for a mortal to become an immortal? You have to seek opportunities in the world. Look at me, my cultivation level has advanced by leaps and bounds. My former enemy is also cultivating, but he's still stuck at his original realm. When I go back in the future, I have to spar with Hanju and let him realize this. When the time comes, bring him along and the three of us will walk the world together and make a name for ourselves. Isn't that great? 1. A Chinese cartoon. On the 7th day after Xing Hongxian left, Hanju took out the seed of the earth Immortal Gourd and walked out of the cave abode. He came to the Fusang tree and buried the seed in the soil. He then injected his 6 paths spirit energy to nourish it. He had to personally plant such a treasure. Sun Chang'an's cultivation techniques were limited. Most of the time, he let the Fusang tree grow on its own. Fortunately, the divine tree was strong. Master, what's this? Sun Chang'an asked curiously. Hanju replied, a gourd seed. You have to take care of it in the future. Sun Chang'an was curious. Where did Hanju get a gourd seed? As the Fusang tree continued to grow, Sun Chang'an discovered that this tree was not simple. The amount of spirit chi it gave birth to was already huge, and its yield exceeded all the other treasures on the mountain. Sun Chang'an wasn't stupid. Was such a treasure really from the Jade Pure sect? When Li Qingzi passed by earlier, he was still very shocked. His master's background was far beyond his imagination. Hanju observed the Fusang tree for a while before returning to his cave abode. He had just broken through to the body integration realm and was not in a hurry to cultivate. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse enlightened old monster. You dare to steal my companion and want to eradicate me for good? Making his mind, 6 paths spirit energy surged into the Book of Misfortune. The Formless sect was a cultivation sect that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. It had deep foundations. The mountain gate was like a fairyland. There were continuous mountains and clouds. Rows of white cranes could be seen flying past. There were also oxen and horses galloping above the colorful clouds. There was a majestic waterfall between 2 10,000 feet high peaks. At the bottom of the waterfall, a figure sat on the surface of the lake, enduring the terrifying impact of the waterfall. Strong winds swirled around him as if blades were slicing water. Enlightened old monster stood on the grass by the lake. He stroked his beard and looked over with a satisfied smile on his face. With Xiener's potential, he will definitely be chosen by the heavenly immortal manor. Enlightened old monster couldn't help but smile when he thought of his disciple, Dong Wangxian, stirring up trouble in the heavenly immortal manor and eventually becoming a top-notch cultivator in the world or even ascending. His aptitude had already reached its limits, and it was very difficult for him to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. Thus, he placed his hopes on his disciple. At this moment, enlightened old monster's vitality suddenly became chaotic. His essence soul shook, and the world spun around him. His body swayed, and he nearly fell. A mouthful of blood flowed down his throat. He couldn't help but spit it out. He hurriedly sat down and began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Under the waterfall, Dong Wangxian opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the water. He immediately stood up and appeared beside enlightened old monster. In the light of the sun, Dong Wangxian stood bare-chested, his muscles clearly defined. He was not bloated or gaunt. He had an indescribable beauty to him. His features were angular, his eyebrows sharp, and his eyes bright. His wet black hair rose up steaming. Strands of black hair floated up and dried. Dong Wangxian frowned. Master, what's wrong? Enlightened old monster did not open his eyes. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, Someone is cursing me. Enlightened old monster was a body integration realm cultivator, after all. His knowledge was greater than that of Shao Yi, Taoist Calm Sky, and Demon King Dian Su. He understood his own cultivation very well. He couldn't have suffered such a heavy injury for no reason. Someone must be cursing him behind his back. Dong Wangxian frowned even harder and asked, Who could it be? Tell me, I'll go and kill him immediately. I'm not sure either. I can't deduce the origins of this curse. You don't have to worry about it. Cultivate well, and try to master the mystical power as soon as possible. After enlightened old monster finished speaking, he did not say anything else and focused on healing his injuries. Dong Wangxian was about to leave when enlightened old monster spat out another mouthful of blood. How strong is the enemy to be able to make a 7th-level body integration realm cultivator suffer like this? Dong Wangxian was deep in thought. He cursed for half a day. When the system indicated danger, Hanju stopped and started healing. Several days later, he recovered. That guy must be suffering. Hanju thought proudly. Then, he returned to his cultivation. He was no longer afraid of enlightened old monster attacking him. After all, he was also at the body integration realm. Hanju first cultivated the 7th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 7th level of the mental cultivation technique was much more profound than before. Cultivating it was also more complicated. 10 days later, Hanju grasped it with his powerful aptitude and started to absorb qi to increase his cultivation. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to find that as his cultivation level increased, his cultivation speed didn't slow down. It was mainly because his potential also began to show. He breathed in the spirit qi of heaven and earth like a whale swallowing water and could feel his cultivation level increasing every day. Apart from his aptitude, it was also thanks to the Fusang tree and the spirit qi that he had cultivated on this immortal mountain. Every once in a while, Li Qingzi would get someone to come to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and plant even better natural treasures, causing the spirit qi to constantly increase. He wanted Hanju to be unwilling to leave. Although Hanju said that he didn't want to leave and was afraid that there would be too much trouble outside, Li Qingzi knew that once Hanju felt that there was insufficient spirit qi here, he would definitely leave. It was the same for the founder back then. Cultivation was endless, and the seclusion of powerful cultivators took decades. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed quickly. Hanju successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the body integration realm. He had already taken the pill that Xing Hongxian had given him. That pill could actually strengthen his physique and increase his cultivation level. Hanju had always been a spirit qi cultivator. His spirit energy could allow him to kill enemies at a higher cultivation level, but the strength of his body was similar to those at the same cultivation level. Fortunately, he had many numinous treasures that could defend his body. After the breakthrough, Hanju left the cave abode again. He walked in front of the Fusang tree and stretched his muscles. The seed of the earth immortal gourd had already started to grow vines that wrapped around the Fusang tree like a green snake. It was still too early for the earth immortal gourd to bloom and bear fruit. Hanju only hoped that it could help strengthen the spirit qi here. As he stretched, he opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. After so many years, he wondered how his friends were doing. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts, X18928. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple, X76. Your disciple Su Qi has fallen into the abyss. His fate is unknown. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The luck of the demon-taming sect is declining. The chance of the entire sect's disciples encountering inner demons has increased. Your pet, chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by righteous cultivators, X3422. Your good friend Chang Yuer has comprehended the sun and moon. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by demons and was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X4893. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a righteous cultivator, X4211. Hanju was secretly shocked. How tragic. Almost everyone was beaten up. Su Qi had fallen into the abyss, probably because of the demon-taming sect. They were in trouble now. Also, the The chaotic heavenly dog was truly mad. It provoked enemies everywhere and constantly fought. Just as Hanju was thinking, Sun Chang'an suddenly said, "Master, recently, the Fusang tree will shake on its own at night." "What's going on?" Puzzled, Hanju asked, "Shake on its own? Has it become a spirit?" Sun Chang'an shook his head. He didn't know either. Hanju probed the Fusang tree with his divine sense, but didn't sense the existence of an essence soul. If it became a spirit and developed intelligence, it would definitely have an essence soul. Hanju decided to observe carefully. The Fusang tree must be sick. Night fell. Hanju walked out of the Khanate cave abode and found that the Fusang tree was indeed shaking as invisible hands were shaking the trunk. Sun Chang'an was obviously a little afraid and stayed far away. Hanju observed for a while. Then his expression became strange. Could it be? What was the Fusang tree summoning? Northern Yen. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Demon King Diensu opened his eyes and frowned. Ever since he went to the Jade Pure sect, his nightmare had come to an end. Therefore, he had made the best use of his time to recuperate until today. But recently, he had been feeling uneasy. This uneasiness came out of nowhere. Even his demonic blood stirred. What's going on? Is that immortal trying to harm me again? The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. After being sealed for 2,000 years, he had been heavily injured before he could even take revenge. Demon King Diensu felt that his subordinates were laughing at him. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. An evil fire burned in his heart. He really wanted to slaughter the entire Great Yen. Forget it. He had to endure it. Demon King Diensu sighed and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Above the sea of clouds was a huge mirror-like lake. Surrounded by clouds, it was as beautiful as a painting. Xian Xingjun and a purple-robed woman sat by the lake. The purple-robed woman was the mighty figure who had saved Zhou Fan. "Senior sister, aren't you ascending?" The purple-robed woman turned her head and asked. Xian Xingjun didn't open her eyes as she replied, "It's not time yet." The purple-robed woman clicked her tongue in wonder. "I really don't understand all of you. You could have ascended at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even now that you've reached the Mahayana realm and have completely elevated your body, you can already do well in the immortal realm. What are you waiting for?" Xian Xingjun didn't reply but asked instead, "How is Zhou Fan?" "Don't mention it. Compared to his previous life, this kid is like a completely different person. He's extremely impatient and might even need me to save him one day. However, he already completely trusts me. Yes, this child is an important part of our plan. Don't let him die, and don't let him resist you. He won't. This child lacked love since he was young. If you treat him well, he will be loyal. Speaking of which, I have a Tao companion in the Jade Pure sect." "Huh? Senior sister, you actually found a partner." The purple-robed woman's eyes widened. She immediately became interested and kept asking about him. Xian Xingjun recalled the past and smiled. "I wanted to see the sect Zhou Fan was from. I didn't expect to meet a kid that I liked. This kid is an ascetic. After so many years, he might have reached the soul formation realm." The purple-robed woman said in surprise, "His potential isn't inferior to Zhou Fan's. Of course, I'll bring you to see him next time." Xian Xingjun smiled when she mentioned Hanju. Even after walking around the world, she found that Hanju was still the most handsome man she had ever seen. His personality was also very likable. At this moment, the surface of the mirror quickly turned fiery red. The wind howled, and heat waves scattered the sea of clouds. Xian Xingjun and the purple-robed woman immediately stood up. They looked down and saw a huge firebird with a wingspan of 1,000 feet flying past. The purple-robed woman asked in astonishment, "Divine Beast Judo?" "The legendary divine beast that represents calamity." Xian Xingjun frowned. "This Judo isn't mature yet, but it's already filled with the aura of misfortune. Something must be attracting it. Tsk. I wonder which place is so unlucky to attract the Judo." Ever since he discovered that the Fusang tree would shake every night, Hanju began to feel uneasy. He felt that the tree would attract something. Could it be the legendary golden crow? Impossible. Isn't the golden crow hanging in the sky? He didn't see the sun getting lower. Hanju paid attention. He didn't dare to focus on his cultivation. Several days later, Li Qingzi came to visit. After entering the cave abode, he sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Elder Han, recently, the Jade Pure sect has welcomed a joyous occasion. We discovered the ruins of an ancient sect with many resources inside. There are cultivation techniques, treasures, and even Dharma treasures. Do you want to take a look? Hanju frowned and asked, has this matter spread? If such an opportunity were to spread, it would definitely attract all the cultivators in the world. Of course not. This is a secret of the sect. Elder Guan has already brought 5 elders and 100 core disciples to guard it. The teleportation formation is about to be set up. When the time comes, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect can directly enter the ruins. Li Qingzi smiled proudly. Over the past few years, the Jade Pure sect had been steadily developing. They did not provoke any enemies, and more itinerant cultivators joined the sect. Most of the cultivators in the cultivation world had forgotten about the deity slaying elder, but the upper echelons of the various sects still remembered him. Therefore, they didn't dare to provoke the Jade Pure sect or even stop its development. Hanju nodded and said, that's good. I won't go. Be careful. Usually, this kind of ruins might have restrictions. I understand. If I find any treasure that can increase spirit chi, I'll get someone to send it over. Thank you, Sect Master. You're welcome. The two of them chatted briefly before Li Qingzi left in a hurry. Hanju's mood improved. He was very satisfied with the peaceful strengthening of the Jade Pure sect. The stronger the sect was, the more he could cultivate in seclusion and peace. Hanju suddenly realized that Sun Chang'an was gone. He immediately used his divine sense to track him and discovered that he was in an inn in the inner sect city. In the northern part of Great Yin, flames appeared in the sky, illuminating it. The ice and snow on the ground melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless demons escaped from their cave abodes and looked towards the horizon, including Demon King Diansu. As Diansu stood at the entrance and looked at the sky, the light from the fire illuminated his face. He was shocked. That's Judo? How is that possible? Oh no. Almost scared out of his wits, Diansu immediately entered the cave abode. Mud rose from the cave entrance and quickly formed a mountain wall. The divine beast Judo spread its wings and flew over. It was like the legendary golden crow sweeping across the land. Wherever it passed, the ice melted, turning into a lake before evaporating into smoke. Judo was shaped like a firebird. It had a head like a dog and 3 legs. Its claws were different from that of a ferocious bird and more like dragon claws. The overall appearance made it look extremely powerful and unstoppable. The thousands of miles of snow melted under its heat. Its eyes glowed like torches as it looked in the direction of the Jade Pure sect. Jade Pure sect, inner sect inn. In the guest room, Sun Chang'an sat at the table with a wine cup in his hand. He smiled and said, Chinner, how do you feel about coming to the Jade Pure sect? I've already joined the sect for decades. If you encounter any trouble, you can look for me anytime. He looked at a graceful woman by the window. She was dressed in green. Her long hair reached her waist, and her skin was fair and beautiful. Although she was not so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a city, she was still a rare beauty. The woman called Chinner tucked her hair behind her ear and said, Chang'an, you don't have to treat me like this. It's really impossible between us. Perhaps you're doing well in the Jade Pure sect, but I can't give myself to you for the sake of benefits. Sun Chang'an's heart ached when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, Why? Because of my looks? I can put on a handsome face. Chinner turned around and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as she said, What is real is real. What is fake will always be fake. If I love you, even if the seas run dry and the stones crumble, my heart will never change. If I don't love you, even if the world is destroyed and only you and I are left, I will never fall in love with you. Heartache. Sun Chang'an crushed the cup in his hand. His palm did not bleed, but his heart did. At this moment, the light of the fire shone on Chinner's back, and a hot wind blew in. Sun Chang'an's eyes widened. Chinner subconsciously turned around and saw that the sky was quickly dyed red. A sun was speeding over from the horizon. Divine Beast Judo. What's that? Chinner asked in horror. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying scene. Sun Chang'an walked to her side and was also shocked when he saw this. It wasn't just them. Even the 18 peaks, inner sect, and outer sect noticed this scene. Boom. The Jade Pure sect exploded into a commotion. More and more disciples flew up on their swords and looked into the distance in horror. What's that? The sun. Oh my God, demons are attacking. What a terrifying heat. When it comes, Won't the sect be destroyed? Am I seeing things? It's over. What should we do? Activate the sect protection formation. As the disciples discussed in horror, the elders immediately raised the sect protection formation. Li Qingzi had just walked out of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and had yet to return to the main peak when he saw Zhu Do coming in menacingly. His eyes widened like he was seeing a ghost. At the same time, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. The divine beast Zhu Do is attacking. It wants to occupy the Fusang tree. Zhu Do, 5th level of body integration realm. Divine beast of calamity, son of the vermilion bird. Bearer of connate misfortune and burns with the flames of the sun, capable of destroying the world. Hanju was shocked. Divine beast Zhu Do. The divine beast of calamity? Hanju hurriedly flashed out of the cave abode. He appeared at the edge of the cliff and looked at the sky. The sky was already dyed red as if dusk had fallen. Zhu Do, the divine beast, was rapidly growing in size. It was getting closer and closer to the Jade Pure sect. Hanju felt the terrifying heat and instantly determined that the Jade Pure sect's sect protection formation might not be able to withstand it. Once the Zhu Do landed on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, everything on the mountain would turn to ash. Not only that, but the entire Jade Pure sect would also be destroyed. Master, run. The black hell chicken flew to Hanju's side and shouted nervously. Hanju frowned and didn't answer. He sent a voice transmission to the Zhu Do, stop. However, the Zhu Do completely ignored him and instead accelerated. The terrifying heat burned the forest on the ground, and the fire spread to the Jade Pure sect at an unbelievable speed. At that moment, all the disciples of the sect were frightened. Li Qingzi subconsciously flew towards the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, wanting to seek Hanju's help. However, before he entered the mountain, he saw a sword beam fly out from the immortal mountain. It tore through the sky. The sword beam was extremely eye-catching in the fiery sky, like a shooting star in the night. Many disciples witnessed this scene. That sword light was Hanju. This time, Hanju didn't fly on his sword. Instead, he rushed towards the Zhu Do at full speed. He couldn't let it approach the sect, or it would be finished. A mountain of natural treasures that had been nurtured for 200 years could not be destroyed like this. Hanju took out the primordial judgment sword and activated all the numinous treasures on his body. 7th grade numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe, activated. 5th grade 9 stars spirit trampling boots, activated. 4th grade Frost Lord's glazed crown, activated. 3rd grade Earth Emperor's soul ward, activated. 3rd grade heart protecting immortal chain, activated. 6th grade numinous treasure, burning fiend bell, shielding him from above. In an instant, Hanju couldn't feel the heat of the Zhu Do's fire. The Zhu Do clearly saw Hanju and accelerated towards him. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Divine beast Zhu Do has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Damn it, what a vile beast. It hated him so much the moment they met. Go and die. Killing intent burst out from Hanju's eyes, and he suddenly slashed with his sword. The reincarnation sword intent fused into the sword blade. 6 paths spirit energy transformed into sword chi and erupted like a volcano. A black sword chi appeared in the sky like a black crescent moon, shocking many disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Boom. The sword chi collided with the Zhu Do and exploded as the divine beast stopped moving. But it wasn't dead yet. Although it was only at the 5th level of the body integration realm, it was a divine beast. Its strength and physical strength far exceeded that of a spirit. Even so, facing Hanju's domineering sword, the Zhu Do still fell into a daze. Hanju didn't stop. He raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. A terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky, forming a huge vortex visible to the naked eye. Sword shadows condensed out of thin air. 3 pure world cleansing. In less than a second, more than 10,000 sword shadows shot towards the Zhu Do from all directions. The disciples of the sect only saw a sword flash before their eyes. Immediately after, the sword chi exploded. The intense light that burst forth caused the world to lose its color. They were shaken until they closed their eyes. Hanju had already given it his all. If he couldn't kill the Zhu Do, he would fall into a fierce battle here. As it is your first time killing a divine beast, You have obtained a sword Dao mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Sword Dao mystical power. Using the finger to shoot out sword chi. Kill enemies 10,000 miles away. The strength and range of the sword chi depend on the user's cultivation level. Looking at the 3 lines of words, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the judo was dead. Hanju opened his eyes and saw that the judo was falling. The flames of the sun on its body quickly shrank, exposing skin full of holes. It was a ghastly sight. After being killed by 3 pure world cleansing, it was no longer the same. It was like a huge bloody corpse. Boom! The judo's corpse landed on the ground. Hanju waved his hand and used the wind god technique to blow out the flames in all directions. Fortunately, it was not the legendary true sun flame. Otherwise, it wouldn't be extinguished by mere blowing. Hanju looked at the corpse, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a familiar aura rushed over. Hanju turned around and saw the black hell chicken flying over quickly. Master, don't destroy the corpse. Leave it to me. The black hell chicken shouted excitedly. Hanju was stunned. What does this chicken want? The black hell chicken landed in front of the judo's corpse. It quickly grew taller and became a terrifying giant chicken taller than a mountain and began to peck at the corpse. Eating a divine beast. Shaking his head and ignoring it, Hanju quickly flew back to the immortal mountain. Li Qingzi waited at the entrance and asked nervously, Elder Han, what demon is that? Hanju replied, I'm not sure either. It's already dead. My chicken is eating its corpse. Tell the elders not to disturb it. He didn't dare to say that it was a divine beast. Killing a divine beast would easily leave others speechless. The reason why divine beasts were divine beasts was that people believed in their identity granted by the immortals. Li Qingzi nodded and quickly comforted the disciples. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju directly began to inherit the heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger. In the inn, Sun Chang'an wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. It should be my master. The calamity has been resolved. Regardless of the apocalypse, my feelings for you will not change. Chinner was shocked. Is your master the legendary deity slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? Sun Chang'an nodded. I heard that he's very good looking. Sun Chang'an's smile froze. On the other side, the disciples of the sect did not see clearly who had slain the divine beast, Judo. However, the sword beam had come from the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They guessed that it was the sect's most mysterious elder. Several hours later, Hanju had already grasped the heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger. The Jade Pure sect regained its calm. After eating the divine beast, the black hell chicken returned to the mountain forest behind the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. It seemed to be refining the Judo's flesh and blood. Hanju scanned the surroundings of the sect with his divine sense and heaved a sigh of relief. How dangerous! This calamity struck because of the Fusang tree, but he wouldn't reveal its secret. Divine beast Vermilion Bird has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Seeing a line of words jump out in front of him, Hanju's smile froze. Divine beast Vermilion Bird. Hanju came back to his senses. His first reaction was to think that the Vermilion Bird was crazy. It couldn't control its own child. Why blame him if it died? The Judo had caused the deaths of countless lives along the way. However, the Vermilion Bird was too famous. Hanju still cautiously checked his interpersonal relationships. The image of the Vermilion Bird was that of a bird, a perfect fit for Hanju's imagination. Vermilion Bird, mid-stage grand unity earth immortal realm, connate divine beast. It has a strong providence and is filled with hatred for you for killing its son. When you ascend, it will definitely seek revenge on you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Grand unity earth immortal. Gasp. Hanju was shocked. It was so strong. He didn't know if there was a power difference between the Mahayana realm and the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. Regardless, they weren't existences Hanju could fight against. But why would the Vermilion Bird only seek revenge after he ascended? Could it be that it couldn't descend into the mortal world? Very likely. Perhaps this was an immortal rule. It seemed that if he wanted to ascend in the future, he had to at least be stronger than the Vermilion Bird. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Hanju thought as he silently took out the Book of Misfortune. He wondered if the book could curse a divine beast. Hanju cursed for a while, but didn't suffer any backlash. It seemed to work. He decided that in the future, while cultivating, he would curse enlightened old monster and the vermilion bird. The next morning, Sun Chang'an returned to the Fusang tree in a daze. Last night, he got drunk at the inn. The wine of the Jade Pure sect was unordinary. Cultivators could also get drunk after drinking it. This drunkenness caused Sun Chang'an to fall completely into the love tribulation. Hanju came out of the cave abode and stopped in front of him. Sun Chang'an was in a trance and didn't notice his arrival. Hanju frowned and couldn't help but recall Sun Chang'an's background. The ancient spiritual ginseng had reincarnated. In the previous life, it was nurtured by the Buddhists. Due to its fate with the demoness, it fell into a trap of love. The gods and Buddhas were furious and threw it into the mortal world to experience the tribulations of love. Only by completely forgetting itself and severing emotions would it be able to escape the pain of reincarnation. This was the 39th life. Sun Chang'an was born into a cultivation family and was extremely talented. However, he was ugly and was not liked by Chinner. After being rejected by her many times, he was heartbroken and ended up becoming a monk. Hanju used his divine sense to capture the scene of Sun Chang'an and Chinner talking. That scene. He was basically a simp. No, that was a modern term on the internet. Here, it was called deep affection. One-sided deep affection. Hanju didn't know how to persuade Sun Chang'an. This was a love tribulation. How could he persuade him with words? Hanju called out, "Disciple." Sun Chang'an was stunned for a moment. When he saw him, he slowly got up and knelt in front of Hanju. His emotions suddenly erupted and he cried, "Master, I feel so bitter." For some reason, Hanju thought of Zhu Beijiwan. The two had the same trait. They were both ugly. Hanju sighed and said, "Disciple, relationships between men and women are bitter. This is the reason why I have been in seclusion. But why would so many beauties come to you of their own accord? I only like one woman, but she." Sun Chang'an cried bitterly. Halfway up the mountain, a sleeping black-held chicken rolled over. "Idiot, can't you cultivate properly?" it harumphed. After eating the judo, it could clearly feel its bloodline transforming. Excited, it felt that it would become very strong. It even began to look forward to the chaotic heavenly dog's return to challenge it. "Oh, doggy, I'll let you know how powerful your father is." On the other side, faced with Sun Chang'an's question, Hanju said calmly, "It's only because I'm powerful. In this world, the strong are respected. If your cultivation is the best in the world, how can that woman not fall in love with you? Your cultivation is average and you don't look good. What does she want from you? Your sincerity. Sincerity is the most worthless thing in the world. Cultivate the heartless flying sword I taught you. This technique can help you become the #1 in the world." Hearing this, Sun Chang'an looked up. His face that was covered in snot and tears became even uglier. Hanju almost turned his head away in disgust. He suddenly understood Chinner. However, all of this was the fault of the gods and Buddhas. They deliberately made Sun Chang'an look so ugly. Hanju had tried to change Sun Chang'an's appearance, but he quickly recovered his ugly face. It was very strange. Sun Chang'an's eyes widened. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" If someone else said this, Sun Chang'an would definitely not believe them. But since it was Hanju, he believed him. Currently, Hanju was indeed the strongest existence he knew. Thinking of Xing Hongshuan's attitude towards Hanju, Sun Chang'an was immediately ignited. Heartless flying sword. I must cultivate it until the end. Hanju didn't say much. Some words were meaningless. What he said was not entirely true. Humans were very contradictory existences. When they were weak, they would look down on sincerity and only want to become stronger. But when they were strong, they would pursue sincerity. Hanju went down the mountain to find the black-hell chicken. After confirming that it was fine, he returned to the Khanate cave abode. After being hated by the vermilion bird, Hanju felt a sense of urgency again. Although the bird couldn't come down now, what if it could come down in the future? He had to hurry up and become stronger. 3 years later, the matter of the divine beast Judo attacking the Jade Pure sect had been settled. Very few people in the sect talked about it, but it caused a commotion in the cultivation world. When the Judo swept up the Great Yin, the scene was very impactful. Many people saw it. There were also scouts from various sects in the Jade Pure sect. When they learned that the Judo had been insta-killed by the deity slaying elder, They were so frightened that they didn't dare to have any ill intentions. They could only try to befriend the Jade Pure sect and try not to incur any grudges. There were no demon spies in the sect. The intelligence of the scouts from the various sects was not made known to the public. Therefore, the Judo's death was a secret that the demons couldn't find out. Demon King Dian Su was very curious about where the Judo had gone. Could it be related to the Jade Pure sect? This was the first time Dian Su feared the Jade Pure sect. This sect was not simple. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit Hanju. He came in front of him. Before he could speak, Hanju said, "Don't look for me regarding the fortuitous encounter. I won't go." Li Qingzi coughed and said, "I didn't bring good news." Hanju frowned and opened his eyes. Li Qingzi sighed and said, "The Blood Fire Heavenly Sect of Great Wei and the Formless Sect of Gyuan State have started a war. These two sects are huge entities, with Great Yin and the West Abyss State in the middle. Once the war begins, our two states will very likely be engulfed." Hanju was speechless. They could fight despite being so far apart. Were they so free? Speaking of which, these two sects had a hidden grudge with Hanju. It said that the prodigy of the Formless Sect, Dong Wangxian, killed the son of the sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. The Blood Fire Heavenly Sect is in a state of high morale, so how could they tolerate it? They immediately started fighting. That body integration realm guest elder has already taken the lead in attacking the Formless Sect. Li Qingzi's tone was filled with envy. When would the Jade Pure sect have a body integration realm mighty figure? No. He would be satisfied with more void amalgamation and soul formation realm experts. Hanju said, "It's fine. Let them fight each other. As long as they don't threaten the Jade Pure sect. If they want to destroy us along the way, you can rest assured with me around." Now, Hanju's enemy was already the Vermilion Bird. What were the Formless Sect and the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect in comparison? In addition, an old blind man appeared in the ruins of the ancient sect we discovered previously. His abilities are unfathomable. We wanted to rope him in, but he never agreed. He's currently staying in the intersect city. Elder Han, do you think you can help us convince him? Li Qingzi said in embarrassment, feeling a little ashamed. If he wanted to poach someone, he still needed the deity-slaying elder. He was indeed not capable enough. Upon hearing this, Hanju immediately checked the strongest person in the sect other than himself. Xiao Yao, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The #1 prodigy of the Heavenly Immortal Manor 5,000 years ago. The only survivor of the ancient spiritual firmament sect. Both eyes are blinded by heavenly punishment. 1. The Pig in Journey to the West. 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The #1 prodigy of the Heavenly Immortal Manor 5,000 years ago. The only survivor of the ancient spiritual firmament sect. Both eyes were blinded by heavenly punishment. It was just one line of words, but Hanju was like, wow. Even with this sort of background, he was actually not a bearer of Khanate providence. Hanju asked, "Have you heard of the spiritual firmament sect?" Li Qingzi replied, "I've heard of it. It's said to be a large sect from 5,000 years ago. However, it offended the immortal gods and misfortune befell them from the heavens. The entire sect was annihilated. Elder Han, why are you asking about the spiritual firmament sect? Could it be that the ruins we found are from this sect?" Hanju nodded. "I made some deductions. This person's name is Xiao Yao, and he's from the spiritual firmament sect." Li Qingzi's eyes widened, and he gasped. He had never heard of Xiao Yao, but he had heard of the spiritual firmament sect. What do we do now? Abandon the ruins? Li Qingzi asked cautiously. He was afraid they would find trouble for no reason. He only hoped that the Jade Pure sect could develop peacefully. As long as the sect was given time, it would grow stronger sooner or later and become a large sect like the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and the Formless Sect. Hanju replied, "It's up to you. If it's easy to be punished by the heavens, it should have come long ago. I think that as long as the spiritual firmament sect doesn't reappear in the world, the treasures are safe." Li Qingzi nodded. It would be difficult for him to give up the resources. After all, the elders had already divided up a lot. Forget about Xiao Yao for the time being. Just continue with life. We can't force a horse to drink water, after all, Hanju added. Li Qingzi had no objections. Hearing that Xiao Yao was from the spiritual firmament sect, his first reaction was to expel him. But on second thought, he couldn't defeat him. How could he expel him? Then, Li Qingzi left. Hanju began to use the simulation trial against Xiao Yao. 10 seconds later, Hanju opened his eyes and looked surprised. This fellow is something. His mystical power is too evasive, Hanju muttered. Xiao Yao could split into tens of thousands of clones, so Hanli could not kill him immediately. He was considered powerful since he could last 10 seconds under him. Hanju continued the simulation trial. He wanted to find a way to kill Xiao Yao. It felt like he was looking for a strategy to kill monsters. Hanju was happy. 5 minutes later, he finally found a way to kill Xiao Yao as soon as possible. However, as soon as the fight started, Xiao Yao used his cloning technique. After understanding his strength, Hanju became more interested in him. If such an expert joined the Jade Pure sect, he would be able to cultivate in peace. Then, Hanju opened the emails. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the Devil Master. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The fate of the Devil Master and his descendants has decreased. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts. X3872. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by a ferocious beast. It was severely injured but managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has awakened the mystical power of his previous life. His strength has increased greatly. Your good friend Guan Yugang was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. X2. Your divine pet, the black hell chicken, has devoured the divine beast Judo. Its bloodline has transformed. It has obtained the providence of calamity. Your good friend Taoist Calm Sky was attacked by a righteous cultivator. X5823. Taoist Calm Sky came from the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and was attacked by so many people. It looked like the war between the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and the Formless Sect had already begun. Su Qi and Yang Tiandong also encountered trouble. Hanju wasn't worried about Su Qi at all. As for Yang Tiandong, it was obvious that he had left the Great Yin. No demon in the Great Yin would dare to attack the Demon King's adopted son. The chaotic heavenly dog had suffered retribution. It hadn't been beaten recently, so it was likely hiding somewhere to recuperate. He hoped that it would come to its senses and return soon. Hanju shook his head and laughed, then continued cultivating. At the second level of the body integration realm, Hanju was no longer afraid of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and the Formless Sect. However, even if he was not in danger, he had to worry about the future. Hanju was afraid that the vermilion bird would break into the mortal world at any time. He had to hurry up and cultivate. He couldn't slack off. Deep in a dark valley, Su Qi sat in a corner, nervously looking at a figure in the distance. The person was surrounded by demonic qi. His face was frightening and covered in blood-colored scales. It was ghastly and terrifying. Su Qi gritted his teeth. Devil Master, I'm only a mortal. Please let me go. The Devil Master kept his eyes closed as he meditated. Su Qi was angry but didn't dare to say anything. After a while, the Devil Master said leisurely, Kid, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. The fact that you're still alive means this is a fortuitous encounter for you. Just wait patiently. Fortuitous encounter? Su Qi widened his eyes and carefully said, You want to teach me your ultimate technique? He was excited. Was this a blessing in disguise? Perhaps. I can't read your fate, which shows that you have extraordinary providence. Perhaps you can inherit my legacy. If I can't fulfill my wish in the future, I'll hand it to you. The Devil Master replied nonchalantly. Su Qi asked, What wish? Massacre the humans. Su Qi was stunned. As expected of the Devil Master. If that's the case, then I'll hide here and find a chance to kill him. Su Qi thought silently. He had always thought of himself as a kind person. Back then, he had joined the Jade Pure sect because he thought that it was a righteous sect. He even felt that Hanju had sent him to hide in the demon-taming sect because he wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. After joining it, he discovered that this sect was indeed cruel, evil, and that the heavens did not tolerate it. Su Qi took a deep breath, his eyes becoming determined. No matter what, Master must be secretly protecting me. I can't let him down. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju was still a little short of the third level of the body integration realm. He originally planned to break through to the third level in one go before resting, but the Fusang tree started shaking again. The previous time, it had attracted the divine beast Judo. What would it attract this time? Hanju couldn't help but tense up. This couldn't go on. What should he do? He suddenly thought of the black hell chicken. If the chicken occupied the Fusang tree, would the other beasts and divine beasts not come anymore? Hanju immediately instructed the Black Hell Chicken to move to the Fusang tree. After eating the Zhu dough, the Black Hell Chicken's cultivation had already soared to the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. It was only a step away from the Void Amalgamation realm. This was simply cheating. However, on careful thought, it made sense. The Zhu dough might be a divine beast, but the Black Hell Chicken was a reincarnated demon saint of the upper world. After receiving the order, the Black Hell Chicken did not resist and was even excited. It quickly flew to the Fusang tree and sat on the trunk like a rooster hatching an egg. A few days later, when the Fusang tree stopped shaking, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly sensed an aura. It was at the bottom of the mountain, sitting in front of the stone tablet that had formed the Immortal Mountain. It was the blind Xiao Yao. Hanju thought for a moment and asked with a voice transmission, "What's the matter, fellow Taoist?" Xiao Yao's hair was white, but his face was very young. He seemed to be in his 30s. His eyelids were black and shriveled. He was wearing a tattered Taoist robe and leaning against the stone tablet as if he was napping. Upon hearing Hanju's voice transmission, he stretched lazily, slowly stood up, and said, "Your sect master has always been inviting me to join the sect. I've stayed in the Jade Pure sect for a period of time. You're the strongest deity-slaying elder, right? I don't mind joining the sect. If you can represent the Jade Pure sect to withstand a palm strike from me, I'll join you guys." Hanju paused after hearing Xiao Yao's words. This was usually said by him. Now that he heard it from the other party, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Not afraid of fighting, he sent a voice transmission. "The two of us will go up to the sky and give it a go." With that said, he flew out of the Khanate cave abode and arrived above the sea of clouds. Xiao Yao appeared in front of Hanju. Without another word, Hanju poured the 6 paths spirit energy into all the numinous treasures on his body. In an instant, a strong light burst out from his body, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. It was dazzling. Xiao Yao was blind, but his divine sense was still there. It didn't matter if he had eyes or not. So many numinous treasures. Xiao Yao frowned. He suddenly developed an interest in the Jade Pure sect. This person definitely had a method to hide his cultivation level. He couldn't be only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xiao Yao raised his palm and said, "Since you're wearing so many numinous treasures, I won't hold back. I'll use my full strength." How cautious. He was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation realm, but still wanted to use his full strength. Was he sparring or killing? Hanju ridiculed him in his heart, but appeared calm on the surface. He said, "If I receive it, are you really willing to join the Jade Pure sect and listen to the sect master? Don't play word games." Xiao Yao said, "I never go back on my word. I don't need a place to stay. The Jade Pure sect has given me a good impression." Hanju nodded and waited for him to strike. Xiao Yao raised his right hand, and the wind above the sea of clouds stopped. A murderous aura filled the air. Although Xiao Yao was blind, he clearly felt that Hanju was fearless. Xiao Yao really intended to hit with all his might. He suddenly waved his palm and hit Hanju's chest. Boom! The sea of clouds beneath their feet scattered. Xiao Yao was startled. He felt a strong rebound of spirit energy. Caught off guard, he was forced back. At the 2nd level of the body integration realm, Hanju couldn't possibly lose to Xiao Yao, who was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation realm. In order to give him an opening gambit, Hanju deliberately used all his strength. As Xiao Yao retreated, his blood surged, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Xiao Yao gritted his teeth. Body integration realm. Unexpectedly, there was actually a body integration realm cultivator hidden in the sect, which had a nascent soul realm cultivator as its sect master. He had thought that the strongest cultivator in the Jade Pure sect was only at the soul formation realm, and a weak one at that. A sect that did not even have a void amalgamation realm cultivator actually had a body integration realm cultivator hiding within it. Xiao Yao steadied himself and took a deep breath. From now on, I'm a member of the Jade Pure sect. Xiao Yao has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. He has a good impression of me already? It seemed that this person was quite tactful. Satisfied, Hanju said, "Don't tell anyone about my cultivation." Xiao Yao was surprised. The sect doesn't know? Yes. With my cultivation level, it would be too weird for me to stay in the sect. I'm also worried that the sect will cause trouble. Other than longevity, I have no desires, so I've been cultivating diligently, Hanju explained. Xiao Yao couldn't help but think highly of him. That's all. Go find the sect master. He will arrange a position for you. Han Ju smiled. With that, he vanished. Xiao Yao remained in the air and thought for a long time. He then sighed and flew towards the sect's main peak. When he returned to the entrance of the cave abode, the Fusong tree's black-held chicken called out, Master, why didn't you teach him a lesson? He's too arrogant. Shouldn't you strike back with your sword? Sun Chang'an's cultivation was inferior to the chicken, so he didn't know what had just happened. Han Ju glanced at the black-held chicken and said, I'll give you a strike. Do you dare to take it? This chicken is a little too arrogant now. No, I have to suppress it. I have to maintain its image. The cautious chicken cannot lose its way. The black-held chicken shook its head in fear. Han Ju turned to look at the chicken and said with a voice transmission, This person is hated by the immortal gods. Do you see his eyes? That's the outcome of the immortal god's curse. The black-held chicken's eyes widened. Immortal god's curse. It's just so dangerous outside. Don't get too arrogant. You ate the judo. Do you know where it came from? It's the son of the divine beast, the vermilion bird. That being from the upper world has already set its eyes on you. You have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger so as to prevent the vermilion bird from taking revenge. I've deduced that it already hates you and me, so I have to cultivate in seclusion. Han Ju continued to transmit his voice. This time, the black-held chicken was completely terrified. Vermilion bird. Gasp. The black-held chicken suddenly felt nauseous, but even if it wanted to vomit, it could not. Han Ju was satisfied when he saw its reaction. He returned to the Khanate cave abode and began cultivating. Sun Chang'an was baffled to see the black-held chicken trembling. The next day, the Jade Pure sect announced a new elder, an elder at the Void Amalgamation Realm. The entire sect was excited. This was a realm that only the founder had reached. Xiao Yao's name spread throughout the sect. Apart from being happy, Li Qingzi was even more respectful towards Han Ju. Xiao Yao was not Han Ju's match, even though he was so strong. Most importantly, there was no movement in their fight. What did that mean? It meant that Han Ju was far stronger than Xiao Yao, so the sparring didn't last long. Elder Han was the true pillar of the sect. With this in mind, Li Qingzi immediately met with the elders and informed them one by one to not ignore Han Ju because they wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yao. Han Ju's demand was still the top priority of the Jade Pure sect. Nobody could afford to be negligent. 5 years passed very quickly, but the Great Yin was in turmoil. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect of Great Wei bypassed the Great Yin and attacked the formless sect of Guyuan State. Both were super sects with deep foundations. Before the unification of the Great Wei, the Blood Fire Heavenly sect had been extremely powerful, causing the surrounding cultivation world to tremble in fear. However, when the Blood Fire Heavenly sect faced the formless sect, the battle situation made everyone's jaws drop. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect had been completely demolished by the formless sect. Their body integration realm guest was severely injured and was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Meanwhile, the formless sect advanced toward the Great Way. They came in menacingly and wanted to destroy the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. All the sects of the cultivation world were trembling. The battle between the two colossi affected many sections. Truly, the fight between the big shots implicated the small fishes. Inside the Blood Fire Heavenly sect, Taoist Calm Sky and sect master Lu Bummy were talking in a pavilion. Lu Bummy's face was pale. Facing the powerful formless sect, he, the sect master, could not hold on much longer. If the Blood Fire Heavenly sect was destroyed, how would he answer to his ancestors? Taoist Calm Sky sighed and said, Even that guest elder escaped. We can't defeat the formless sect. Lu Bummy gritted his teeth. Then, what should we do? We're already mortal enemies. Surrendering is not an option. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect had become a joke in the cultivation world. After all, they had been so arrogant before. Taoist Calm Sky's eyes flickered. Actually, we can submit to other sections. As long as we can guarantee the preservation of our own legacy, it's not strange for us to be a subsidiary force in the cultivation world. I've thought about it, but the sects around the Great Way are even weaker than our Blood Fire Heavenly sect. The powerful sects that can contend against the formless sect are too far away from us. The more Lu Bummy spoke, the more miserable his expression became. Even the heavens wanted the Blood Fire Heavenly sect to perish. We can seek refuge with the Jade Pure sect. Taoist Calm Sky narrowed his eyes. 5 years after Xiao Yao became an elder of the Jade Pure sect, Hanju finally broke through to the third level of the body integration realm. He walked out of the cave abode and came to the Fusang tree to stretch his muscles. Sun Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken were cultivating. The Fusang tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd were both growing quite well. With their help, the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain kept increasing steadily. Hanju was satisfied. It was indeed a divine tree. Its vitality was much stronger than other treasures. Ever since the Black Hell Chicken occupied the Fusang tree, it had not swayed under the night sky. Not to mention divine beasts. Even ordinary beasts had not been summoned. Out of habit, Hanju opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts. X5877. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was severely injured and was on the brink of death. It was saved by a powerful demon and barely escaped death. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was cultivating in seclusion. He has comprehended the demonic Tao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator. X3119. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a righteous cultivator. X3028. Your good friend Fairy Shixian obtained a fortuitous encounter and her providence has increased. Your good friend Xiao Yao is suffering from the curse of the immortal gods. X5-inch. Your disciple Su Qi cultivated a demonic technique. His divinity is awakening. Hanju was speechless. Really? What was the chaotic heavenly dog doing? He had been beaten up again. He had only just recovered from his severe injuries and was severely injured again. Fortunately, he was a divine beast of providence. If it were anyone else, they would have long died. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan should still be together. The number of times they had been beaten was very close. Based on Hanju and Zhou Fan's understanding, the one who had caused trouble was definitely Zhou Fan. Famous people were always unwilling to be ordinary. Perhaps this was fate. Hanju noticed that Fairy Shixian had obtained another fortuitous encounter. In the past few decades, Fairy Shixian had been training outside. Her cultivation level had also been increasing, and there was hope of her breaking through to the soul formation realm. As the Jade Pure sect grew stronger, most of the elders' cultivation levels began to increase. This was a good thing. Xiao Yao was cursed by the immortal gods once a year. What was wrong with him? Hanju was suddenly worried. Would Xiao Yao bring trouble to the Jade Pure sect? As for Su Qi, his divinity had just begun to awaken. His bad luck was already terrifying enough. How exaggerated would it be after awakening? Hanju suddenly felt that it was the right thing to send Su Qi away. If he stayed in the Jade Pure sect for too long, he would harm it sooner or later. But speaking of which, Su Qi's life was actually quite tragic. The people around him would always die because of him, and he didn't know his previous life's identity. It was very likely that he felt the heavens were targeting him. Hanju suspected the intentions of the heavenly court that wanted him to descend to the mortal world. On second thought, with a calamity divine beast like the Zhu Do in the mortal world, it wasn't surprising even if a jinx appeared. It was precisely because of existences like the Zhu Do and the jinx that extremists like Thanos did not appear. Perhaps this was the deeper meaning of the heavenly court. Hanju guessed. Immediately, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Enlightened Old Monster and the Vermilion Bird. He took turns cursing them for 5 days. At the same time, on the main peak, Li Qingzi, the Grand Elder, Xiao Yao, and the other elders gathered in the hall. They all looked at someone. This person was from the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. His name was Perfected Yanlin. He was a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator and was an elder. Perfected Yanlin was secretly puzzled. They're so weak. Apart from Xiao Yao, everyone else was no threat to him. He didn't understand why the sect master wanted to go under the Jade Pure sect. Even so, he still spoke honestly. The Blood Fire Heavenly Sect was already at the edge of the cliff. They could only try their best. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect to want to join the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi frowned and said, "Your sect and the Formless sect are in a huge battle. The Jade Pure sect doesn't want to be involved in trouble." He didn't have a good impression of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. In his opinion, they wanted to drag his sect down with them. Our sect master said that if the Jade Pure sect agrees, the Blood Fire Heavenly sect can even directly join you and become the 19th peak of the Jade Pure sect. After the Blood Fire Heavenly sect swallowed the Great Way, Their foundation was already very strong. If the Jade Pure sect could swallow them, they would definitely soar. Li Qingzi stood up and said, "You guys chat first. I'll go out for a while." With that, he flew out of the hall. The elders all understood where he was going. He was definitely going to find the deity-slaying elder. Xiao Yao suddenly took a step forward and said, "I don't know much about the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect. You and I are both elders. Why don't we spar and learn each other's strength?" Perfected Yanlin narrowed his eyes. All right. He was also very unconvinced and felt that the Jade Pure sect was not worthy of the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect seeking refuge under them. Li Qingzi found Han Ju and explained the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect's purpose. "Elder Han, what do you think?" Li Qingzi asked. Han Ju frowned as he thought of the Formless sect. Accepting the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect would definitely offend the Formless sect. However, the Formless sect's sect master, Enlightened Old Monster, was his enemy, so he was not afraid of offending him. Enlightened Old Monster was at the 7th level of the Body Integration Realm. At the 3rd level of Body Integration Realm, Han Ju was definitely not afraid of him. However, Enlightened Old Monster was not alone. "Are you confident in resisting the Formless sect?" Han Ju asked. Li Qingzi sighed and said, "The Formless sect also seems to be targeting us. Their disciples have already entered the Great Yin. The various righteous sects of the Great Yin have also sent us letters asking for help." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Was Enlightened Old Monster coming after him? Boom. An earth-shattering sound came from outside. Han Ju scanned with his divine sense. It was Xiao Yao and Perfected Yanlin fighting. Xiao Yao was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, so Perfected Yanlin was no match for him. Han Ju said calmly, "In other words, we actually don't have a choice. Even if we reject the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect, the Formless sect can still overturn the cultivation world of the Great Yin." Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. Han Ju said in a low voice, "How about this? When Perfected Yanlin loses, tell him to go back and ask his sect master and Taoist Calm Sky to come personally." Li Qingzi was pleasantly surprised that Elder Han was going to make a move. If they wanted to annex the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect, they had to suppress them completely. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if they were to unite, the Jade Pure sect might not be able to hold them down in the future. Li Qingzi left immediately. The battle between Xiao Yao and Perfected Yanlin lasted for 5 minutes, which was an eye-opener for the disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Elder Xiao was so powerful. When Xiao Yao used his 10,000 clones, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. Perfected Yanlin was completely suppressed. Li Qingzi told Perfected Yanlin what Han Ju said, and he quickly left. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju touched his chin and muttered, "No, since I can't do the simulation with Enlightened Old Monster, I don't know his strength. What if he has a special secret technique or mystical power?" Once the battle started, Han Ju had to kill Enlightened Old Monster and not let him escape like Taoist Calm Sky. Han Ju thought of his 6 paths insignia. In the future, should he leave the 6 paths insignia on the enemy first? This way, no matter where the other party fled, Han Ju would be able to catch him. In this case, Han Ju would have to strengthen the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger to the extreme. At that time, he would directly shoot at the enemy from his cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Just as Han Ju was thinking, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence, checking its origin. Khanate Providence? Han Ju was stunned. It had been a long time since he met a new Khanate Providence bearer. He immediately chose to check. Murong Qi, 4th level of the Golden Core Realm, reincarnated war god of the Upper Realm Divine Palace. His title is Profound Truth Divine Emperor. He was attacked by the immortal emperors of the demon race. His physical body was destroyed. His soul entered the cycle of reincarnation and came to the mortal world. In the cycle of reincarnation, his soul slowly recovered. Due to the providence of the Divine Emperor, even as a mortal, his talent was unparalleled. Unconsciously, he was attracted by the ancient spiritual ginseng and came to the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju was stunned. Divine Palace War God. Profound Truth Divine Emperor? What level was the Divine Palace? How was it compared to the Heavenly Court? Han Ju suddenly felt that the upper realm was different from what he imagined. It seemed the Heavenly Court wasn't the sole dominant force. There might be many powerful factions, and their relationships were very deep. Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, Buddha. These were the ones he knew of. On second thought, it made sense. If not for him being able to detect the Khanate providence, he probably wouldn't have noticed these incredible existences. In novels, the protagonist would also encounter various geniuses, but he wouldn't be able to see through their origins. Although Murong-chi was the reincarnation of profound truth divine emperor, if he was killed in this life, it wouldn't affect him much. Even if he regained his identity as profound truth divine emperor, he wouldn't seek revenge. God knew how many times Murong-chi had reincarnated. Just like Sun Chang'an, who was already at the 39th reincarnation, when he ascended to the upper realm in the future, he couldn't possibly take revenge on his enemies from every lifetime. Each lifetime had its own enemies and grudges. The ancient spiritual ginseng, who was the current Sun Chang'an, had attracted the attention of profound truth divine emperor. Would he attract other people with powerful backgrounds in the future? Sun Chang'an wasn't Zhu Beiji, but simply Tang Sung, one himself. Hanju used his divine sense to search for him. Murong-chi and a group of cultivators were flying towards the Jade Pure sect. The leader was Guan Yu Gang. These cultivators were not wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Pure sect. They had probably just been recruited. Hanju's attention landed on Murong-chi. Looking youthful, he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had probably taken the youth-retaining pill earlier. Hanju didn't think too much about it. Even if Murong-chi wanted to eat the ancient spiritual ginseng, he wouldn't succeed as a golden core cultivator. Besides, Sun Chang'an was so ugly, who would have the appetite to eat him? Hanju started to think hard about how to make the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger stronger. As he passed by the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Murong-chi suddenly asked, "Is this mountain also from the Jade Pure sect?" The others were also watching because the spirit chi in this mountain was extremely abundant. Yes, this is the Jade Pure sect's deity, slaying elders mountain. In the future, you are not allowed to trespass. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Guan Yugang nodded. He looked at the immortal mountain with reverence. It's here. What I seek must be on this mountain, Murong-chi thought silently. Since birth, he had an extraordinary intuition that could help him find many fortuitous encounters. He had been to the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect before. Now, the sect was famous in Great Yin. He didn't dare to barge in, so he found the place where the sect specially recruited individual cultivators and signed up to join. Is deity slaying elder accepting disciples? Murong-chi asked. Guan Yugang snorted. Well, yes, but we can't disturb him. Previously, a monk knelt on the mountain for 5 years before succeeding. The itinerant cultivators were shocked upon hearing this. Kneel for 5 years. Such determination. Murong-chi took this matter to heart. The group moved around the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and flew to the main peak. Under the Fusang tree, Sun Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. He patted his chest, secretly puzzled. Why do I feel uneasy? This was the first time he felt this way. Was he possessed? Sun Chang'an couldn't help but become nervous. He checked his cultivation technique to see if he had practiced it wrong. 2 months later, the sky was filled with purple light again, shocking the world. Again. That's right. With his top-notch Sword Dao comprehension, Hanju entered the Sword Dao River again. The world also produced strange phenomena. The heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger, although a finger technique, was essentially a sword technique. It was very similar to the unparalleled finger divine sword. Using the finger as a sword, it shot out sword chi. He came to the Sword Dao River again and looked at the figures that he had surpassed one by one. Hanju wasn't surprised, but rather nervous. Would he encounter that mysterious existence again? Not able to control his consciousness, Hanju could only watch. The Sword Dao River was bright. Hanju vaguely saw some memories of the sword cultivators, but they flashed past, and he didn't see them clearly. After a while, a figure in front suddenly stopped. Hanju's heart skipped a beat. It was the same guy again. Doesn't he cultivate? Is he always guarding the Sword Dao River? The figure was covered in sword light, making it difficult to see his true appearance. He turned to look at Hanju and said, "It's you again." Hanju said carefully, "I'm already at the Grand Unity area. I didn't mean to offend you, but I can't stop myself. Help me stop. Just don't hurt me." The mysterious sword cultivator was silent. An invisible force made him unable to move forward. Hanju waited nervously. Strange, You don't have an illustrious identity from your previous life. How can you have such sword Dao comprehension? The mysterious sword cultivator asked in surprise. Hanju answered, everything has a beginning. Perhaps I will become someone's illustrious past life identity in the future. The mysterious sword cultivator did not reply. 3 breaths later, the mysterious sword cultivator waved his hand and said, the profundity of grand unity is not something that ordinary people can touch. Be careful not to suffer a backlash. Go back. Boom. Hanju felt dizzy. He opened his eyes again and saw that he had returned to the Khanate cave abode. Hanju touched his chin as he wondered. Why did he keep meeting that fellow? Did he have nothing to do all day? Hanju began the simulation trial and raised Xiao Yao's cultivation level to the 3rd level of the body integration realm. With the enhanced heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, Hanju instantly killed him. What a pity. Xiao Yao was still a little weak. Hanju suddenly wished that a 9th stage body integration realm cultivator could sneak into the Jade Pure sect. Only then could he verify how powerful his heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger was. At the same time, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared. However, the discussions of the cultivation world and dynasties did not stop. In the cultivation world, even powerful cultivators of the older generation stood up and said that a golden age of geniuses was coming. This was the 3rd heavenly phenomenon so far. In the eyes of the cultivators, it was impossible for all 3 times to be because of the same person. As a result, Hanju alone set off a golden age of geniuses and elites. Hanju quickly entered cultivation. A year later, someone appeared in front of the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain and knelt in front of the stone tablet. It was none other than the reincarnation of profound truth divine emperor, Morongchi. After staying in the Jade Pure sect for a year, Morongchi had not thought of a way to ascend the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. However, every time he looked at it, his heart would throb. It caused him to have a strong urge to go up the mountain. In the end, he decided to follow Guan Yogon's method to become a disciple. He had to sneak into the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain first. Morongchi knelt in front of the stone tablet and began to kowtow. Hanju was focused on cultivation and didn't notice him. Sun Chang'an noticed him very quickly. After all, Morongchi had followed his example. After Morongchi knelt for a month, Sun Chang'an descended the mountain and stood in the array formation, smiling at him. This person looks pretty good, Sun Chang'an silently thought. As Morongchi kowtowed, he noticed Sun Chang'an's arrival. He frowned and thought, this person is so ugly. Sun Chang'an's ugliness made Morongchi feel a little nauseous. However, for some reason, he felt that it was this person who attracted him. The 2 feelings intertwined in Morongchi's heart, creating strange sparks. Could this person be the deity-slaying elder? Wasn't the deity-slaying elder supposed to be good-looking? He will bring me great opportunities? Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Morongchi gritted his teeth and said, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. 1. In Journey to the West, all the demons want to eat Tang's song, the monk master, for immortality. Hearing that Morongchi wanted to become his disciple, Sun Chang'an narrowed his eyes and sized him up. Sun Chang'an was also at the Golden Core realm. His cultivation level was slightly higher than Morongchi's, so it wasn't difficult for him to take in a disciple. However, he had to ask his master about this. Continue kowtowing. With that said, Sun Chang'an went up the mountain. Morongchi knew that the other party was testing him. He continued to kowtow. After arriving at the Khanate cave abode, Sun Chang'an told Hanju about Morongchi wanting to become his disciple. Hanju opened his eyes. His expression was strange. Morongchi wants to become Sun Chang'an's disciple? He thought that Morongchi wanted to eat him. Hanju asked, what do you think? Sun Chang'an said from the entrance, I have some affinity with this person. If master doesn't object, I'll accept him. Hanju thought for a moment. The other party was the reincarnation of profound truth divine emperor. It wasn't bad to get close to him. Hanju replied, go ahead, you can bring him to the Fusang tree to cultivate. In the future, you will be in charge of him. He's not allowed to leave the surroundings of the Fusang tree without permission. Sun Chang'an was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. He then immediately went down the mountain to open the formation and let Morongchi in. Morongchi stood up and walked in front of Sun Chang'an. He knelt down and kowtowed solemnly, then called him master. Sun Chang'an was very happy. This was his first disciple. Let's go. Follow me up the mountain. Apart from me, there's also your grandmaster, your grandmaster's wife, and a black chicken at the soul formation realm. Sun Chang'an introduced as he led the way. Morongchi was secretly shocked. This mountain actually had a soul formation realm beast. Is this the foundation of the Jade Pure sect? Wait. Grandmaster, could it be that this person isn't the deity-slaying elder? Morongchi suddenly noticed that Sun Chang'an was a monk. Could he be the monk that Elder Guan had mentioned, who knelt for 5 years? Having thought this through, Morongchi was not embarrassed or angry. He could sense that it was Sun Chang'an who attracted him. The two of them moved quickly. When they reached the Fusong tree, Morongchi saw the black hell chicken. He was stunned by the Fusong tree. What tree is this? The black hell chicken opened one of its eyes and said indifferently, Chang'an, have you told him the rules? If he decides to join our mountain, he can't cause trouble everywhere like Yang Tiandong. You have to discipline him well in the future. If he dares to mess around, I won't be polite. Sun Chang'an cursed silently. Stupid chicken. Who are you trying to intimidate? Thinking that Han Ju might be watching from the cave abode, he could only promise the chicken. Sun Chang'an made Morongchi kneel down and kowtow to the Khanate cave abode. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. Morongchi noticed a line of words at the entrance and pondered. He obediently knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Just like that, Morongchi joined the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, and Han Ju had another grand disciple. As he cultivated with Sun Chang'an, Morongchi was pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit chi here was very dense. Especially when he sat next to him, not only was he not disturbed, but he even absorbed more spirit chi. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Morongchi was pleased. It seemed that his intuition was correct. Another year passed. On this day, the sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, Lu Bummy, and Taoist Calm Sky arrived. Taoist Calm Sky was extremely nervous. Although he had left a soul fragment in the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, he was still afraid of facing Han Ju. Han Ju sensed their aura and immediately checked the Jade Pure sect. Lu Bummy, 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. That's it. Han Ju couldn't understand. How could the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect dare to challenge the formless sect? But on second thought, he understood. Their sect's strength was definitely the best around the Great Yin. It was also geographically far from the formless sect. This world did not have phones or a network, so it was normal for the information to be inaccurate. Out of caution, Han Ju still used the simulation trial to fight with them. He fought both of them at the same time. Instant kill. Safe. The duo didn't fly to the main peak, but arrived at the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Greetings, deity-slaying elder. Sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, Lu Bummy, and Elder Taoist Clear Sky are here to visit. Taoist Calm Sky bowed. He knew that the Jade Pure sect would definitely agree as long as the deity-slaying elder agreed. Lu Bummy bowed as well. He was also a little nervous. Taoist Clear Sky said he was unable to defend against the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder. How could he dare to underestimate Han Ju? Under the Fusong tree, Morongchi's eyes widened as he said in astonishment, "The sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect is here." He had previously been an itinerant cultivator and had heard of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. To him, they were much stronger than the Jade Pure sect. Sun Chang'an said expressionlessly, "Continue cultivating." Morongchi nodded and closed his eyes, but his attention drifted down the mountain. Han Ju appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. The reincarnation sword intent erupted and locked onto them. In an instant, Lu Bummy and Taoist Calm Sky couldn't move. They felt as if they were facing death. Cold sweat began to seep out from the foreheads of the two, especially Taoist Calm Sky. He almost died of fright. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Senior, we have no ill intentions. You invited us." Han Ju said calmly, "I hope that you won't be disloyal after joining the Jade Pure sect." He put his hands on their shoulders and quietly left the 6 paths insignia. In the future, no matter where they fled to, Han Ju would be able to track them. Han Ju's cultivation was far stronger than theirs. They couldn't sense it at all. Taoist Calm Sky quickly assured them that they were definitely sincere about joining the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju didn't continue to suppress them and let them go to the main peak. How could the two of them dare to refuse? After the reincarnation sword intent vanished, they immediately bowed and left. On the way to the main peak after leaving the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, Lu Bang couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Senior, how can there be such an expert in the Jade Pure sect? Could he be Taoist Nine Cauldrons? I'm not sure either, but he's definitely not Taoist Nine Cauldrons. He has long gone overseas. He rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that he had made the right move by joining the Jade Pure sect. On the other side, Hanju returned to the cave abode. He thought for a moment, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing Enlightened Old Monster. Although he wasn't afraid of the Formless sect, they had many people. If they attacked the Jade Pure sect, the losses would definitely be heavy. As long as Enlightened Old Monster remained injured, he could definitely hold back the Formless sect. A month later, the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect officially announced that they would join the Jade Pure sect. Lu Bummy would personally enter the Jade Pure sect, and the affairs of the sect would be handled by the Vice Sect Master. Once this news spread, it shocked the Great Wei, Great Yin, West Abyss, and the nearby dynasties. All eyes turned to the Jade Pure sect. This sect seemed weak, but in the past 100 years, it had indeed shown signs of strengthening. The news spread to the Formless sect. After hearing this, Enlightened Old Monster frowned. Jade Pure sect. He couldn't help but think of Xing Hongxian. Previously, he had wanted her to marry Dong Wangxian. With her cultivation technique, getting together with Dong Wangxian would definitely help him advance his cultivation. Unfortunately, she rejected him. Xing Hongxian was from the Jade Pure sect. A few people were standing in front of him. Dong Wangxian was among them. He snorted and said, "What kind of sect is the Jade Pure sect? I've never heard of it. Besides, the Great Yin is publicly acknowledged as weak. Master, I'll personally go there and capture Lu Bummy." Enlightened Old Monster frowned and did not immediately agree. For some reason, he felt that the Jade Pure sect was very strange. Ever since he had asked Xing Hongxian about the marriage, he had often been cursed. Could it be that the person cursing him was from this sect? Some mighty figures had the power to affect karma. Could it be that Xing Hongxuan's husband was the one who had been cursing him? It was very likely. Nothing else could explain such a coincidence. Enlightened Old Monster had never encountered such a thing in the past. However, ever since he had invited Xing Hongxian, he was being cursed every few years. A month ago, he had been severely injured by the curse. It happened to be the time when the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect had negotiated with the Jade Pure sect. They definitely couldn't clash head-on with this sect. Forget about the Jade Pure sect for now. The battle with the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect has lasted for so many years, it's time to end it. Our reputation has already been established. There's no need to exterminate them all. You should cultivate well, too. Your goal should be to enter the heavenly immortal manor. Don't waste your time here, Enlightened Old Monster said with a deep tone. Dong Wangxian frowned. He felt that this was not enough. They had agreed to destroy the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect. How could it end just because they had joined the Jade Pure sect? If this got out, wouldn't others think that the Formless sect was afraid of the Jade Pure sect? Master, be careful of letting a threat grow, Dong Wangxian said softly. The others looked at each other. They were all the higher-ups of the Formless sect. In fact, they also wanted to give up. Moreover, the Formless sect wasn't in the demonic path. They didn't like killing. Enlightened Old Monster waved his hand. I've made up my mind. We won't attack the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect anymore. Dong Wangxian was displeased. His master was good at everything, but he was not domineering enough. Although he was unhappy, Dong Wangxian did not contradict his master. After all, he was raised by him. After the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect announced that they would join the Jade Pure sect, the Formless sect stopped attacking. This caused the disciples of the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very curious about the Jade Pure sect. Just how strong was this sect to actually make the Formless sect calm down? Lu Bummy arrived at the main peak of the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi had arranged a cave abode for him. He knew very well that he was equivalent to a hostage. If the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect acted recklessly, he would be the first to die. Li Qingzi originally thought that the Formless sect would target them. He didn't expect them to actually stop. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Thus, the Jade Pure sect did not encounter any trouble. After the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect joined them, they became the most powerful sect in the Great Yin. More and more itinerant cultivators and mortals joined them. Feeling a sense of danger in terms of cultivation, Li Qingzi started to let go of his authority and entered seclusion to cultivate. 10 years passed in peace. Hanju was already close to the 4th level of the body integration realm. You are now 400 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and prove to the world that you are powerful. You can obtain the egg of a divine beast of providence and a random natural treasure. 2. Continue your seclusion and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Seeing the choices in front of him, Hanju didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the second option. You choose to continue your seclusion and obtain a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme grade numinous treasure, Heavenly Spirit Bracelet. Heavenly Spirit Bracelet, supreme grade numinous treasure. It can isolate divine sense and defend against soul attacks. Another defensive numinous treasure. Great. Hanju took out the Heavenly Spirit Bracelet and started to make it recognize him as the owner. After a while, he put on the bracelet. It was embedded with blue, silver, white, and red crystals. It looked very beautiful. Hanju felt that he was getting closer to the outfit in an immortal cultivation game. He looked more and more handsome. Immediately, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Enlightened Old Monster and the Vermilion Bird. Every time he took a break from cultivating, he would curse his enemies. It was like a habit now. In the past 10 years, Murong Chi and Sun Chang'en's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Murong Chi was indeed very talented. Sun Chang'en was afraid that he would surpass him, so he did not dare to think about Qian'er anymore. He focused only on cultivation. The cultivation of the master and disciple progressed together and had a positive effect. The Black Hell Chicken was still at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm, but was already close to the Void Amalgamation realm. It dreamed of the chaotic heavenly dog returning every day. It couldn't wait to teach it a lesson. After cursing for more than 10 days, Hanju finally put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He checked his emails. Those who had been beaten were still being beaten. The chaotic heavenly dog was still the one who had been beaten the most. Some good friends had also obtained fortuitous encounters. It was worth mentioning that Su Qi didn't do anything recently. If not for his portrait, Hanju would really be worried that he had died. Hanju kept feeling that a few of the icons in his friend list were gone. As for who they were, he couldn't remember, but the ones he paid special attention to were still around. This was the life of cultivation. It was normal to die along the way. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. He wanted to break through to the 4th level of body integration realm as soon as possible. Formless sect. Enlightened Old Monster was about to go mad. He had already stopped attacking the Bloodfire Heavenly Sect. Why was that person still cursing him? Who could tolerate this? Enlightened Old Monster decided to personally go to the Jade Pure Sect. He wanted an explanation. He immediately got up and found the other elders, telling them where he was going. After Dong Wangxian received the news, he immediately sought him out. He wanted to go along. This was a good opportunity. He had to kill Lu Bummy. Enlightened Old Monster originally wanted to refuse, but with Dong Wangxian pestering him, he could only helplessly agree. In a dark valley, Su Qi meditated and cultivated. Demonic Qi wrapped around his body. He got rid of the cultivation technique from before and recultivated Devil Master's demonic technique. His cultivation increased at a godly speed. He was surprisingly compatible with the Devil Master's demonic technique. Even Devil Master was surprised. Devil Master was very satisfied with Su Qi's cultivation, but he was also very dissatisfied with himself. Recently, when cultivating, he always encountered mental demons and suffered terribly. This time, Devil Master was disturbed by his mental demons again. His blood vitality was in chaos, and he had to stop cultivating. He stood up and said, "You should stay here and cultivate properly. There's a formation set up by me here. Not only can it guard against enemies, but it can also gather spirit chi suitable for your cultivation. I'm leaving." Su Qi opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going out for a walk. Slaughter a few sects to relax." With that, Devil Master dissipated into a wisp of demonic chi. Su Qi hesitated. Should he take this opportunity to escape? Forget it. I should cultivate properly. Since his master did not make a move, it meant that he also hoped that he could use this opportunity to enter seclusion so that he would not always need his master's help. Thinking of this, Su Qi perked up and continued cultivating. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju finally broke through to the 4th level of the body integration realm. The increase of the 6 paths spirit energy made him happy. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse enlightened old monster and the vermilion bird as a celebration. I'm Jilin-chan. I'm here to challenge the Jade Pure sect. I'm only here to spar. There will be no deaths. Does anyone dare to fight me? A proud voice resounded through the world, stunning Hanju. Challenge the sect? Hanju immediately checked the other party's cultivation. Jilin-chan, second level of the body integration realm, a Tao disciple of the heavenly, immortal manner. He has a conceited personality and wants to become the #1 cultivator in the world. He wants to roam the world and challenge everyone. He has yet to face defeat. A Tao disciple of the heavenly, immortal manner? Hanju narrowed his eyes. He had long heard of the heavenly, immortal manner. He finally met one of their disciples today. He immediately used the simulation trial. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes and frowned. This fellow. What? No one from the Jade Pure sect who took in the blood fire heavenly sect dares to fight me? I'm truly disappointed. I offer 1,000,000 superior grade spirit stones. The spirit stones will belong to whoever wins. 1,000,000 spirit stones is not enough? I'll offer another numinous treasure. No way. Are the people in the Jade Pure sect all cowards? F*CKU. Are you all dead? No one is coming out. The people of the Jade Pure sect were stunned by Jilin-chan's provocation. They rarely encountered such a challenge that was common in the mortal martial arts world. Li Qingzi was still in seclusion and didn't mind Jilin-chan's words. If the sky collapsed, Elder Han and Elder Xiao would hold it up. However, Xiao Yao felt that the other party was not simple. He didn't want to take the risk and wanted Hanju to help. Hanju found it troublesome and wanted Xiao Yao to accept the challenge. If he lost, so be it. He just had to send Jilin-chan away. The other elders felt that the other party was definitely very strong and did not dare to appear. The disciples were even more so. Thus, an awkward situation ensued. A body integration realm cultivator challenged them, but no one came out to receive him. If no one comes out within 10 breaths, I'll flatten your sect. Jilin-chan shouted angrily. At that moment, he was halfway up the mountain, looking at the distant 18 peaks. Dressed in white and with a handsome face, he was cool and had the bearing of a genius. Jilin-chan was furious. No one from the Jade Pure sect came out. Even if they didn't dare to face the challenge, they should at least come out and beg for mercy. Jilin-chan became even more furious. He took out a sword and prepared to cut down the Jade Pure sect's 18 peaks. Fellow Taoist, you're amazing. The Jade Pure sect is inferior to you. We admit defeat. Hanju's voice drifted into Jilin-chan's ears. Let him win. Hanju didn't care about winning or losing. He just hoped that it wouldn't be troublesome. Jilin-chan frowned when he heard this. I choose you. Come out and fight me. You're already here. How can you just admit defeat like that? Fellow Taoist, why are you so angry? Did our sect offend you? Not before this, but now, I'm offended. Must we fight? Come out, or I'll trample your Jade Pure sect. Jilin-chan shouted domineeringly. He felt great after saying these words. How dare you neglect me? Jilin-chan was a Tao disciple of the heavenly, immortal manner. Coupled with his cultivation at the body integration realm, very few people dared to not give him face. Most importantly, the Jade Pure sect was nothing in the cultivation world. How dare such a sect put on airs? Today he would teach them the rules. Hanju frowned. He was angry too. This fellow was really pushing his luck. Are you still not coming out? Do you want me to force you out? Jilin-chan shouted angrily. His cold attitude was the most infuriating. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi suddenly shot out from the immortal mountain like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. So fast, Jilin-chan's expression changed. He instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom! The sword chi flew past the mountains, heading straight for him. Before Jilin-chan could even cast a spell, the sword chi engulfed him. His body was crushed into bits, leaving only his essence soul holding the sword. The domineering reincarnation sword intent did not destroy his essence soul, only because a golden dragon was coiling around it. That's right, a golden dragon. The golden dragon looked both real and illusory. Cracks appeared on its body, and it almost could not block the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Just as Hanju was about to point again, the golden dragon shouted, Wait, we can talk. I apologize on behalf of this stupid junior. Hanju stopped and said, I've already admitted defeat, but he's going too far. He still wants to destroy my sect. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. Ji Lingchan was still in a state of shock. Impossible. That move just now. I couldn't even take a single blow from him. Ji Lingchan's Dao heart shattered. Seeing that Han Ju didn't continue to attack, the golden dragon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is indeed Lingchan's fault. If you let him go, we'll leave immediately. Taoist Ji Kong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju immediately checked his information. Taoist Ji Kong, 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, one of the 12 Taoists of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Because you didn't directly kill Ji Lingchan, he developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Han Ju was instantly blinded. If such an existence had a favorable impression of him, there shouldn't be any enmity, right? Han Ju said, "I hope that you will keep your word. You can leave." Taoist Ji Kong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. The golden dragon was satisfied. He felt that Han Ju had a good character. This was indeed Ji Lingchan's fault, and his mystical power could only protect the essence soul. If Han Ju wanted to kill Ji Lingchan, he couldn't stop him. Moreover, he had yet to reveal his identity, which meant that the other party did not stop because he was afraid of his identity. The golden dragon said in a low voice, "Fool, apologize to this fellow Taoist. Go back to seclusion after this matter ends. You are not to come out for 100 years. He was truly infuriated. He had been cultivating just a moment ago, but he had sensed that Ji Lingchan was in danger. Through the golden dragon, he had already understood everything. Such actions were simply an insult to the heavenly, immortal manor. Ji Lingchan seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning, and he said agitatedly, "Master, I just came out." He wanted to vomit blood. He had only been out for less than 5 years and had been looking for a suitable opponent. He couldn't be bothered to deal with weak sections. He had finally decided to look for the Jade Pure sect, but before he could do anything, he had nearly died. Ji Lingchan sank into depression. Was the outside world always so ridiculous? He was a body integration realm cultivator. Han Ju had a strange expression. No wonder he had never lost a fight. He had only just come out. "Apologize now." The golden dragon roared angrily. Ji Lingchan hurriedly apologized while trembling. Then, the golden dragon looked in the direction of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "Guan Yu, courtesy name Yunchang." "Guan Yunchang? Good name." The golden dragon praised and left with Ji Lingchan. The situation ended like this. Ji Lingchan was still a distance away from the Jade Pure sect. The disciples didn't know what had happened, but the divine senses of the elders could clearly sense it. The deity-slaying elder was too powerful. Xiao Yao and Lu Bumi were both shocked. Heaven-Earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger sent chills down their spines. They thought for a moment and couldn't help but shiver. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. In seclusion, Li Qingzi smiled proudly. Elder Han was indeed their lucky star. He had never disappointed them. How comfortable. Under the Fusang tree, Murong Qi started to worship Han Ju. His favorability soared to 4 stars. Han Ju didn't mind and continued cultivating. Several days later, Ji Lingchan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. It seemed like Taoist Ji Kong had educated him and made him grateful to Han Ju. Han Ju couldn't help but have a good impression of the heavenly, immortal manor. This was a true holy land. Magnificent. To celebrate that no enmity arose between them, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and completed his daily mission. On the other side, Guan Yu's name spread throughout the heavenly, immortal manor. Ji Lingchan was a famous genius of the manor. They didn't expect him to be beaten back the moment he stepped out. Ji Lingchan bragged about Guan Yu, saying that the latter was the #1 cultivator in the Jade Pure sect. Even his master, Taoist Ji Kong, admired him. The stronger Guan Yu was, the less embarrassing this loss became. As he bragged, his impression of Han Ju also started to increase. He probably believed it himself. Han Ju wasn't aware of the situation, and his impression of Taoist Ji Kong improved greatly. He didn't expect him to work so hard even after returning. 5 years had passed since Ji Lingchan had come to challenge them. In the past 5 years, the Jade Pure sect had been very smooth sailing. They hadn't encountered any major tribulations. The entire sect had been in a state of cultivation. The cultivation level of the disciples of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect was generally higher than that of the Jade Pure Sect disciples. If they wanted to truly subdue the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, they had to increase their cultivation level. In a quiet hall, a black-robed Imo was meditating. Ever since she was betrayed by Hanju, she had been locked up here and couldn't leave. The sect didn't mistreat her. Whatever she wanted, they would satisfy her, including cultivation treasures. Unable to escape, Imo focused on cultivation. After so many years, her cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Her cultivation speed could be considered fast. The reason why it was so fast was due to Taoist 9 Cauldron's transformation of the sect. Not only her, but the average cultivation speed of the Jade Pure Sect disciples had increased by more than 2 times. Imo frowned. There was a hint of murderous intent between her eyebrows. Kill your way out. Leave this place and avenge the Imo family. What are you waiting for? Your brother Imo Fujo is still waiting for your help. The strange voice kept ringing in her ears. It was as if a spirit was bewitching her, causing her body to tremble slightly. After a long while, Imo suddenly opened her eyes and spread her arms. A terrifying demonic aura erupted and shook the spirit chi in the hall. It was invisible and tangible, like a shock wave that shook the palace. Imo lowered her head and breathed heavily. Sweat poured down her face like rain. Why is this cultivation technique? Could the Imo family really be fiendish? Imo thought with trepidation. What she cultivated was not the cultivation technique of the Jade Pure Sect, but the cultivation technique of the Imo family's ancestors. Ever since she broke through to the Golden Core realm, her spirit energy had begun to transform. It was different from the fiendish cultivators she usually saw. It was vast and sinister, but not cold. She didn't notice that the demonic chi had condensed into a figure above her head. It had 2 pairs of wings and looked terrifying. Imo hesitated about continuing to cultivate this technique. If she recultivated, who knew how much time would be wasted? She couldn't help but think of Hanju. His cultivation must be ridiculously high. She finally had hope of catching up to him and didn't want to give up. Imo gritted her teeth and continued cultivating. The same month, the Jade Pure Sect welcomed an esteemed guest, the Formless Sect's sect master, Enlightened Old Monster. As the sect master, Li Qingzi had no choice but to step forward. Hanju caught the aura of Enlightened Old Monster and immediately tested him. He started the simulation trial. At the 7th level of the body integration realm, Enlightened Old Monster was naturally not Hanju's match. In the first battle, Hanju used more than 10 breaths of time. This fellow's mystical power was very strange. His physical body could resurrect after dying, and only when his essence soul was destroyed would his body truly die. After 8 trials, Hanju finally found a way to instantly kill Enlightened Old Monster. He was satisfied. 2 hours later, Li Qingzi brought Enlightened Old Monster to the Khanate Cave abode. Under the Fusang tree, Murong Qi and Sun Chang'an couldn't help but look over. They were puzzled. This was the first time Li Qingzi had brought someone to look for Hanju. Elder Han, the Formless Sect's sect master, specially came to visit you. Would you be willing to meet him? Li Qingzi asked, feeling nervous. The Formless Sect was too powerful. Li Qingzi didn't dare to offend them easily and could only bring them to Hanju. If Enlightened Old Monster had any ill intentions, he could sneak in. The entrance of the Khanate Cave abode suddenly opened and Hanju's voice sounded. Come in. Upon hearing that, Enlightened Old Monster smiled. He immediately entered the cave abode and closed the entrance. Li Qingzi did not leave, but waited outside the cave abode. He was a little nervous. Would Elder Han blame him? However, Enlightened Old Monster had clearly indicated that he wanted to find Hanju. If he refused, the other party would be furious and he would still have to seek Hanju's help in a fight. After entering the Khanate Cave abode, Enlightened Old Monster saw Hanju and was instantly stunned. What a handsome man. Even Dong Wangxian couldn't compare to Hanju in terms of appearance and temperament. Sitting on the bed, Hanju asked, Why are you visiting me? Perfect timing. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Don't even think about leaving now. Enlightened Old Monster walked to the side of the table and sat down. He smiled and said, I've long heard of the Jade Pure Sect's deity slaying elders' elegant demeanor. I've come to pay a visit. In addition, I want to resolve our grudge. Previously, I didn't know that Miss Xing was your Dao companion. It was indeed my fault. Therefore, I didn't continue to target the Jade Pure sect for subduing the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. Hanju pretended to be confused. Is that so? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Nice bullshit. From the initial 4-star level of hatred to the current 5-star level of hatred, you definitely want to tear me into pieces. Hanju thought to himself. Enlightened old monster was very friendly, but he could see his hatred for him and naturally didn't believe him. In addition, I've been cursed all these years. Was it your doing? If so, I hope that you won't take your anger out on me. I won't disturb Miss Xing anymore. Our two sects can also build a friendly relationship, enlightened old monster said seriously. Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, curse? I'm not such a person. Besides, I've never seen you before. Why would I curse you? This fellow was amazing. He actually guessed that Hanju was cursing him. No, he had to be eradicated. Enlightened old monster cursed in his mind, shameless. Who else can it be but you? At the same time, he estimated Hanju's strength. Although Hanju was covered in numinous treasures, he didn't emit an aura that made his heart palpitate. Should I take this opportunity to kill him? He didn't dare to admit it, which meant that he was afraid of him. Once this person died, Xing Hongxian would belong to his disciple. The Jade Pure sect and the Blood Fire Heavenly sect would also be annexed by the Formless sect. As soon as this thought appeared, it quickly expanded to fill his mind. Fellow Taoist, let's stop pretending. I'm not here to blame you. I just want you to stop. Enlightened old monster smiled and said. Enlightened old monster's hatred for you has increased. Current hatred points, 5.5 stars. Damn it, it rose again. Hanju's eyes turned cold. Outside the cave abode, Sun Chang'an frowned and said, Sect Master, my master doesn't like to be disturbed. Aren't you breaking his rules by doing this? At that time, the Formless sect will know that the deity-slaying elder is my master. Li Qingzi was a little embarrassed and said helplessly, the Formless sect's sect master wanted to come to the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain directly. He only asked me to lead the way because he was afraid of ruining our harmony. The black hell chicken on the Fusang tree was extremely nervous. Its cultivation level was close to the void amalgamation realm, but it still felt uneasy facing enlightened old monster. What did this mean? This meant that enlightened old monster was very powerful. Will master be alright? Should I rush in and run away with master? Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from the Khanate cave abode, startling Li Qingzi. The black hell chicken transformed into a black bolt of lightning and charged into the cave abode. The moment he did so, he saw enlightened old monster standing in front of Hanju. Master, shut up. Hanju snorted and interrupted the chicken. The black hell chicken was stunned. It looked at enlightened old monster with wide eyes. Enlightened old monster no longer made it uneasy. This fellow was dead. Hanju said expressionlessly, I've destroyed his essence soul. Tell the sect master that the Formless sect's head is having a good chat with me and intends to stay for a few more days. The black hell chicken was stunned. The cave abode had not even collapsed, yet master had already obliterated enlightened old monster's essence soul. How great was the difference in cultivation between the two? The black hell chicken left the Khanate cave abode and told Li Qingzi Hanju's words. Although Li Qingzi was confused and worried, since Hanju said so, he could only suppress his emotions and leave. The black hell chicken returned to the Fusang tree. Murong Qi asked curiously, Master Chicken, what's the situation inside? More than 300 years had passed. The restrictions in the Khanate cave abode had long been elevated by Hanju. His divine sense could not enter. The black hell chicken harumphed. Didn't Master Chicken already say? Cultivate well. If you encounter a powerful enemy you can't defeat in the future with your cultivation level, Master, and I won't even bring you along. Murong Qi was stunned. Sun Chang'an shook his head. He had long been used to the fact that the black hell chicken often talked about running away. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was checking enlightened old monster's storage rings. This guy had 4 rings. As the sect master, he was naturally rich. When Hanju counted, he almost drooled. With so many treasures and resources, it was enough to establish a sect. If he handed it over to the Jade Pure sect, they would definitely be able to soar even faster. However, Hanju was not so selfless. These are all mine. After searching for a while, Hanju suddenly found a token. The words Heavenly Immortal were carved on it. Beside the heavenly immortal token was a letter from the heavenly immortal manor. The content was roughly such that by using this heavenly immortal token, he could register to join the heavenly immortal manor, but whether he could pass depended on his aptitude. The heavenly immortal manor never looked at the cultivation level. They only looked at the potential. After injecting spirit energy into the token, it would lead the applicants to search for the location of the heavenly immortal manor. Once the applicants found it, the token would disappear. In other words, this heavenly immortal token had yet to be used. Other than the heavenly immortal token, enlightened old monster actually had body integration realm cultivation pills. This made Hanju somewhat surprised. This guy is not bad. After counting, Hanju began to split his soul. He used the method of creating the heavenly puppet. He only needed to split a portion of his soul to control enlightened old monster's body. Being cautious, Hanju still decided to divert the trouble. What if the formless sect had a backer? 7 days later, enlightened old monster left the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Sect master Li Qingzi led dozens of elders and deacons to send him off. This matter caused a huge discussion in the sect. In the cultivation world they were in, the formless sect was definitely the most dazzling existence. Previously, they had crushed the blood fire heavenly sect with absolute dominance, causing their name to shake the world. In their eyes, there was still a considerable gap between them and the formless sect. Li Qingzi publicly announced that the formless sect would befriend the Jade Pure sect and build a good relationship. This news quickly spread to the Great Yin and caused many sects to discuss it. After leaving the Jade Pure sect, Hanju controlled enlightened old monster to fly in a random direction. He moved forward very quickly. The soul fragment that Hanju left in enlightened old monster could only last for a month before disappearing. He had to shift enlightened old monster's death away before that happened. Thinking about it, Hanju didn't have any enemies now. The Vermilion Bird was in the upper realm, and the demon taming sect was in the distant north state. He didn't know who to frame for enlightened old monster's death. If there was no other way, he would push it onto the demons. In less than 2 days, enlightened old monster left the Great Yin region. Hanju continued forward aimlessly. Along the way, he encountered many sects, but they were all too weak. They couldn't withstand the formless sect's revenge at all. He had to go to a powerful sect. There might not be one in the Great Yin, but there should be one in other cultivation worlds. Hanju had never left the Jade Pure sect in his life, so he didn't know much about the other cultivation worlds. He could only stay as far away from the Great Yin as possible. Dong Wangxian was troubled. Before entering the Jade Pure sect, enlightened old monster was afraid that Dong Wangxian would cause trouble, so he was made to stay outside the sect. Dong Wangxian followed after enlightened old monster. Enlightened old monster had died too quickly. Before he died, he had yet to use his body integration realm spirit energy. Hanju controlled him to fly at full speed, so how could Dong Wangxian catch up? Master went mad. Dong Wangxian frowned as flew on his sword. As the distance between the master and disciple increased, not only did he have to chase, he also had to determine his direction. 2 figures appeared ahead. It was Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. The 3 of them brushed past each other. For some reason, Zhou Fan and Dong Wangxian turned their heads. Their eyes met. When the 2 of them saw each other, their hearts inexplicably palpitated as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Who is this person? Zhou Fan frowned. Dong Wangxian muttered to himself, who is this kid? I hate him for some reason. The 2 of them didn't stay any longer and vanished into different directions. Zhou Fan looked at Mo Fuzhou and said, that person just now made me feel uncomfortable. If he wasn't very strong, I would have dealt with him. Mo Fuzhou was speechless. He said unhappily, can you stop? How much have I suffered after following you? We're returning to the Jade Pure sect this time. Don't cause trouble anymore. Zhou Fan chuckled. I know. I really want to see their expressions when they see us, especially Hanju. Mo Fuzhou shook his head. Somehow, he had a hunch. It was not Hanju who would be shocked, but them. However, the current Zhou Fan was very arrogant. Not long ago, he had severely injured a soul formation cultivator, so his ego inflated. Zhou Fan believed that even if Hanju was the deity slaying elder, his cultivation level shouldn't have increased much over the years. The spirit chi of the Great Yin was too weak. It was completely incomparable to the other cultivation worlds. The The soul formation stage mighty figures of the other cultivation worlds might not even be able to break through a minor realm in 100 years, let alone Hanju of the Great Yen. Half a month later, Hanju controlled enlightened old monster to a deep mountain. There were no traces of humans within 1,000 miles. Enlightened old monster continued forward. He didn't hold back his aura of the body integration realm at all, scaring all the beasts away. Hanju felt that it was about time. He found a random place and left enlightened old monster behind. A great cultivator from the formless sect would definitely be able to track him here. Hanju made him land under a tree and carve a word on the tree trunk. Demons. If someone from the formless sect saw it, their imagination would definitely run wild. After doing all of this, Hanju directly severed his soul fragment, which quickly dissipated. Enlightened old monster sat under the tree. His head suddenly hung down and his hands landed on the ground without any life. When his consciousness returned to the Khanate cave abode, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That should be fine. He then took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the vermilion bird first. 7 days later, bored, Hanju opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck. Everything within 1,000 miles has turned barren. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has become a demon king. Your good friend Chang Yuer chanced upon an opportunity and obtained an ancient cultivation technique. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a fellow sect member and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king, X3. Your good friend Mo Zhu has awakened her demonic soul and fallen into the demonic path. Her killing intent has increased greatly. Your disciple Yang Tiandong devoured the demon king and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a cultivator of the righteous path and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Hanju's gaze landed on Mo Zhu's information. Awakened her demonic soul? What happened to her? Hanju immediately probed the palace where Mo Zhu was imprisoned, and his expression changed. Hanju's divine sense entered the palace where Mo Zhu was. He didn't see her. Instead, he saw a huge black egg formed by demonic chi floating in the air. It was horrifying. Terrifying killing intent filled the hall, causing the temperature to drop to the freezing point. Hanju directly moved into the hall. He walked in front of the black egg and probed it with his divine sense. He could sense Mo Zhu's aura. This demonic chi had a very strong resistance. Even a void amalgamation realm cultivator might not be able to penetrate it. Hanju exerted some force, and his divine sense broke through the demonic aura and entered the black egg. He immediately felt awkward. Mo Zhu was naked in the egg. Her snow-white skin was too eye-catching. Hanju waved his right hand. 6 paths spirit energy radiated out and sealed the palace. He rubbed his chin and thought, what happened? He could sense no other soul in Mo Zhu's body. In other words, she wasn't possessed. However, her soul was transforming, becoming inhuman. What's the background of the Mo family? Mo Fuzhou also fell into the demonic path. Hanju continued touching his chin and thought. Mo Fuzhou was not simple. His cultivation was not too far behind Zhou Fan's. Not long after Zhou Fan broke through to the nascent soul realm, this fellow also reached it. Hanju didn't dare to interrupt Mo Zhu, afraid that she would suffer a backlash. The commotion in the palace caused Taoist Jingshu to come over. She wanted to enter, but was blocked by Hanju's 6 paths spirit energy. It's fine. I'm here. Hanju's voice was heard. Taoist Jingshu felt relieved. Because he had given instructions, Li Qingzi was also very careful with Mo Zhu. Usually, no one was allowed to approach the palace, and Taoist Jingshu was in charge of it. After Taoist Jingshu left, Hanju continued to wait. Several days later, the demonic chi black egg finally began to dissipate. When Mo Zhu's body landed on the ground, Hanju immediately took out a robe and put it on her. Hanju's expression turned strange. Mo Zhu's cultivation had actually reached the nascent soul realm. Most importantly, she did not transcend the tribulation. This was ridiculous. Mo Zhu slowly opened her eyes. Hanju's face squeezed into her vision. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she looked at Hanju blurrily. She gently raised her right hand and touched his face. Compared to the past, the current Mo Zhu was much more beautiful. Her charming face was even more enchanting, enough to move most men. Hanju frowned and said, Miss Mo, wake up. Mo Zhu didn't seem to hear him and continued to touch him. Pa. Hanju slapped her, and she immediately sobered up. Mo Zhu covered her face and said aggrievedly, "Why did you hit me again?" "Again? When did I hit you before?" Hanju didn't think too much about it and asked, "What happened to your Mo family? Why did you become a devil?" Mo Zhu came back to her senses and subconsciously looked at her body. When she saw that her clothes had been changed into Hanju's white robe, she was not afraid but pleasantly surprised. "You changed my clothes?" "Of course. You saw my body." "I didn't. I put on your clothes with my eyes closed." "Why did you close your eyes?" "Isn't it because you saw it?" "Then I apologize. I don't want it. Anyway, you have to be responsible for me. From now on, I'll rely on you." "Is this an elaborate scam?" "Scam?" Hanju had a headache. It was a sin to be too good-looking. He believed that other than being handsome and saving Mo Zhu's life, he had never cared about her. If it was Zhou Fan, Mo Zhu would have changed her mind already. Mo Zhu was pleased. Then, she began to answer the question. "I'm not sure, either. Ever since I stepped into the Golden Core realm, I often heard a voice when in cultivation. At first, I thought it was a mental demon. Not long ago, I discovered that it was not a mental demon but the will passed down by the ancestors of my family. The Mo family is not a fiendish cultivator clan in the cultivation world, but the descendants of true devils. The devils were once a race. After they perished, their cultivation techniques were passed down to the human race, and thus came the birth of fiendish cultivators. The Mo family can be considered a descendant of the devil and human races." Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, "Will you lose control? If Mo Zhu went mad and wanted to slaughter the world, how many slaps would he have to give to save her?" Mo Zhu rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not a fiendish cultivator. How can I lose control? Fiendish cultivators lose control easily because their bodies can't withstand the power of the fiendish technique. Their inner demons are the backlash of the devil's consciousness." Hanju said seriously, "Then don't do evil and harm the innocent. The Jade Pure sect is a righteous sect, after all. That's unless someone wants to harm you." "Of course." The two fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. Mo Yiling has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Hanju frowned. He immediately pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked this person's information. Mo Yiling's portrait was very beautiful, somewhat similar to Mo Zhu's. Mo Yiling, 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the 2nd generation head of the Mo family. Trapped in a mysterious forbidden area and unable to escape the restrictions. She has chosen Mo Zhu as her successor and hopes to rely on her to save herself. Because Mo Zhu has feelings for you, she's hostile towards you, thinking that you are a hindrance to Mo Zhu's growth and wants to get rid of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. A question mark popped up in Hanju's head. Mo Zhu suddenly took a step forward and mustered her courage. She stuttered shyly, "Hanju, I have inherited the techniques of the Mo family's ancestors. Among them, there's a dual, a 2-person cultivation technique. Are you willing to cultivate with me? It's good for both of us." Hanju frowned. A month later, Hanju was done comforting Mo Zhu and returned to the Khanate cave abode. The first thing he did upon returning was to take out the Book of Misfortune and curse Mo Yiling. "This woman wants to kill me?" Could he ignore that? Hanju was afraid that she would one day break out of the restriction by herself and come to disturb his cultivation. At that time, perhaps because of Mo Zhu, he would be in a dilemma. It would be better for Mo Yiling to not come out. Thus, every few years, he would curse Mo Yiling. After cursing for 7 days, Hanju took out the pills he got from enlightened old monster and started to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Mo Zhu faced Hanju like a subservient wife. He told her to cultivate in the palace and not go out, and she happily agreed. After all, they had been together for a month and their relationship had improved a lot. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi asking him to provide some pills to her. Upon hearing that Mo Zhu was already at the nascent soul realm, Li Qingzi was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for Mo Zhu to be a core disciple and had Taoist Jingshu send her pills and treasures every once in a while. The Jade Pure sect was now a quiet tiger in the long river of history. It was quietly becoming stronger, not flamboyant or arrogant. 8 years passed quickly. Relying on pills, Hanju finally reached the 5th level of the body integration realm. He had also used up all of enlightened old monster's pills. Cultivation at the body integration realm was very difficult. Hanju's cultivation speed was already pretty fast. A 400-year-old expert at the 5th level of the body integration realm. Who would believe that? On this day, Xing Hongxian returned. The first thing this girl did was to find Hanju. He let her in, curious about what she was going to give him this time. Xing Hongxian sat down next to him and took out a stalk of purple grass from her storage ring. The leaf flickered with a faint light. Husband, I found this in the land of the demons. During this period of time, I left the Great Yin and went to the West Abyss. This grass is not simple. When I discovered it, I saw 2 demon kings fighting over it. I took advantage of the fact that they were both injured to snatch it away, Xing Hongxian said proudly. Hanju asked in surprise, are you so powerful now? Xing Hongxian was only at the 4th stage Golden Core realm. How could she snatch such a treasure from the hands of 2 demon kings? Xing Hongxian covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't I comprehend a mystical power in a mystic realm? The divine technique recorded a movement method. I've already mastered it. If I can't defeat them, I can still escape. No person or demon can catch up to me. Why did Hanju feel that this girl's luck had also improved? Could it be that she was influenced by his providence as an immortal emperor's descendant? Hanju took the purple grass, and a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the natural treasure has the potential of becoming a connate providence bearer. Check its origin. This grass can become a spirit. A stalk of grass could become a connate providence bearer? Strange. Hanju immediately chose to check its background. Heaven and earth grass. 10,000 years ago, it was originally an ordinary grass. Then, an immortal descended to the mortal world and meditated around it. After 100 years of bathing in immortal chi, it gradually shed its mortal form. During the 10,000 years, it often encountered the calamity of destruction. Every time before it perished, it would instinctively turn into dust and scatter into the world before growing again. This grass has the potential to become a divine grass, or even an immortal god. Immortal god cultivation potential? It was a little scary. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This life force was really strong. It had held on for 10,000 years. Hanju took the heaven and earth grass and smiled at Xing Hongxian. I'll take this grass. How have you been all these years? Xing Hongxian was even more delighted. She began to describe her experiences over the years. Over the past few years, Xing Hongxian had become the protagonist of fantasy novels. She traveled the world with her sword and helped others when she saw injustice. She fought against fiendish cultivators, barged into ancient tombs, hunted down enemies, and slaughtered her way into the demon realm. After hearing her, Hanju had the urge to go out and take a look. Wait. Hanju was alerted. This woman was definitely arranged by the heavenly Tao to entice him to leave. The first 400 years had been a success. Looking back, how many powerful enemies had been reduced to bones because they didn't know his strength? Speaking of which, he had few enemies. Look at Zhou Fan, Yang Tiandong, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Su Qi. Every time he checked his emails, he saw them getting beaten up. It was the same for Li Qingzi previously. As long as he went out, he would definitely suffer. Now he stayed in the Jade Pure sect every day and no longer got injured. Only after leaving the Great Yin will we know how small it is. Take the West Abyss state, for example. The Jade Pure sect is not even considered a second-rate sect there. We're only able to have our current reputation because of you, my husband. I think that you should be at the top of the list of the top 100 cultivators in the world, which has recently caused chaos in the cultivation world. The more Xing Hongxian spoke, the more excited she became. Hanju inexplicably thought of those people who went back to their hometown after adventuring in the major city in his previous life. And what was this list of the top 100 cultivators? Too shallow. Hanju didn't care about fame, only profit. After Xing Hongxian finished speaking, he took out some longevity-enhancing pills from his storage ring and said, "These are for you. Your potential is mediocre. I'm afraid that you'll die too early." Xing Hongxian rolled her eyes. "You only know how to tease me. I'm serious. Don't worry, I've already taken such pills, and also natural treasures. I have a long lifespan." "That's good." Speaking of lifespan, the eldest disciple of Jade Serene Peak, Lu Sanxin, died decades ago. The sect has too few lifespan-enhancing methods. If he had left the Great Yin as soon as possible, there might still be a chance. Xing Hongxian sighed, while Hanju was stunned. He felt that some people were missing from his friend list, but he couldn't recall them. Speaking of Lu Sanxin, Hanju still remembered that this senior brother wanted to take care of him. Before I could trouble him, he was already gone. Hanju said seriously, cultivate well. Don't become the next senior Liu. I can't bear to leave this world. I still want to accompany you, my husband. Then, Hanju asked her to take out the heavenly puppet. He wanted to upgrade its spirit energy. After a few days, he filled Xing Hongshuan's heavenly puppet with 6 paths spirit energy, and she put it away in her storage ring. With the heavenly puppet around, Hanju could also rest assured that she could go out and explore. Hanju thought that it would end like this, but Xing Hongxian pestered him for another month. Sigh. After she left, Hanju took out the heaven and earth grass and planted it in the cave abode. This grass was too small. If it was planted under the Fusang tree, it might be trampled to death one day. After planting it, Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He had been in a good mood recently, so he might as well curse the vermilion bird and Mo Yuling to liven things up. In one of the catacombs, the spikes hanging from the ceiling were sinister and terrifying, dripping with water. One of the inverted thorns was tied with a blood tendon. At the bottom were 2 people. They were Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. Both of them had disheveled hair and ragged clothes, and they were covered in blood. Below them was a huge pot boiling with murky oil. Looking from above, the catacombs were filled with demons. There were countless of them, and most of them were napping. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and looked in one direction. A giant demon had taken form. Even sitting, it was 50 feet tall. It had a strong body and wore heavy armor made of snake scales. It had an ugly and sinister snake head. A figure stood beside the snake demon. It was Hanju's eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong. Demon's lackey. Zhou Fan cursed. He was extremely unhappy. Mo Fuzhou sighed. It's not his fault. If you want to blame something, blame it on our own bad luck. We accidentally entered Great Sage Green Python's territory, and you were rash enough to kill the patrolling demons. Zhou Fan was even angrier when he heard that. He cursed. That fellow is too arrogant. He keeps calling us mortals and even wants us to kneel down and beg for mercy. Can you tolerate that? Mo Fuzhou smiled bitterly. It was too late to say anything now. On the other side, Great Sage Green Python laughed. Donger, tell me, how should we deal with these 2? Should we cook them or refine them into pills? Yang Tiandong frowned and said helplessly, Foster father, do we have to kill them? They killed my demons, so they must die. Donger, if you want to inherit my power, you have to sever ties with the human race. Humans and demons are irreconcilable. This is the rule of the world. You cannot waver. Yang Tiandong cursed silently after hearing that. Do you think I want to be a demon? When he heard Zhou Fan scold him, his heart ached even more. Back then, he and Zhou Fan were caught by the Raincoat sect. They resisted together and were beaten together. They were very close. Now, in order to live, if he watched as Zhou Fan got cooked to death, how could he face the Jade Pure sect and Hanju? When I become a demon saint, I'll definitely kill all of you demon kings. Yang Tiandong was furious. The reason why he left the Great Yin was that Demon King Dian Su was in charge of the demon race there. He couldn't control them, so he went to other demons. As he fought, he finally managed to control a demon army. In the end, he encountered Great Sage Green Python. Great Sage Green Python wielded 1,000,000 demon soldiers and had a high reputation among them. Yang Tiandong couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Great Sage Green Python felt that his bloodline potential was not bad, so he took him in as his foster son. In order to survive, he could only live and wait for an opportunity to escape or counterattack. Then, he saw Zhou Fan and the other person getting caught. This affinity made Yang Tiandong very uncomfortable. Should I ask Master for help? This thought popped up in Yang Tiandong's head, but he quickly rejected it. I can't trouble him. At this moment, a hawk demon flew over and shouted, Your Majesty, a cultivator who calls himself Dong Wangxian of the Formless sect is shouting outside. He wants to slaughter all of us and avenge his master. He's too strong. We can't stop him. When Great Sage Green Python heard this, his expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, Formless sect? Just nice. This king has a grudge against enlightened old monster. He rose to his feet. Terrifying demonic energy erupted, shaking the entire catacombs. Donger, stay here and watch over them. When I return, I hope to see them in the pot. Great Sage Green Python transformed into a green aura and vanished. Yang Tiandong looked at Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou again, feeling extremely conflicted. Should he take this opportunity to save them? In the mountains, countless demons surrounded a man in golden robes. It was the formless sect's Dong Wangxian. Dong Wangxian wielded his sword with both hands as he flew through the air. A red umbrella opened up and spun at high speed around him. It sliced through the attacking demons, and blood rained down. Looking down, the entire mountain was filled with demon corpses. They were all incomplete and horrifying. Is that all you have? Where's your king? Dong Wangxian laughed impudently. High-spirited, his anger faded from the excitement of killing. This was what he wanted the most. Acting recklessly, being unstoppable. Boom. At the end of the horizon, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly rose. It broke through the clouds and shook the mountains, causing the trees on the mountains to shake violently as if they were about to be blown away. Dong Wangxian suddenly turned around with a solemn expression. This demonic aura. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying demonic aura. It made his blood run cold. But who was he? How could the #1 prodigy of the formless sect be afraid? Dong Wangxian roared. Was my master killed by you demons? Great Sage Green Python's laughter followed. Enlightened old monster is dead? Ha ha. What a joyous occasion. You're his disciple? Then you can forget about living. I will cook and make soup out of you. Dong Wangxian's eyes turned red when he heard that. His master was indeed killed by these demons. I'll fight it out with you. Inside the Khanate cave abode. After Xing Hongxian left, Han Ju continued cultivating, occasionally sprinkling water on the heaven and earth grass. There were all kinds of spirit qi in the cave abode. The heaven and earth grass had developed the habit of circulating the spirit qi of the world over the long years. In fact, Han Ju didn't need to pay special attention to it, as long as he didn't step on it. 2 years passed quickly. The heaven and earth grass had grown much taller, and the spirit qi here was much denser than in the demon region. Han Ju looked forward to it gaining intelligence and becoming a grass spirit. That would be quite interesting. Heavenly dog, chicken, gourd, fusang tree, ancient spiritual ginseng, grass spirit. Tsk tisk. Han Ju even felt that he could open a botanical garden. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit. Han Ju waited for him to enter the cave abode and immediately asked, "The formless sect is here." Li Qingzi shook his head and said, "No, but the Grand Elder is about to die of old age." Han Ju frowned. There was only one Grand Elder in the Jade Pure sect. He was Li Qingzi's master and had interacted with Han Ju before. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Han Ju was already more than 400 years old. In all these years, the cultivation level of the Grand Elder almost didn't increase. Naturally, his lifespan also didn't increase. "Do you want me to meet him?" Han Ju asked. After all, they were old friends. Han Ju didn't want to feel regretful like in Elder Iron's case. Li Qingzi shook his head and said, "Master has already left the sect. He said that if he didn't return after 20 years, that means he died. He asked me to thank you and said that without Elder Han, the Jade Pure sect would not be where it is today." Han Ju remained silent. He might have meant that, but there was more to it. Han Ju wasn't unhappy. He could understand the Elder's concern. At the moment, he was quite comfortable in the Jade Pure sect. No one disturbed him. Li Qingzi and the others would do their best to satisfy whatever he needed. "Elder Han, although my cultivation level is also increasing, I feel that it will be very difficult to reach the soul formation realm. If I face my end one day, who do you think is suitable to be the next sect master?" Li Qingzi asked. His expression did not darken. He had lived for so long and had sent away many old friends. He was already used to parting with them. The path of longevity was already filled with difficulties. If every mortal cultivated diligently and could live forever, longevity wouldn't be so crazy. Han Ju shook his head and said, "I'm in seclusion all year round. How would I know?" Li Qingzi smiled and asked, "In the entire Jade Pure sect, the most talented disciples are all under your tutelage. Just now, I discovered that Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi's cultivation levels are both going to reach the nascent soul realm. Such speed is unparalleled in the entire sect except for you." Han Ju frowned. Li Qingzi wanted to tie him and the Jade Pure sect together completely. If Han Ju's disciple or grand disciple became the sect master, it was even more impossible for him to leave. "Sect master, I actually understand what you mean. These two are indeed talented, but there's one thing that needs to be said clearly. If I want to leave the sect in the future, the two of them will not be able to stop me. If I don't want to leave the sect and the sect faces an enemy that even I can't resist, I will also leave in order to save my life. I have had only one goal in life ever since I was born, and that is to live forever. I can help the Jade Pure sect in pursuing this goal, but I will never abandon it for the sake of the sect. Hanju spoke seriously. Li Qingzi wasn't surprised. The reason he chose Murong Qi and Sun Chang'an was mainly because of their natural talent. Although the Jade Pure sect was growing stronger, very few disciples were more talented than the two of them. Only a powerful sect master could lead the sect to become stronger. Li Qingzi already felt helpless. His potential limited him. The two continued to talk. Taking this opportunity, Hanju secretly gave him the 6 Paths insignia. Li Qingzi treated him well, and Hanju also had a good impression of him. If he could meet Li Qingzi in his next life, he was still willing to help. In the end, Hanju agreed to let him take Murong Qi away and groom him into the next sect master. Before leaving, Hanju suddenly asked, "Sect master, how's Fairy Shixian's lifespan?" Li Qingzi smiled and said, "Junior sister's potential is higher than mine. She even obtained a fortuitous encounter previously. It shouldn't be a problem for her to live for another few hundred years. She just returned. If you have nothing to do, you can visit her." He didn't think too much about it. After all, Hanju and Fairy Shixian were still master and disciple. Hanju nodded slightly. After Li Qingzi left, he continued cultivating. Murong Qi was taken away by Li Qingzi. Although Sun Chang'an was puzzled, he wouldn't say anything since Hanju had agreed. Murong Qi didn't resist. After cultivating for so many years, he was also a little bored. It wasn't a bad idea to go out for a walk. 5 years passed. The heaven and earth grass had finally developed intelligence. It couldn't think, but it had already grown by leaps and bounds. With intelligence, it couldn't be treated like grass anymore. Hanju gave it a name. Cho Chao. This fellow had the potential to become an immortal. To celebrate, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the vermilion bird and Mo Yuling. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him and he escaped death. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him and he escaped death. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, proclaimed itself as the great sage. Encountering the encirclement of the demon kings from all directions, it was severely injured and barely escaped death. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple, X17. Your disciple Su Qi has spread bad luck. The luck of the demon-taming sect has declined. More than half of the sect has perished in the heavenly frost snow calamity. Yang Tiandong, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou were attacked by a demon king one after another and were all heavily injured. Could it be that they were attacked by the same demon king? Hanju touched his chin and thought about it. He felt that it was possible. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were good friends. They had been out for so many years. If they met, it was very likely that they would travel the world together. Although Yang Tiandong was seriously injured, Hanju didn't care too much. He chose this path himself. Hanju wasn't his father and didn't have to follow him every day. Besides, Yang Tiandong had the demon saint bloodline. He wouldn't die so easily. Hanju continued to try and break through to the 6th level of the body integration realm. As more and more people from the Jade Pure sect experienced life and death, Hanju became more determined to cultivate. Not only did he have to cultivate diligently, but he also had to urge Xing Hongxian and Mo Zhu to cultivate together and not slack off. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the 6th level of the body integration realm. The spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was the most concentrated in the Great Yin. The Fusong tree and the earth immortal gourd vine were both creating spirit chi. Hanju suddenly thought of the Grand Elder and used his divine sense to probe the Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Shixian was still cultivating in the Jade Serene Hall. After so many years, she was already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. It was all thanks to the opportunities she had encountered outside that she could make such a breakthrough. Fairy Shixian, why don't you move to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? I'll open up a cave abode for you. Hanju sent a voice transmission to her. Fairy Shixian opened her eyes. Her temperament had become more and more otherworldly and holy. Her devastatingly beautiful appearance was not the least bit overbearing. It was the kind of beauty that people simply liked, like a fairy from heaven. Fairy Shixin frowned. That's your mountain. It's not convenient for me to go there. You should already know about the Grand Elder's issue. I've been cultivating my entire life. There aren't many people I care about. You're one of them. I hope to be able to walk the great Tao with you. I don't want to be the only one left on the path of cultivation. If anyone else heard Hanju's words, they would definitely feel that he was asking for a beating. However, Fairy Shixin understood him. Ever since he entered the Jade Serene Peak, he had been cultivating diligently and had not even left the sect. Thinking of the Grand Elder, Fairy Shixin's heart felt heavy. Although she had already sent away many of her fellow disciples, her master's death still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Come here, I won't disturb you without reason, Hanju continued. Fairy Shixin hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Hanju asked her to pack up and come over directly. He then stood up and left his cave abode to open up a cave abode for her. On a hill not far away, Sun Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken were curious. Master, are you opening a cave abode for me? Sun Chang'an asked in embarrassment. He was already used to staying under the Fusang tree. Hanju rolled his eyes at him and said, This is Fairy Shixin's cave abode. Fairy Shixin used to be my master and is now my friend. You are not to disturb her cultivation, understand? Sun Chang'an suddenly understood. He had naturally heard of Fairy Shixin. The Black Hell Chicken asked, Does Fairy Shixin want to eat you? Are you asking for a beating? Hanju retorted angrily. The Black Hell Chicken might not have understood in the past, but now it definitely did. How dare it tease him? The Black Hell Chicken trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Soon, the cave abode was successfully created. Fairy Shixin also successfully checked in. Seeing her appearance, Sun Chang'an was in a daze. He strengthened his Tao heart. His master was right. As long as his cultivation level was high, some beauties would like him. China was actually just like that. He didn't have to die for her. For some reason, ever since he had mastered the Heartless Flying Sword, Sun Chang'an was very calm every time he thought of Chiner. He was no longer as restless as before. Hanju was relieved after Fairy Shixin moved over. As for Imoju, forget it. He would think about it in the future. She had outstanding potential and did not need it for the time being. Furthermore, she wasn't on good terms with Xing Hongxian. Recently, Xing Hongxian had gone out again. With the heavenly puppet on her, Hanju wasn't afraid that something would happen to her. Hanju sat on the bed and checked his emails while using the Book of Misfortune to do his daily mission. The chaotic heavenly dog, Zhou Fan, Imo Fuzhou, and Yang Tiandong began competing on who would get the highest number of beatings. Some also obtained opportunities. What was worth mentioning was that the situation in the demon-taming sect was getting worse. Hanju felt that it was about to collapse. The jinx has awakened his divinity. How terrifying is that? The fact that the demon-taming sect could last so long meant that they were worthy of their reputation. In a vast valley, a huge silver-furred demon hound crawled halfway up the mountain. There were many demons in the valley, including the surrounding mountain peaks. The silver-furred hound was none other than the chaotic heavenly dog. After so many years, the chaotic heavenly dog was no longer as fat as it was when it was young. Instead, it was very healthy. Under the sunlight, its demonic body looked extremely handsome. At that moment, it was lazily looking down at the people below. Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong looked at the lofty chaotic heavenly dog with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said, Heavenly dog, what do you think? Let's join forces to kill Great Sage Green Python and split the territory equally. Back then, Yang Tiandong had watched the chaotic heavenly dog grow up. Now, its strength far exceeded his. It made him feel the difference in bloodlines. Call me the Great Sage of Chaos. The chaotic heavenly dog yawned and said nonchalantly. Yang Tiandong was instantly annoyed. Do you believe that I'll go back and tell Master? The chaotic heavenly dog immediately jolted when it heard that. It bristled as it glared at him. You still have the cheek to look for him? You haven't even gone back at all. How dare you talk about me? Yang Tiandong felt awkward. He was indeed embarrassed to go back and look for Hanju. Ever since he had become a demon king, the seeds of power and ambition had taken root in his heart. He could no longer cultivate as hard as before. We're from the same lineage, after all. We should help each other. I heard that you're often hunted by other demon kings. It's quite hard to watch. It'll be a win-win situation if we work together, Yang Tiandong said seriously. The chaotic heavenly dog hesitated. Great Sage Green Python is too powerful. Few demons in the 10 states and 9 dynasties can defeat him. Yang Tiandong said, I can return to the Great Yin to invite Demon King Dian Su. He's a 10,000-year-old demon, and his strength is also unfathomable. The chaotic heavenly dog fell silent. Great Sage Green Python is expanding madly. He will come to you sooner or later. The formless sect knows this, right? All these years, the formless sect has been frantically trying to encircle him, but all of them have failed. However, because of this, they have been exhausting Great Sage Green Python. This is our chance. If we wait any longer, you and I can only be his dogs. Looking down on dogs. Okay, fine. We'll end up as his slaves. No, we alone are not enough. You have to continue persuading the other demon kings. All right. Hanju didn't know what the chaotic heavenly dog and Yang Tiandong were doing outside. Ever since Fairy Shixian moved over, his life had become a little more interesting. Every 2 years, Hanju would look for Fairy Shixian to discuss the Tao. Fairy Shixian also welcomed him. After all, both parties would benefit. Hanju's Tao technique was more profound than Fairy Shixian's, but he was inferior to her in terms of knowledge. Just like that, 8 years passed. Morongqi had already become the eldest disciple of the Jade Pure sect. With his invincible strength at the Golden Core realm, no one dared to question him. On this day, in the mountains outside the Jade Pure sect, Zhou Fan, Imo Fuzhou, and the purple-dressed woman with the surname Xian slowly walked forward. I'm finally back, Zhou Fan shouted in excitement. Imo Fuzhou sighed. The Jade Pure sect has changed so much. The spirit qi in the nearby mountains and rivers was denser than before. Disciples flying in and out of the sky on their swords could also be seen. It looked like they were much stronger than before. The purple-dressed woman was very curious about the Jade Pure sect. She was most curious about her senior sister's Tao companion. Go find Junior Emoju. I'll find Hanju. I want to see how powerful he is now, Zhou Fan said expectantly. Forget it. The Jade Pure sect even swallowed the Blood Fire Heavenly sect recently. Hanju might be stronger than you. Imo Fuzhou shook his head. He had a good impression of Hanju and always felt that he was very talented. Although Zhou Fan was powerful, he relied more on opportunities. Zhou Fan snorted. Isn't the reason why the Blood Fire Heavenly sect sought refuge with the Jade Pure sect because of the Formless sect's coercion? The reason why the Formless sect didn't target the Jade Pure sect after that was because enlightened old monsters suffered a tragic death, and they didn't have the time to find trouble with them. The Jade Pure sect might not be stronger than the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. Imo Fuzhou felt that it made sense. The disciples in the sky were not as strong as the disciples of the large sections. The purple-dressed woman's gaze landed on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. She frowned. The spirit qi in that mountain is so abundant. How can it be? The purple-dressed woman was shocked. Such spirit qi was already comparable to some hidden holy lands and 10,000-year-old cultivation families. At the same time, Hanju was teaching the Black Hell Chicken under the Fusang tree. The Black Hell Chicken had already transcended its tribulation and reached the void amalgamation realm in the past 8 years. It had also transcended the tribulation in the 10,000 demon realm. At that time, all the elders had gone to watch and were greatly shocked. Deity slaying elders chicken was already at the void amalgamation realm. The sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect, Lu Bummy, and Xiao Yao were also shocked. Hanju's image in their hearts grew greatly. Master, what breed is it? It doesn't look like a chicken. Sun Chang'an couldn't help but ask. The Black Hell Chicken flapped its wings rapidly at the edge of the cliff, raising waves of sword qi. That's right. Sword qi. Hanju taught the unparalleled finger divine sword to the Black Hell Chicken, and it really learned the technique. When the feathers shot out sword qi, the lethality was also very impressive. Before Hanju could answer, the Black Hell Chicken turned his head and scolded him. I told you long ago that I'm a phoenix. Did you really think I was a chicken? Ever since he had devoured the Judo, the Black Hell Chicken had transformed from brother chicken to master chicken. Of course, it called itself that. You're not simple either. Work hard and believe in my judgment. Hanju touched Sun Chang'an's bald head and smiled kindly. However, in his heart, Sun Chang'an was only a small support character. At this moment, Hanju suddenly saw Imo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, and the purple-dressed woman flying past the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Zhou Fan saw Hanju and immediately stopped. The purple-dressed woman's eyes lit up when she saw him. What a handsome man. Could this be her senior's Dao companion? Zhou Fan was very excited. He waved his hand and shouted, Hanju, long time no see. You still remember me, right? Hearing that, Hanju smiled and said, I remember. It wasn't easy for you all these years, right? His voice floated into the ears of Zhou Fan and the other two, allowing them to hear it clearly. Mo Fuzhou's heart ached after hearing that. It wasn't just difficult. They had been constantly on the brink of death. We're living quite a carefree life. Wielding a sword, we traveled to the ends of the world. We were quick to repay gratitude and enmity. We even obtained many fortuitous encounters. Zhou Fan laughed proudly. Zhou Fan couldn't let Hanju think that he was doing badly. How about it? Do you want to go out and adventure with us? Cultivation still requires opportunities. It might not be good to stay in seclusion. Zhou Fan smiled and invited. At the same time, he flew towards the cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Hanju secretly cast a spell and shut the mountain-protecting array formation. The trio quickly landed by the cliff. The purple-dressed woman stared at Hanju with a burning gaze, making him very uncomfortable. This woman was not simple. Hanju immediately checked the experts in the Jade Pure sect and quickly locked onto a name. Xian Shishir, 9th level of the body integration realm, junior sister of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's junior sister? My little sister-in-law. Hanju thought to himself. Mo Fuzhou cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Han, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. Hanju smiled and said, Brother Mo is the same. Zhou Fan looked at the black-held chicken and asked in surprise, Hanju, this chicken you raised doesn't seem weak. How could he possibly tell that the black-held chicken was at the void amalgamation realm? The black-held chicken was instantly displeased. What did he mean by not weak? Before it could speak, Zhou Fan suddenly took a step forward and said, Hanju, let's spar. I lost to you in the past. I'm stronger now. In his divine sense, Hanju was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was obvious that this fellow used special methods to hide his cultivation. Zhou Fan wouldn't underestimate him. In his opinion, Hanju should already be at the Soul Formation realm. After all, he had killed an expert who had just entered the Soul Formation realm back then. After so many years, his cultivation level had to be at the Soul Formation realm at least. Typically, in the nascent Soul realm, if one did not have any opportunities, it was very difficult to improve by leaps and bounds just by cultivating. Hanju smiled and said, You just returned. You don't have to spar with me. Go and report to the sect master. Zhou Fan provoked. Hanju, are you afraid? Don't worry, we'll secretly spar and not let anyone know. I just want you to see how strong I am. I've cultivated the domination physique and killed a soul formation cultivator. If you want to go out, senior brother Mo, and I can bring you along. Hanju was caught between laughter and tears. The black-held chicken couldn't help but scold. Who are you? A mere nascent soul dares to provoke my master? You can't even beat me. Zhou Fan and the other two turned to look at it. Xian Shishir raised her eyebrows curiously. A pet at the void amalgamation realm. This person was not simple. Your chicken is quite wild. Zhou Fan smiled, feeling a little angry. The black-held chicken cocked its head. So what? It couldn't wait to show its might. The chaotic heavenly dog had not returned. Sun Chang'an and Muronqi were very weak. It didn't dare to provoke Hanju. Zhou Fan looked at Hanju and asked with a smile, Hanju, how about I teach your chicken a lesson for you? Hanju saw that Zhou Fan was serious. If he kept rejecting him, he would also pester him. He looked at the black-held chicken and said, Don't hurt him. The black-held chicken nodded vigorously. Zhou Fan was even more displeased. What do you mean? Do you think I can't defeat this chicken? Mo Fuzhou sensed that something was wrong. He actually could not see through the black-held chicken's cultivation. He sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fan. There's something wrong with this chicken. Forget it. We just returned. Let's rest for a few days and find out about its origins. Zhou Fan ignored him. He turned around and walked towards the black-held chicken, his aura rising with each step. Boom. Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain shook as Zhou Fan's body emitted a terrifying aura. Wisps of wind that could be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body. His muscles tensed up and his clothes swelled. His face was covered in strange blood patterns. Hanju looked at him curiously. This was the domination physique. The Black Hell Chicken's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Fan thought that it was afraid and smiled. Little chickie, are you afraid? Apologize to me now and I won't hold it against you. The Black Hell Chicken flapped its wings and soared into the air. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Mo Fuzhou looked at Hanju and said in embarrassment, Brother Han, it's fine. I won't let them hurt each other. Hanju shook his head. Although Zhou Fan was a little arrogant, his favorability didn't decrease. Hanju naturally wouldn't harm him. Boom. A strong wind suddenly erupted, causing Hanju, Mo Fuzhou, Xin Shishir, and Sun Chang'an's robes to flutter. The four of them turned their heads and saw Zhou Fan punch the Black Hell Chicken's crossed wings. Its feathers shook as if black flames were burning on its body. Zhou Fan's smile was extremely sinister and conceited in his domination mode. The Black Hell Chicken's eyes widened. That's it.